wins. The last time the Pistons won more than 44 games was 2008. So
it's been a while.
Yeah, guys. I mean, if he brings in a team that wins upper 40s, makes the playoffs, wins a playoff series, and we too reach the same conclusion that he's just okay, that he's not ultimately a championship coach, I wouldn't call it first world problems, but could I call it second world problems? It's a lot better than the third world problems the Pistons have been dealing with for years.
And the bar is so low. I'm not sure anybody could get underneath it. I mean, could you go? Yeah, can you get underneath 14 wins?
Trying.
And I mean, I think at some point you got to fall into 15, 16, 17 wins. 17 wins is where they were a year ago. And is it possible that they could, be a team that wins mid-20 games this year? Is that? I mean, I don't want to sit there and say that is the bar. We obviously hope for more, but when you're so bad and your roster has to be, when the entire franchise has to be wiped clean and you're starting from scratch, you have one piece in Cade Cunningham, you've added your own piece in Ron Holland II. How are you going to then go from 14 wins to the mid-20s? Like, it should be possible. That, to me, it should be possible.
Consistently a good defensive team in Cleveland. It's something people have been begging to see here in Detroit. I think coaching is a huge part of defense because I think defense is a lot about technique and effort and buy-in, which all comes from your coach. The other thing is, while Cleveland wasn't a great three-point shooting team, they shot a lot of them, which at least spoke to a level of competency from the coaching staff to, hey,
we'd like to get 3 in versus 2.
Yes. And how do I compliment Darius Garland, who is their young point guard, or Colin Sexton, who was there at the same time with him? How do I get a couple guards to coexist and still win the majority of our games? He did that. And then when they upgraded to Donovan Mitchell, of course, the win total went up, but you have to find a way to insert him into those lineups and get the most out of him. And he was a really productive player under JB Bickerstaff. So I think that's the mold here is, all right, Cade, I don't know if he's Garland, I don't know if he's Sexton, I don't know if he's Mitchell, but he's the lead guard on the team. Can you operate an offense that leads to three-point attempts, that leads to spacing? Will you defend at a high level consistently with buy-in and effort from the coach? Bickerstaff's resume suggests yes, yes, yes. The only criticism I've seen is from people who point out that the Pistons have gone down this road before. This is the third coach they've hired who was fired that same offseason. Like the retread thought that, well, Monty was fired for a reason, and Dwayne Casey was fired for a reason, and JB Bickerstaff fired for a reason. Should they have hired one of these up-and-coming assistants from a Minnesota or a Dallas? That's the pushback.
We'll hire the podcaster next time.
Should they have hired someone with a podcast instead? 248.
You're available.
Me?
Yeah. You got a podcast.
Is that all it takes now to be an NBA coach?
I don't have a podcast, but Stoney does. Oh. Who loves the Pistons at this station more than Stoney?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah, and his podcast actually does cover the Pistons. Restore the floor.
And he could try to restore the floor himself.
Maybe that was the grand plan that Stoney had. In
scale back from radio.
Scale back from radio so that I make myself available to the Pistons.
John,
he could buy out Monty, couldn't he?
With the moat and the lake and all of it?
Yeah. And the chopper.
Yeah, the chopper. What's your response to people who say they should have hired maybe a more unproven but high upside younger coach?
Okay, there's risk involved in either, but at least there's a track record with JB Bickerstaff that he has taken a young, unproven team. I just went through all of the different seasons that he had in Cleveland, that he went from 22 wins to eventually winning in 4 years a playoff series. And maybe you go the same route as Cleveland where he gets you to a certain point and Trajan Langdon's able to get the roster to a certain point, and then you make the move for that next coach. Or how about this? Maybe JB Bickerstaff does in 4 years get this team to the playoffs, wins a playoff series, and he's actually good.
Wouldn't that be something? You take a failed coach from Cleveland and it all pans out. Ticket Texter says, was Chuck Daly hired by the Pistons after being let go in Cleveland?
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah, so
could possibly work out.
Could possibly work out.
And you have just as good of an opportunity to fail with a new unproven coach as you do with a proven coach.
Maybe more so.
Yeah.
how about this comparison? Bickerstaff could be our Jim Caldwell. Where, Caldwell eventually got to a point where you plateaued as a playoff team, but nothing more. But he certainly brought like a professionalism to the team.
Yeah, as long as the next decision's not Matt Patricia-esque. I mean,
there's always that.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get if you're going down the road of bridge coach, you want to make sure that bridge is going somewhere, and there's somebody able to finish the construction.
Ideally, yes, John. People want to jump in. They know how to do it. 248-539-9797 on a day that is the kickoff of free agency in both basketball and hockey. We've got what's trending next, 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. With All Day IPA, here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, and we know tailgates are right around the corner. Start making your plans right now. You can visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Start of a beautiful week. We're not going to hit the 90s at all. Be in the 80s on the 4th of July. Right now, it's like 61, 62. I love it. You wake up, you get that little chill in the air, reminder that football's on the way.
Windows open, baby.
That's right.
Did you test the heater out?
Could you imagine if I kicked the heat on this last week?
I mean, this morning, July 1st, right? It was in the 50s this morning. Yesterday morning, it was a little bit damp, windy, chilly. We know you're a guy that likes to test things out well in advance.
Better
like
test
you did
it
with
out,
your,
John.
Yeah, with your AC. Did you test out the heater to make sure it's ready for October?
I do like to tinker with the thermostat. I have a quick trigger finger on it. But no, I didn't put the heat on in July. That's more ridiculous than putting on the AC in March.
Oh, no.
You don't think so?
I think AC in March is way out of line, and as does the heater June 30 or July 1. I think you could bundle up either way, or take a deep breath.
My point is,
enjoy the moment.
This week is going to be perfect.
It's unbelievable.
We're not going to get too hot. We're going to get the sun out. It's cool in the mornings. It's a reminder football season is close. We're going to be out at Lions training camp this month. July 1st, this month, looking ahead, end of the month, we're going to be out at Lions training camp. Before that, this week could be the fireworks, not just on the 4th of July, but from our hockey team. And I don't have expectations that the Pistons are going to have many fireworks, more of a sparklers kind of week. We've asked you guys to weigh in on both 248-539-9797. You guys have sent in some responses. Texter says, the Wings still haven't added anyone to make them better than last year. They need some two-way skilled players. Otherwise, they're no better. Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about adding some of these guys. Kane to me was hold serve. We're not going to give ground. We're not going to lose a quality player in Patrick Kane, because otherwise now we're going to stare at this going, it's uphill. And we're not going to tell them that they're allowed to miss the playoffs, but it's going to be a lot harder without Patrick Kane. You bring back 88, showtime, game-winning goals, clutch moments. The idea that he can finally rehab, or not rehab, but he can finally just spend a summer building up some strength and endurance and conditioning, and then you add this week. That's what we're excited about.
Yeah, but I also think there is an addition in Patrick Kane having an entire offseason to work on his entire game, other than just focusing on the rehab of one body part.
I like the Bickerstaff hire because he coached old school big men like Jarrett Allen and had success with that team. Yeah, but he was a shot blocker. You hope that some of that could be Jalen Duren, right? Between what they got from Mobley and Allen as rim protectors, that you can still get more out of Jalen Duren. Texter, this is Mike in Mount Clemens. Guys, most of these people talking about goalie situation, they don't know hockey. They don't understand the salary. Eiserman's not going to pay for a top goalie at 8 years for $8 million when he's got two possible goalies coming up in the pipeline.
Right.
He's going to load up on offense, solidify his defense, get by with a hot hand in net. I agree. This could be the biggest 24 hours for the Red Wings as an organization in a long while. Exciting times, signed Joe in Flushing. And we're feeling that this morning.
That's the anticipation.
Brandon Montour's the name you guys haven't mentioned. Would be a huge pickup for Detroit. Could be here for a while, only 30 years old. Defenseman on the right side. Mm-hmm. So if the Trouba thing falls through, or they just say, hey, for that price, we may as well get a better player in Montour.
Let's go.
Let's go. Eiserman has kind of dropped the ball, not getting a proven goalie already on the ticket text. Let's get to Dave in Cleveland. Dave, you're on 97.1.
You guys are getting a good coach. It was really kind of a cop-out that the Cavs let him go. They were unhappy with the fact that Evan Mobley didn't progress like they thought he should, because they keep envisioning him as someone who should be developing a three-point shot. And it is yet to be determined whether he's really capable of that or not. I don't know if they're asking him to do something that he's just not capable of or what, but it was the weirdest thing, because when they fired Bickerstaff at the press conference when they announced the decision, it was almost like they were struggling to come up with reasons as to why they were doing it. I mean, it was just... I just think it was a bad move on the Cavs' part, and it's a win for you guys. So I'm going to be very interested in watching, how the Pistons progress under his guidance.
A win for the Pistons.
Yeah, we'll take it. Dave, is there any concern that Cleveland takes a step back without JB this year?
Not with them, but with me there is.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if, I'm not saying they're not going to have a good year or they're not capable of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those seasons where you see them struggle in the first half and then maybe, get better in the second half. But yeah, I think potentially it does have the potential to be a step back. Although I understand the guy they brought in here, Kenny Atkinson, was highly regarded, and I understand that. But nonetheless, it was just, to me as a fan, it was a decision that just didn't sit right with me. It's like, there's really no need to do this, and because there was progression every year. So anytime you see that, in my mind, it's pretty hard to justify making a move like that.
Right. If he had taken a step back and they used it or seized the opportunity, that would have made way more sense. Ticket text 248-539-9797. This one says, I don't mind the Pistons hire, but it's going to come down to the roster construction. What are we putting around Cade? Yeah, I think coaching helps when you're really fundamentally bad, but to be great, it does come down to the guys that you put on the floor.
Oh, yeah. It's always going to be about the roster and the development of Cade, the development now of Ron Holland II. How can they play together? What other pieces are you going to play with them? Jalen Duren, what can he provide this team? Is he a piece that, because we talk about Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, Asar Thompson, are any of those three pieces that Trajan Langdon thinks can be a part of the future? Because if they are, and he inherited them,
great.
Now you're one step ahead in the rebuild process.
But if he doesn't, use them to get one step ahead,
right,
and make some moves. Let's get to what's trending. No Heather, but there's still stuff going on. We get to what's trending. Gunnar Henderson will be in the home run derby. The first name announced, 26 homers this year, the second most in the majors behind Aaron Judge.
When you watch him, every time Judge is up to the plate, anytime Gunnar Henderson is at the plate, you think fireworks are going to happen. Excited about to see him. And there's a different format this year for the home run derby. I'm not sure what they've tweaked but that's kind of the big thing that they're selling right now, is that there's going to be a different format.
The rules announced, the shift isn't as dramatic as the one they made in 2015 when it changed from the out system to the clock-based system, but it will look slightly different this year. The knockout style doesn't begin until the semifinals.
Okay.
Last year, the entire derby was an 8-person single elimination bracket with 3 rounds. The number 1 seed faced the 8th seed, and so on and so on. This year, there's an element of one-on-one showdowns, but that won't come into play until the semifinals. The first round will have no predetermined seeds. It will consist of all 8 hitters with the top 4 advancing. I like it.
Yeah.
Good young players. What are those?
We like receipts being kept, John.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've seen it here. Brad Holmes showed some of his receipts. Dan Campbell's talked about receipts.
Panthers defenseman Aaron Ekblad celebrating with the Stanley Cup.
This is great.
He had a traffic cone over his head as he yelled something at Brooks Koepka. So
context, please.
The backstory, yeah, right. The Live Golf star and South Florida resident, Brooks Koepka. This goes all the way back to March of 2023 when Brooksy was at a game and he was in the suite holding up a traffic cone saying, "You're a bleeping traffic cone," at Aaron Ekblad. Ekblad remembered and said, "I'll return the favor, good sir."
So did Koepka bring the traffic cone?
I'd say he had to.
He had to. I mean, it had to be there somehow.
I don't know.
Huh.
You're a bleeping traffic cone. Bleep you.
Yes. Love that one. That's a great call.
John, cannabis.
Oh.
Some partake in it for relaxation purposes, some for pain.
Medicinal reasons.
Yes. A new study published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine suggests that the plant and other THC-based derivatives can help women who are having trouble with sexual dysfunction, achieving that O.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
First of all, when do you have to renew your subscription to that? You want to make sure that
The
doesn't.
Journal of Sexual Medicine.
Yeah. I mean, does that come to your inbox or thank you, Heather. Or does that actually get delivered to your mailbox?
John, according to the
Does
data,
it come undercover? So you don't have to actually see the name of it.
Plain white envelope.
Yes, plain white.
according to the data, women who previously struggled benefited from a nearly 40% increase in climax frequency, John.
Wow.
So this answers the question that high sex is better than drunk sex.
Well, can you be too high like you can be too drunk?
I would think so. The room starts moving.
Sure. Yes. Does this remove you from the equation?
I think you're still a participant in this.
Okay.
I don't know if both parties are high in this study.
Does it help you find that ever mysterious spot?
John, I don't know that was covered in the
Maybe
study.
Maybe both have to be high.
Now I see what Heather goes through. All right, last thing. Matt Vierling hurt. He's dealing with a sore foot. He had a foul pitch off of his foot in the top of the 10th on Saturday. Did not play Sunday. Off day today as they reevaluate his foot.
Bummer.
Vierling is hitting 171 since a member of the 84 World Series team called into the morning show. And that's what's trending.
That's smarm at its best,
that's
right there.
People are talking about it, so it's trending.
Smarm at its best. Is this another? Hey, you're hurt and can't play. I mean, when's Javi supposed to be back?
Face of the franchise, Matt Vierling, 548 OPS since that faithful phone call. That's what's trending.
You're unbelievable.
97-1. Just took a step out there in the bullpen area. Gator rocking a Red Wing t-shirt today. Gave him a head nod. He knows what's up. Today, it's Patrick Kane Day. But today is also about making that next big step. Free agency kicks off at noon today. Will we see trades, signings? Eiserman's got cap space. Fireworks. Come on. We're all looking around knowing this could be a very big day in Hockey Town. Today's free agency coverage is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get the benefit. Tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how much. T-Mobile.com/switch. So the story of Patrick Kane is the story of two icons staring each other down, going into free agency, trying to figure out which one would give ground. Patrick Kane said he liked being in Detroit, said all the right things, but spoke about the Wings in past tense when he spoke at the end of the regular season. And it was believed that he was going to hit free agency and that he wanted multiple years. And you could understand why. Okay, sure. He finally got his health right. He proved he could be contributor. And he didn't want to do the Chicago to New York to Detroit, bounce around, next
twilight of his career.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to be the vagabond that's just going, one city to the next. He wanted a multi-year deal. Eiserman only gave him one. And at the end of the day, he didn't even hit true free agency because Eiserman read the market right. And he brought back Patrick Kane. This was not something that, how did you feel? Did you think this was likely?
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't think it was likely. Well, I didn't necessarily think it was unlikely that he'd be gone. I just didn't think it was likely that this would be done before noon today. Because, and Patrick Kane, his agent, they did their homework. They asked around what's the market. They tried to find out where he could be for the most amount of years, the most amount of money, as well as a chance at the playoffs and a Stanley Cup. Those things didn't line up, I'm guessing, the way that Patrick Kane wanted them to. Now he gets a chance to be here and play with guys that, DeBrincat, his relationship with DeBrincat was a big selling point. It felt like in initially bringing him here.
Yes.
And now to be able to play with familiarity with the guys around him, and I'm guessing assurances from Steve Eiserman, like, hey, this is what we're doing for you. This is what we're willing to do, because it's what the market will say. But here are some of the moves that we plan on making.
Do you feel like that happened?
Yeah, I 100% feel like it happened, because do you think Patrick Kane wants to come back and go through a season where he doesn't make the playoffs again? No. He wants to be a guy, especially at this point in his career. He's won Stanley Cups. He's been to the playoffs a number of times. He wants another bite at the apple. Now, I don't know that this year is that Stanley Cup season, but he said it himself, going into March, that this was a team that could beat anybody in a 7-game series. Now, they didn't ultimately get that opportunity. They didn't earn that opportunity.
Yep.
Things fell apart in March and April, but if he's healthy, if they can keep Dylan Larkin healthy, and they can continue to develop some of these young players, this could be a team that I expect to be a playoff team. And once you're in, who knows? Maybe they win a series or two.
Eiserman at the end of the season was asked about, does he expect his team to make the playoffs? And he had that "I hope so" comment that none of us liked. I wonder if some of that was he didn't know if his gamble with Kane was going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, at least in some respect, keeping Kane in the fold keeps the train on its tracks. Now, you want to see progress. It can't be the only move. But I think some of the progress is, like you said, a full, healthy Patrick Kane season and an offseason to build the strength to finish that season and not limp to the finish.
Right.
This is a great move for the Wings to get him back, but it can't be the only move. I don't expect it to be the only move. We all think that there are more moves that should happen today, even. Like at noon. Like, that's what we talk about. Whether it's Stamkos or not, whether it's Trouba or not, whether it's insert defenseman, forward, goaltender, this is kind of the moment that we've been patient for. When people tell you got to be patient in life, you got to play the long game, this is one of the days that's supposed to be one of the good days. Why are you waiting?
Pay off. Yeah.
Yes.
And not only that, but it's the tea leaves. It's the breadcrumbs, whatever analogy you want to use, leading up to today of what Steve Eiserman did last week. I don't think there's anybody out there that believes that he sent Jake Wallman off with a second rounder to get rid of salary cap to just re-sign Patrick Kane. Like, I gotta believe that there's more to it than just we're re-signing Patrick Kane. We're going to extend Seider, Raymond. We're going to bring back Gosh Despear, Perron, and get the band back together. And hopefully that we end up with 5 more points than we did last year. I don't think that's the plan.
How realistic is Stamkos today?
Well, before Kane, I thought it was not a done deal, but I thought it was much more likely. Now, to me, it seems more of a coin flip, more of a 50-50 versus a, I don't know, say 60-40.
Yeah, I, of the two, preferred Stamkos. Some of it is splitting hairs, 34 versus 35 years old. There is a benefit to signing a guy at 34 to a longer-term deal because you're not on the hook if they retire early. But this wasn't going to be a long-term deal for Kane, so it kind of balances out.
Yeah.
Kane, the better passer, Stamkos, the better shooter. I thought the trump card was Stamkos had spent a longer amount of time with Eiserman, that there was maybe more trust in what they were getting with Stamkos than Kane. But if you told me Stamkos is more expensive on a longer-term deal and Kane is shorter-term, cheaper, that may be what means what made the decision for them. Could they have both? Could they still sign both? Yes. But then you get into a question of resources, right?
Yeah.
How many wingers who don't back check do you want on this team? And they both are great on the power play. They're both veterans. They could feed off each other. It's right out of a video game, right? Kane over to Stamkos on the power play, goal, and you feel like you're playing like a video game. But this isn't a video game, and they will have to make some tough decisions. If they get Kane but not Stamkos, but they address the blue line and the goalie situation, or the blue line and a forward who does play more two-way hockey, is that not better for the team than going all in on guys in their mid-30s who don't play two-way hockey? That would be the only reason to take Stamkos off the table, that it felt like an either-or.
Yeah.
I have not given up hope that they add him because more good hockey players
is better.
Is better, but I don't think it's as likely after signing Patrick Kane. We're on the same page.
Yeah. And so it really is going to be sitting around today until noon hits and then waiting for that press release, that announcement, or not even a press release, right? It's just the rumors that of those in the know that come out and say, hey, Stamkos in Detroit, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. It's, hey, there's a trade in the works. They're talking to the Rangers. We expect this to be done, by the end of the day.
And I'll stump for Trouba one more time. I know he's got some baggage, but there were reports over the weekend that he could be traded to the Detroit Red Wings. He's a Michigan native, and I know that's like kind of the theme with all these guys, right? Many of the moves that Eiserman's made in recent years, whether it's DeBrincat, whether it's Comfer, whether it's Kopp, a lot of these guys that he's brought in is, well, we get the Michigan discount. The Trouba situation's a little more complex than that. He's the Ranger captain. The Rangers won the President's Trophy. They had one of the best penalty kills in hockey, and he was one of the key cogs on that PK unit. The issue is he's overpaid. And they, as a team trying to chase a cup, have to make some even tougher decisions about their cap situation. They are willing to trade him. He has a no-trade clause. He can list as many as 15 teams. He doesn't want to leave. He doesn't have a choice. The Wings would be a destination that you would think he'd be open to going to. Yeah. His wife, who he values her career quite a bit, he's been very public with that, is also from Michigan. Again, she might not want to move either. Sorry, the Rangers don't have to keep you. This is professional sports. The Wings could be the beneficiary, but because his contract is problematic, they would have to eat some of it. So the report that hasn't come to fruition yet would be Trouba, 2 years left, $5.5 million, and as opposed to the $8 million. That's more palatable.
Sure.
He would not be asked to play the first pair. You have Mo Seider on the right side. He'd be the buddy to Simon Edvinsson. Mm-hmm. Imagine these two dudes.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounds pretty good.
Because Trouba, for people who know his game, he's not afraid to finish a check and sometimes goes over the line. But didn't we want a little more of that snarl from the Wings? The idea here is him and Edvinsson, two big dudes on the second pair who are throwing their body around, who are menacing. Yeah, they could use a little more of that on defense. So if you're getting him at a discount, you don't have to go out into the market and negotiate up. You're negotiating down. And the thought is, if he could play on the best PK for the best team in hockey, he could be on the second pair on the Detroit Red Wings and make this team better defensively.
Yeah, and it's not going to be his choice. If it was a free agent move, I don't think that this is a landing spot. If it's a trade, then they're limited in regards to who he's even allowed to have discussion, or they're allowed to have discussions with because of the no trade clause on half of the league. But it's also a matter of who has cap room, who has the ability to take on his contract, however much they're not willing to keep. So I think it's a really good fit. And you talk about the presence. Do you want to have that physical presence on the bench, on the ice, so that they don't take shots at a Lucas Raymond? Or if somebody does, or Larkin, and then all of a sudden there's somebody there that's willing to eye for an eye.
There's hell to pay.
Yeah.
And we haven't said that. I remember that Florida game where they beat the you-know-what out of the Red Wings, and it was, that's a Stanley Cup team, and the Wings might not even be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And adding guys,
just because they got out-physicaled.
Yeah. The term that we were looking for at the deadline was a smelly defenseman. The hockey term that the insiders were using. They wanted a smelly defenseman. Yeah. Trouba plays a smelly game, right? He's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, and to put it in football terms, he's a gritty guy.
Yep. Not a perfect defenseman, but a guy from here who may be attainable, who makes the Red Wings better. 248-539-9797. Some ticket text reacting to whether or not Steven Stamkos is coming to Detroit or not. More or less likely after Patrick Kane's decision. It's 97-1.
Summer's rocking and rolling, and maybe you wish you waited a little bit less than you do right now. Well, hey, don't worry. There's still time. If you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between, you got to go to idealu.us right now. Don't wait, because you could book your free consultation today and find out how you could be 15, 20, or even 30 pounds lighter in just a month's time, 30 days. Go to idealu.us. IdealU is a Michigan-based weight loss company. They've helped thousands of people just like you and me lose weight. In fact, over 90% of IdealU customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. That's 90% of IdealU customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. I lost 10 pounds in 10 days. I lost 60 pounds overall with IdealU. If you want to lose weight and weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your summer off right. Lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. Lose 15, 20, or even 30 pounds in just 30 days. I did it. You can as well. Go to idealu.us today.
Ticket text, a couple notes. Then Gator comes into the studio. We'll get his verdict on the beer stick. And by the way, on their show today, Kang is back. He was at the Sphere.
Wow.
You get a full review. He was at the
Nice.
draft, too. I didn't think he was a big hockey guy.
Well, I mean, he's a big Vegas guy, right? That's
Yes.
where he goes to vacation. And it just happened to be the draft was in Vegas. And we've all talked I've not been to the Sphere. Doesn't sound like you have.
I haven't either. We're going to be in Vegas very briefly, like a quick trip
Yes.
in August. I don't know if we'll have time to get over to the Sphere.
I don't know.
We
Depends
might.
what time we land. It is going to be about a 24-hour stint.
Yeah.
Why sleep?
Go to the Sphere instead.
Yeah.
Okay. Some Stamkos updates. Frank Cervalli, Hockey Insider, he gives kind of an update. He's with Daily Faceoff, says, in the mix for Stamkos, Vegas, Nashville, the Kings, the Red Wings, and the Devils. Fascinating market. We said after adding Kane, is Stamkos more or less likely? And I thought less. You said less.
Yeah.
Because how many one-way offensive players in their 30s are they going to allocate significant dollars to? I hope it's both and Trouba and this and that and more and more and more. But
I mean, maybe you're willing to add a more of a one-way player if, in conjunction with that, you add somebody on the back end.
This one says, give me Trouba all day. Guy is a legal, on-ice assassin with a little offense, too. The team is physically soft. We need some bite. I'll take a 2-game suspension for Trouba after he wrecks someone who takes a cheap shot on Larkin. Absolutely, Gilly at work. Texter says, I'm shocked Kane is back. Even Chicago wouldn't give him a 2-year deal. Stevie said the defense has to be better. Kane is a one-way player. Expect another step forward. 8 seed. Expect another step forward. 8 seed if his goal is a long run.
Yeah, I will be interested to see, or not to see, but to hear when Patrick Kane is eventually interviewed and somebody asks, why Detroit? You had mentioned you wanted to go for a longer-term deal. This is a 1-year deal. Like, what were the deciding factors for him? Now, he's not going to be completely honest and say, well, there was no market for a multiple-year deal. But what was it that drew him back to Detroit?
Yeah, because, I mean, maybe it was the market. I mean, you would think it was the market.
Yeah, sure. But I don't think you're going to hear that from him. He's not going to come out and say
Nobody wanted me
for that long. But I do think will he give you any breadcrumbs in, well, I expect this team to be better? And we'll probably not hear from him until we see any moves that are made. And hopefully some of those we get a chance to see today because it opens up at noon.
It's been said there are 3 teams in the hunt for Stamkos, the Bruins, the Predators, and the Red Wings. I have not seen the Bruins. But if the Wings are in that mix of 3 to 5 teams, even with Kane,
you telling me you got a shot?
They got a shot. Edvinson plus Trouba together. Bash Brothers from the Mighty Ducks movies. More love on the ticket text. Texter says, Cookies drinks out of strangers' cups, turns the heater on in July, and doesn't wash below the thighs. This dude is an enigma. James in Toledo.
Yeah.
Only one of those is correct.
Well, I wouldn't expect, if you're not going to wash your feet, I wouldn't expect you to wash your beer mug.
Okay. For people who missed it, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind. I was at the Picks and Sticks thing for the Wings draft.
Yeah.
It was not at the Sphere, but the next best thing. And they were selling the beer sticks. And I was right at the front of the line and missed out. A listener hooked me up. I did not wash it out. I just put more beer in it and drank out of it.
So
and Rieger tried to shame me for it.
Right. Well, we have the opinion of another personality here at the station. And Gator will be here momentarily. And I am curious as to his take on this because I am caught off guard a few times by when they do the would you eat that as to what Gator would or would not eat.
What do you think? He would drink out of a beer that someone
I would anticipate yes. But again, I've been caught off guard before.
One other hockey note. Tyler Bertuzzi. He signed with Chicago.
Or is anticipated to sign. They've agreed to
terms
opens,
and 4-year deal. It will be the 4th original 6 team that Bertuzzi will have been a part of. Mm-hmm. Can he get the Avengers Infinity Gauntlet and play for the other 2? I can't imagine it's ever happened where a guy has played for all 6 original 6 franchises.
I don't know because obviously, first here with the Red Wings, then traded to the Bruins, then the Maple Leafs. Is this one at some point where he decides at the end of his career. Now, obviously, 4 years from now, he's still going to be, finishing up his time in Chicago. Do I want to go for a year? Do I want to go north of the border? Do I want to, play for the Rangers? Like, what do I want to do? Does he have the time and ability to try and hit all 6?
Greg, I see the gears turning over there.
I can imagine him playing for that 6th team, them snapping his fingers and eliminating half the league. And I was also thinking about the oil change punch card analogy. Like, if he plays for 5, he gets the 6th for free.
Well, we were thinking, like, okay, if he gets to the Rangers or the Canadiens and he's one away, does one of those teams owe it to him, like a one-day contract at the end of his career, just so he
Stoney
can...
one-day contract?
Yeah.
It's different because he's not necessarily retiring there because that's where he played the bulk of his career.
I say the one-day contract does not count. This has to have immaculate grid rules. You have to have played for the team.
Okay, he's got 4 years committed to Chicago. Who knows if he ends up finishing up there. But a chance to play for all 6 original 6 hockey teams. Tyler Bertuzzi going to the Chicago Blackhawks, his 4th. Gator in the studio. Gator, we wanted to get your verdict on germs and cleanliness. Did you see the sticks? He made a face. What's
my stance on germs and cleanliness?
Yes.
Well, guys, I'm for it.
For cleanliness,
not
against
anti
germs.
Yeah.
Okay, in this specific circumstance, did you see, like, they have those beer bats at Tiger games? They have the beer sticks now at Red Wing events?
Yes.
A listener, I did not get one of the beer sticks. I was disappointed. Gave me his extra one. He had already drank his beer out of it. I refilled it and drank a beer out of it without washing it. Fair, unfair, gross. How would you handle it?
Well, don't you have to drink where somebody else is drinking from?
Yes.
So it's a stranger that hands you their empty one.
Yes.
And you just filled it back up
And drank
started
out of it.
drinking out of the
Yes.
same one.
Yes.
I mean, if somebody else's, you gotta. I mean, you're putting your lips where somebody else's.
Well, yeah, because you go with the shirt clean, right? You just kind of wipe off the rim and.
Yeah, I can wait. I don't
See, I told you. I
thought you were gonna-
frequently
Wow.
surprised. I thought you would have been one that would have been like, okay, yeah, I'm going to wipe off the rim, and then I'm just going to go ahead.
If you're in the moment, if you're all wasted and enjoying a day.
No.
and somebody,
You haven't not yet had a beer yet.
No, I'm not doing
Really?
that. No.
So would you take it into the bathroom and, like, hand soap and warm water?
I probably wouldn't accept it in the first place, I guess.
Oh, but they were cool and I wanted one.
I'm sure they're cool. If they're cool and if you really, really wanted it,
I sound like a child.
yeah, then you should probably clean it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming. I mean, alcohol is a disinfectant.
It's beer. It's not really alcohol. I mean, if it's not like it's
Well, it is. I mean, it's not an O'Doul's.
but it's like 5%. It's not like
Still there.
Well, it's not like you're having straight whiskey out of the thing.
Right.
You know?
Some is better than none.
So if it was straight whiskey, would that have been acceptable?
Of course.
Okay. Then. What do you got coming up today?
Well, look, there's a lot happening today. Obviously, we got the NHL free agency officially kicking off at noon, although, we've already got reported signings left and right, including one of our own to talk about, which is great. Speculation of what should happen next. I think everybody's in lockstep of what could and should, and yet this time last week, few dared to utter those names as possibilities, and yet looks like it could be a real possibility, which is a lot of fun. Got the Pistons moves that they're making. NBA free agency got underway last night, so not that we expect big time free agents to come here, but there's going to be moves that happen here, and talk about the potentially new hire that they have at the head coach spot. But I mean, we're going to get to it pretty close to the top of the hour here, or pretty close in the first segment. Kang's experience.
Oh, that's right. He was at the
Kang was in
Sphere.
Vegas last week, and he said, "You know what? I'm going to the Sphere for the NHL draft." And he was at the NHL draft. We've tweeted out a video that Kang had posted on his Twitter account at Kang Collects, and you're going to want to see it because it's a short video, but just gives you a little bit of a perspective of what it was like there, and we'll hear from Kang firsthand of what it was like.
All right. Coming up next, it's 97.1.
Well, happy Monday, everybody. What a busy day this is going to be. Hopefully a very productive day for our local teams as we usher in the era of free agency in both the NBA and the NHL. The NBA broke last night. The NHL officially begins at noon today, but we've already got stories trickling in of players signing and where they're signing and for how much they're signing. And there are some really, really big names that are staying, moving, whatever the case is. Lots happening today in both of those sports. We've got what looks to be a new hire for the Detroit Pistons as far as their head coach is concerned. That is exciting. Going with the reporting on that. We'd like to usher in the J.B. Bickerstaff era and what that means for this team moving forward. Trajan Langdon making his moves. We've got the well, we don't have to talk too much about the Tigers, I suppose. I mean, they won last night. That was nice. But they had to hang on at the end after the bullpen gave up 5 runs in the 9th inning, and they won it 7-6. A little good news, bad news. Good news, Casey Mize pitched well. Bad news, he left the game with we don't know what. It wasn't like an arm injury, but it looked like he pulled something when he was trying to field a pop-up, which is kind of pathetic, but hey. That's the Tigers right now. There's that, I suppose. The Rocket Mortgage Classic wrapped up. You just heard in the update, Cam Davis with the win. And most of the talk is going to be about how Akshay Bhatia, the golfer, the 22-year-old, how he missed the putt on 18. I think he missed a putt on 17 as well. A couple of shorter putts for a guy who was playing basically bogey-free golf for the first 3 rounds and then ends up, unfortunately taking a 3-putt on 18 and not forcing the playoff hole, and then probably shouldn't have gotten to there. But nonetheless, a great tournament, and I've got an interesting little nugget or stat from that tournament that I think is kind of cool and bodes well for the future of golf. So lot going on. We've got Champ and Chump today. Your Champ and Chump votes. Go ahead and vote those in for those you think are deserving of champ-worthy status for the weekend or chump-worthy status. Text and call, same number, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, same number to text, as I said. You want to stream the show, you can do so anywhere with the Odyssey app. That's Odyssey, Audacy. Doug is not here this week. He'll be back with us next week. But Kang's here, and Kang was in Vegas specifically for the NHL draft.
Well, of course.
That's why he went out there. We'll get into that in just a second because, that's why we sent you out there.
Move over, Don Cherry.
That's right. And henceforth, we referred to Kang Win as Gord Win because, all hockey guys are named Gord. So
can you call me Gord Windstrom?
Would you like? Oh, you want it? Well, that would make it more.
Oh, okay.
You get more of a Swedish flair at the end there. We want to keep it as Canadian as possible.
Okay.
But we're going to go with that. So that was really cool as well. But a lot happening, and of course you can watch the show where we stream it live with video on Twitch.tv and also YouTube, YouTube.com, and just search for 971 The Ticket, and you can stream along. And hello, camera's there. My man's behind the glass. And let's get to this, Kang. So Friday night, the NHL draft takes place in Las Vegas. And not only does it take place in Vegas, but because of a UFC event in the main arena they have there, the hockey arena.
T-Mobile?
There you go.
You all right?
Couldn't think of I don't know what the name of it is.
That's okay.
I'm just saying.
The
main
happens.
arena.
Yeah.
The big arena there. So because of that, because UFC was there, the NHL was kind of like scrambling as to what to do and where they could put on the draft.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they were able, I'm not sure how long ago they secured this with the Sphere, but so they did. They were at the Sphere. And we've talked a lot about the Sphere on the show because I'm fascinated by it. It's absolutely positively fascinating for me as somebody who who hasn't seen it yet. I'll see it in a couple weeks when I head out to Vegas.
You better,
But
man.
I will. And to see it on TV, it looks fantastic. And I know some people are like, what's the big deal? Okay, so it's like an exterior video screen. And I get it. Sure, it is that in the form of a giant sphere. And when we say giant, we mean giant. I mean, this thing is big. It's an arena, basically. It holds, I think, 18,000 people for concerts. They're going to put on a UFC event there soon. And Ken, you'll have some comments what Dana White had to say about that. It's just it's a spectacle. Inside, it's a marvel. If you watch the NHL draft, you got to see how cool it was because it is a sphere. It doesn't really have a ceiling. I mean, it does, but it's arched because it's a giant sphere. And you've got the screens the pixels are all over the place. It's incredible. I don't even know what to call it. It's a thing. It's a wonder of the world, frankly, right now. Now it's the 8th wonder of the world. I'm officially declaring it the 8th wonder of the world. Sorry, Andre the Giant. Thoughts and prayers. But this is where we're at. The sphere looks amazing. From all accounts of people that go there and see concerts, they say the concert sound is great as well. It's just an amazing venue. And I read last week that it was built for like over $2 billion, I think was a total price on this thing. And that already through like the last quarter, fiscally, they brought in $170 million in revenue in the last quarter. Now, it's not like this thing's going to be paid off in 5 years, but they're going to make their money on this giant ass investment, which is not a casino. It's a venue. And they're going to, it's amazing what they've done there. But they're getting, obviously, great acts. Yeah, U2 start things off in their residency. You've got Dead & Company is there right now. And they're selling out. The Eagles are going to do a little bit of a residency there or do some shows there anyway. Nothing but the best of the best are going to come out to the Sphere, and it's just incredible. But we put our man on the scene, sent him out to Vegas, said, Kang, we want you to cover the NHL draft. You were there, and I cannot wait to get your firsthand account. You started telling me some stuff. You held it back. I'm dying to hear what you have to say about your experience there and what it was like at what I'm calling now the 8th wonder of the world. Maybe in due respect to Andre the Giant, I'll leave Andre as 8. The 9th wonder of the world. How about that? The 9th wonder of the world is the Sphere. We'll talk about Kang's experience there next. Update on what's happening here with free agency in both sports and see where our local teams are at. We got a lot to get to, a lot on a plate. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. We'll get right into it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so big free agency Monday. NHL free agency begins at noon. NBA free agency began last night. We'll get into a lot of that stuff coming up in just a bit. But first, we want to turn things over to our hockey correspondent, Gord Wynn. Gord is Kang's new nickname because all hockey guys are named Gord. And Kang, you were in Vegas. I want to hear about your experience at the Sphere and what it was like, Red Wing fans, the whole bit.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I actually I had planned on going to the NHL draft in Sphere, the whole time before I got to Vegas because it lined up perfectly with my visit. I actually didn't get tickets until the day of on the secondary market, and I got some pretty good seats for a really good price. I sat in the 200 section. There's a 100, 200, and 300 section for those that don't know, that have never looked it up or anything. It can get pretty steep as far as height-wise in the 300 section. I mean, I looked up, and it reminded me of LCA here gets pretty steep up there, and then remember the Silverdome days and then Pontiac.
I do remember the Silverdome days.
So I wasn't up there, but I could tell just by looking up that it could get pretty high. I was in the 200 level. It was, you hear stories, you read things. Jimmy, our program director, went to the Sphere. He told us about it, but I'm going to reiterate what he said to us, which is it's kind of indescribable as how unbelievably fantastic and awesome the screen is there. It is basically the best HD 1,000 million K screen you can, in the galaxy. It's like when you go to Costco and see the TV section or the Best Buy or wherever, or NASA. I don't know what board they use, but
right.
This is the top of the top, tier 1. They spent a ton of money, obviously, on it, and it's spectacular. I went for, apparently, which I didn't realize this, but I should have. This was the first live event televised from the Sphere and the first sporting event, anything to do with sports from the Sphere.
Okay.
So I think that a concert would be actually even better because of the music, the sound system, the visuals that you could have. But for the draft, I thought they did a pretty good job. Could they have done more? Probably, but I was already in awe of what they could do. It's so realistic looking, Gator. When you look at, it's amazing that they can do something on a screen this big, make it still look that realistic. It was fantastic. Pretty much sold out crowd from what I could tell. A few empty seats here and there, but might have been sold. People might have been just walking the concourse. The concourse is not like any other concourse. This is meant for concerts and things like that. This kind of venue, so it's not a sports concourse because it's carpeted. It looks like you're walking to a high-end hotel casino. The only thing missing were the slot machines and the table games.
And the ding, ding, ding noises.
Yeah, exactly. You take that away, it's a high-end hotel casino. Great, like I said, architecture in there. Everything's brand new, of course. So it still looks fantastic. But like I said, you're walking, the escalators are super nice. The carpet, everything.
So you had an observation about the way the Red Wings are perceived nationally.
Yeah, so I show up, I wear a Red Wings shirt. It's an octopus red shirt, on my, in the front. And I go there with my uncle, by the way, who's from the Bay Area but has lived in Vegas for the last 30 years. So he's a Vegas Knights fan. And they have really taken on the Vegas Knights. It's a very popular team out there. They've obviously had success real early. So the number one fan base there, walking around, you could tell was Vegas. A lot of San Jose Shark fans, it seemed like. Everyone was wearing a hockey sweater for the most part, but I felt like San Jose was representing very well. Some Red Wings, of course, not as much as I thought. And that's is where, I was kind of taken back, maybe because I don't go to a ton of hockey games, but I'm waiting for the Wings pick. And if you follow me on Twitter at Kane Collects, I posted up, right before the Wings are about to pick, what they do at the Sphere for all the teams. And you show the logo, show highlight reels and all that stuff. And I'm waiting for the Red Wings to pick. And a little side note, I was actually hoping they would pick Cole Eiserman because I was about 8-10 rows in front of his family and friends section.
Right.
All the people that didn't get, to get down to the row 100 or whatever, they were just chanting Eiserman's name through the entire draft, hoping for him to get drafted. So I wanted the Wings to pick him selfishly just so I could go hang out and celebrate with the rest of the family. But they didn't pick him. They make their pick. I get up. And first of all, before they make their pick, the crowd starts booing. That was my observation. It wasn't a loud boo. I don't know if you could hear it from, watching on home, Gator, but there was people booing for sure.
Yo, we can hear it.
Okay, you could?
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know if there was
I could definitely hear it.
anti-wing crowd, Sharks fans, or whatever, Vegas, pro-Vegas crowd, but they were booing, and I'm like, wow, are we the Yankees, man? This sucks. Because I stood up. As soon as I made the pick, I stood up. I started clapping, and people were like kind of booing me a little bit. In jest, it wasn't like anything malicious, but they're booing me. I started clapping. I'm like, yeah, Eiserman. And I go, who is this guy? Because I didn't know who they drafted. And then I got the boos, and I said, and then I tried to start a Jared Goff chant by myself. That didn't work, so I just sat back down. Yeah. But
did you really try to start a Jared Goff?
Well, I mean, it wasn't. I said it like 3 times, and I sat down. I don't think it was going anywhere.
You tried. It's all right. I like that.
Yeah, I thought maybe if I was going to boo the Wings, they can't boo Jared Goff, right? But
did they boo Steve? Did they boo Steve Eiserman?
No, it was more like just the Red Wings. Hey, they're not our team.
Because it was pretty surreal. Well, not surreal. I mean, it is. We know what it is with the Red Wings, but it's cool to see. The hierarchy of the Red Wings getting together and talking about stuff.
Awesome.
And you got Steve Eiserman talking there with Chris Draper and Nicholas Lidstrom before they go up to the podium. They're just standing around the table and they're laughing. Like they look really relaxed. Like, yeah, we can't wait to make this pick or whatever. We're going to make history. The first ever Norwegian-born player in the drafted in the first round. We got this, And I wasn't sure who they were going to take. There were a number of names they could have gone with, and they ended up taking the Norwegian Michael Brandzeg Nygaard, and by all accounts, really good all-around player. Sounds a lot like what they got last year with Nate Danielson, so I don't mind building with players like that. I'm fine with it. But then they get up to the podium, and they start speaking, and then Chris Draper introduces Nick Lidstrom, and it was awesome because you hear all the accolades about Nick. And
I think the booing actually died down when they introduced Nick. I feel like everyone loves Nick Lidstrom.
I don't think anybody hates Eiserman or anybody hates Lidstrom. I think they got a lot of players that all hockey fans have reverence for, and then there's the guys that they wouldn't, But these guys are the ones that you put up on the big stage.
But I feel like Lidstrom lives up to the nickname of the perfect human.
Yeah.
Like, it's like Eiserman, I don't think a lot of people don't dislike Eiserman, but Lidstrom is like no one dislikes that guy.
No.
So when he goes up there, everyone's like, all right, quiet down.
Yeah, hey, shut. That's Nick Lidstrom. Yeah. Would you shut up and show some respect? What was the crowd reaction like when Celine Dion it was introduced to make the selection for the Canadiens?
Oh, so I have something in common. For some people, most people got it. Some people didn't. I have something in common with Doug Carson, and I too have now seen Celine Dion in Las Vegas. So Celine Dion makes the pick for the Montreal Canadiens, and I text you guys. I'm like, Doug! And Doug's like, oh, Jesus. But I was there for the NHL draft, not for Celine. I got lucky, Gator.
Sure,
I got lucky, man.
So you just went by yourself?
No, I went with my uncle, remember?
Oh, yeah, sorry, your uncle. But the wife did not go with you.
No, she was down to see the Sphere, but once I told her it was the NHL draft, she was like, I'll just chill at the pool.
I'm good. It's 110 degrees outside. I'm going to just hang out.
Yeah, so it's 110 every day, Gator, but it's a dry heat. So
it is a difference.
So it feels like 109. It feels like 109.
But listen, man, I was out on Saturday early afternoon, I decided I was going to go hit some golf balls at the driving range. And I realized that was a mistake because it was like 90 degrees, but with 95% humidity or something crazy like that. So you take one swing and you're just drenched in sweat. There is the difference. I mean, we can joke about the dry heat versus humid heat, but I will take the dry heat all day long over the humidity. Humidity is it's brutal. It drains you. The furnace that is Vegas, it's almost like it's 110 tolerable, kind of.
But I mean, it feels like you're walking into an oven.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Straight up oven.
Yeah, it's and nobody wants that. But
there was one point where Gator, I got into my car and I put my phone up on the dash to Google Map something or whatever. I put up there, it immediately goes, I'm shutting down, it's too hot. Yeah. I was like, what? I just got in the car. Nope. Figure it out on your own.
Siri's like, You take me back to the hotel.
Right.
I am not. No, we're going back to the hotel.
No.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to Texas as well. I'm trying to think. There was some other. Michael Buffer.
Yeah, that was cool.
So obviously we can't say what Michael Buffer says.
No, we can't.
There's copyrights, but. Yes. Michael Buffer was introduced, and he comes out. It seemed like he got a pretty good reception. And, of course, everybody's waiting for it. Everybody knows what's going to happen. And then he does his catchphrase, which we can't say, but he does it. And I was smiling ear to ear. I thought it was great. I thought Vegas did a great job.
I'm glad he said it because he's very particular about that, right? But
Yeah.
I'm glad, that it's his Vegas, and if you're going to come out there, you got to say it. And so he did it. He did a real nice job. He did it very well. The crowd got into it. And he announced he's from Philly, I guess. So he announced the Flyers pick. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it was a good event. Not super rowdy. The NFL draft is a different animal for sure. So I was hoping the fan base was kind of going to get into it a little bit more than that. But most people just kind of sat back, watched their picks.
Well, it's also different because you're in a venue,
yes,
as opposed to the way they do the NFL draft now. This is probably more like what the NFL draft was back when they had it at Radio City Music Hall or whatever.
I mean, the NBA draft, they pan to a lot of crowd shots. But the thing is, NHL draft, these guys are so young that they're drafting. A lot of people don't know who they are. A lot of international
are they
players.
Young?
Yeah. 17, I swear. They look like babies.
Oh, my God.
Just kids.
They look so young. They had a picture in the Free Press of the Red Wings' second-round pick, Max Plant. And he looks like he's 15 years old, but he's 18.
You're way off, Gator.
He looks so young. All these guys look so young, and it's like, wow, this is the next big thing in hockey, I guess, and we'll see in a couple years, and it's just cool. Anyway, so that was your experience at the Sphere. Pretty great. Everybody pretty friendly.
Yep. I recommend anyone to go to the Sphere if you have a chance. They do have tours. You don't have to see a concert or spend a ton of money. If there's nothing going on, they do have tours. Just go on the website. You can buy a ticket, and it's like a 45-minute, 1 hour. I'm sure they show stuff on the screen, all that stuff. So
I definitely want to look forward to that in a couple weeks when I head out there.
We have some breaking news for the Pistons, Gator.
Do we? Well, we will get to that breaking news with the Pistons coming up at 10:32. We've got lots going on today. Free agency. It's a free agency frenzy in the NBA and the NHL. Soon to be the NHL coming up at noon, but we've already had some signings trickling in, including one for the Red Wings that we got last night, which was pretty great to hear. But we got a Pistons update coming up next year, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so here's the latest update on the Pistons. According to Omari Sankofa and many others who are confirming this as well, but Omari Sankofa, who is a Pistons beat writer with the Free Press, he says, confirming Tobias Harris has signed a 2-year, $52 million deal with the Pistons. Woj had it first. Yep, as he's got everything first in the NBA. If you're not Woj, you're Shams. If you're not Shams, you're Woj. Pistons are down to about $25 million in remaining cap space. Why is that important? Because they're probably going to take on expiring contracts or big contracts so other teams can free up money to sign others in free agency, because the Pistons likely aren't going to be signing people in free agency. So what do they get in Tobias Harris? Obviously, we've seen Tobias here before. He played with the Pistons from 2015 through 2018, 3 seasons with the Pistons. He averaged 16.6, 16.1, and 18.1 with the Pistons before he was gone. What did he do last season? That's what's relevant. He's 31 years old. Last year, he started 70 games with Philadelphia and averaged 17.2 points a game. But his 3-point percentage was below his career average. He's a career 37% shooter. Last year, he shot 35%. So it's below league average. It was below his personal average, his career average anyway. So, yeah, what you're not getting is peak Tobias Harris, who was shooting 40, 41, and 43% in the last year with the Pistons, the next 2 years with the Clippers. What you're getting is the last 3 years, he shot 36.7, 38.9, and 35.3. Kane, this is not a sexy signing at all, and I guess I'll let you speak before I offer up what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you know what? Everyone told us this was coming, even before the season ended, before the playoffs ended, and I was dreading it. I was hoping it wasn't going to happen, and it happened. Yeah, this is a guy that I think they had to get another veteran scorer on the team. To me, the best days of Tobias Harris are behind him. I feel like you're filling up, like I said, a roster spot right now with a veteran scorer because you need somebody there. But the guy was a complete no-show for the Sixers in their elimination game. I think he literally scored 0 points. Could he help the Pistons? Sure, because that's how depleted the team was last year. But it doesn't do anything for me as far as help moving this team forward. He's not part of the future. I mean, I've seen this act before, and I think the act the first time was better than this act going to be the second time. I actually forgot he went to the Clippers before he went to the Sixers for the last few years. He's not ancient or anything like that, but 31 he's not in his prime. Like I said, I think that's come and gone. I was hoping for other players, not that you were going to get Paul George or anything like that, but I was hoping to get Hartenstein. He signed with the Oklahoma City Thunder. It is what it is. I've liked everything Trajan Langdon has done so far. I'm not a big fan of this move personally, but they had to bring somebody in who has the ability to score. That's a veteran in this league.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bring back a former Piston, I was hoping it was going to be Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, but apparently he's going to go to Orlando. Gary Harris was a name that I wouldn't mind, and not because he's a former Spartan, but because he does what you really want, 3-and-D kind of guy, and can score for sure. So I'm a little disappointed it wasn't him. He's also a couple years younger than Tobias, but we'll wait and see how all this works out. It's a 2-year deal, so 2 years from now they'll free up that money, and maybe by that point they've got something to show as a team, and they can go and attract some kind of a free agent. But this is not a move that's going to wow Piston fans at all.
No, I mean, this is part of the the rebuilding, the restructuring with this new organization. They had to bring, like I said, someone in. Hopefully his 3-point shooting climbs back up. It dipped, I just looked up his last playoff game. 29 minutes, 0 for 2 in an elimination game against the Knicks this year. When they needed him the most, he wasn't there. And not that the Pistons are going to playoffs next year, but if you have high aspirations, maybe if they can more than double up their wins, but, play for something meaningful at the end of the season. all this, though, the only thing that matters is, does this help Cade Cunningham? Everything that Trajan Langdon does needs to help Cade Cunningham. And he is a veteran guy who's shown the ability to score this year. Maybe he can just calm things down, solidify things, like I said, that veteran presence. Because Ron Holland, their first overall pick is 18 years old.
Yeah.
This is one of the youngest teams in the league. So they were going to go after a guy like this. Like I said before, all signs point to it. Everyone said it was going to happen. It happened.
Yes. So here it is.
There wasn't much out there available realistically that the Pistons were going to get.
Tobias Harris is a Piston, a 2-year deal, $52 million. Look, they're looking for shooters. They're looking for guys who can space the floor a little bit more. And like you said, to build around Cade, this is not a building block. This is...
He's more like a calming, I don't know. You got to have
veteran presence.
Yeah, exactly. That can still play. He's not just sitting at the 12th bench.
I mean, he averaged 17 points a game last year, so he can do that. But this is not going to wow anybody. I want to hear that they've, and I think they will, re-sign Simone Fontecchio. That's a guy I think is really someone who could take his game up another level because he can start and shoot over 40% from 3-point land, which would be huge. We'll see what the next moves are with Trajan Langdon. The report is that they're going to sign that they've got their coach, J.B. Bickerstaff, former Cleveland Cavaliers coach, 3 straight years in Cleveland where they won 44 games or more. So it was 3 winning seasons. That's impressive, but it's really impressive when you add to it that he did it with an extraordinarily young team. And that's what the Pistons are, a very young team. So you build that. So is this the right guy for the job? I think it is. I'm very encouraged by this. I like Monty Williams as a hire, but not necessarily for last year because he wasn't ready to – it looked like he didn't want to coach. He had to be coaxed into it. He'd be talked into coaching again. He was ready to take a year off, and, the Pistons threw a lot of money at him. He's like, all right, I guess I'll do it. So maybe heart not all the way in it, but – Bickerstaff is somebody who makes a lot of sense, and hopefully the Pistons are now going in the right direction. They've got this extension that they've agreed to with Cade Cunningham, reportedly, that it'll become official at the end of the week. But he gets, a 5-year extension of $226 million. That's the max, and he's a hell of a player. Hopefully he can stay healthy, which is not – he hasn't shown that ability in the first 3 seasons of his career. But if he can – he's a very good player. I think he's all-star caliber. How good can he be? We'll see. Put more players around him. That's when you're really going to see how good he can be when other teams aren't just having to key on him. But initially, I kind of like I definitely like the hire of the coach. I don't mind the draft pick. It is what it is. But I don't love the Tobias Harris news. That's $52 million over the next 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't don't get caught up in the money too much. That's the NBA nowadays. If people are just parachuting in, they're going to see big numbers with these free agents that aren't necessarily great players because the cap is so high in this league. They have so much money.
Yeah, but here's the problem I have with it is that the Pistons were sitting way atop the league in terms of cap space, and if you're going to take on a veteran player like that, would you rather sign a free agent veteran like this, or would you rather take on somebody else's player?
Yeah, with a big contract
and get assets.
No,
and then they'll say, "Hey, I'll send you a first-round pick, so you can take on this contract."
Tim Hardaway Jr.
What they do with Tim Hardaway
Yeah,
Jr.
Tim Hardaway Jr. They attach a bunch of second-round picks to it, right?
Yeah.
To hopefully move into the first round one day or something like that. Just gain assets. Listen, I didn't want Tobias Harris. I'm not in love with this signing. I had higher aspirations, especially after what Trajan Langdon said that he was not against acquiring a big contract, right? Because how else are you going to get players to come here? So I was shooting for someone like Brandon Ingram, where you probably would have to max out a much bigger deal than this Tobias Harris deal. Now, maybe the Pelicans, they're not willing to part with Ingram. They try to work something out with him because they just made a trade themselves to try to make that roster better, to build around Zion. But that's what I was looking at. Hey, bring me Brandon Ingram. I'll pay the guy. I'll take on the years. But he's much younger. He's got a bigger upside. I don't think he's hit his ceiling yet. He's got some injury concerns as well, which seems like every single person in the league nowadays. But that's what I was shooting for,
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. All right, it's Monday. It's time for Champ and Chump. We'll offer up our champs and our chumps. First, I'll start with my champ of the week. I'm going with Cam Davis. He wins the Rocket Mortgage Classic, the second time in his young career that he has won the Rocket Mortgage Classic. 18 under par was the score. He was leader in the clubhouse. It looked like Bhatia and others had a chance to better that. They did not. Bhatia missed the putt on 18 to force the playoff hole. Cam Davis wins it. And here's what I like about this with the Rocket Mortgage Classic, King. Of the top 17 players that posted scores in this one, 14 of them are 30 or younger. 13 of them are under 30. That bodes well for the sport of golf and also this tournament. I heard Frank Nopolo say it, I think, on Friday. He said what he really likes about this tournament is that, okay, maybe you're not getting the top 20 players in the world are coming to this tournament. He goes, but what you're getting are players that are on the ascent. You're really getting the future of golf. And like the future is now with a lot of these guys. And, Bhatia, though he didn't win and he didn't win the previous week, but he was like in the last couple pairings each of the last couple weeks. So you're starting to get some of those guys, which is cool. And I got Cam Davis, who's a 2-time winner of the event and a great ambassador for it. He had great things to say about Detroit. So anyway, that's my champ of the week's Cam Davis.
My champ of the week is the Las Vegas Sphere in the NHL draft. I was able to experience for myself. It is something that to really appreciate, you do have to experience it in person, whether it's a concert, whether it's the tour, whether it's the NHL draft, like NHL draft, which I went to. So I'm going with the Sphere. They did a great job with that venue.
For the chump, I got to go with Jamarcus Russell, former top pick in the NFL draft, the quarterback at LSU years ago, coaching or helping to as an assistant coach for a high school team, and was able to raise some funds, about $76,000. They got a donation for the school. They were going to upgrade the gym and the facilities there. Said he just cashed the check. He cashed the donation check and went home with it. My chump of the week, Jamarcus Russell.
My chump of the weekend, I'm sticking with something Vegas themed. It's the UFC 303 card. It was supposed to be Conor McGregor's return versus Michael Chandler. Conor pulled out, and they didn't seem like they had any real backup plan, which was terrible in my opinion. They call up Alex Pereira, who thankfully agreed to it. And then the co-main event, they had moved up Brian Ortega, and then he gets hurt or gets sick. They pull out. I mean, the rest of the card, it looked like a fight night card, to be honest with you. I feel bad for the people that spent hundreds and thousands of dollars and whatnot for hotel flights and whatever, and that's the card they end up getting. So I'm going with the UFC 303 card, which turned out to be, it was only saved by a spectacular knockout in the main event, but other than that, not a great card.
248-539-9797. Same number to call and text to offer up your champ and chump of the week. You want to talk about free agency frenzy with the NBA and the NHL. The Pistons just signed Tobias Harris to a 2-year, $52 million deal. How do you feel about that? We'll talk about it next on 97.1 The Ticket. I got some ticket text coming in. Champ, DCFC women's team for completing an undefeated season. The chump, Eiserman for not taking Eiserman. That
would have been poetic, man.
I kind of thought that when they showed Steve Eiserman on the video, they showed him like signing the card and laughing while he's signing it. I'm like, I wonder if they're taking Cole Eiserman, and I wonder if he's respelling his last name to spell it just like him. Instead of the EI, would he spell with a Y, just as a joke when they get up there. But that wasn't the case.
I was like 8 to 10 rows in front of like a bunch of his family and friends, and they had the energy. That's what I wanted from the NHL draft, was the energy their family had. And they just kept chanting his name. They had his jerseys or T-shirts made up, and so I was just thinking, please let the Wings draft Eiserman so I can go party with these people.
Could have been fun. Champ Steve Eiserman making big money re-signing Kane, or making big move re-signing Kane. Chump, the Rocket Mortgage Classic, charging almost $100 for the most mediocre field in PGA history. Was it a good tournament? Was it compelling, start to finish?
Yeah, but people like to see stars, man.
I get it,
especially if you're paying.
Yeah, well, don't pay then. Nobody's holding a gun to your head. You didn't want to go, then you didn't have to go. But I just want to see a good tournament, and it was a great tournament. They sold out of merch. People were eating it up, I guess. Moved from Michigan to Phoenix. I've been to over 400 concerts in 29 years. I've seen Dead & Company over 10 times at 5 different venues. The Sphere is the best venue for concerts I've ever been to. It's breathtaking. That's from Don. I cannot believe the Wings passed on Cole Eiserman, a 58-goal scorer in 57 games. For Nygaard, who scored 8 goals in 45 games, the Wings need goal scoring the most. You can't compare the two because of where they played. That's why you have one that has crazy numbers and the other does not. Because when you play over in Europe, in that Swedish league, you're used differently. You're playing with men and you're a 17, 18-year-old kid. The numbers are never going to look anything special. You're trying to project that. Had Nygaard played in North America, I think you might see some different numbers. But I do like Cole Eiserman. It's hard not to like 58 goals in 57 games. The questions on him are size, and is that going to translate to the NHL? There were a lot of people that were concerned about that, which is why he went after the first 15 picks. But a guy who's a goal-a-game guy you'd think would be one of the top players taken in the draft. He wasn't, and he wasn't for a reason. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phones. Antoine is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Antoine.
Hey, good morning. A few things real quick. I try to get them out as fast as possible. First of all, I don't know how Eiserman could be the champ, anybody's champ. He gave away a second-round pick that he did not have to give away, like literally like 5 or 6 days ago. Well, I'll tell you why. Because it freed up money, and then they were able to re-sign Patrick Kane. So if that's the cost. Patrick Kane, a veteran that's long in the tooth season. Yes, we do need to have veteran leadership.
And a point-a-game guy.
When he's healthy.
And he was healthy last year.
When he's healthy, sure, he's a point-a-game guy when he's healthy. I don't get it. And then size, what do you mean? Well, when Steven Stamkos was going crazy, who was his running mate in Tampa Bay? Martin St. Louis. Martin St. Louis. This guy is tiny as hell. Yep. I'm talking about you would confuse him for a midget. No, there are guys
there are definitely examples of smaller players. Theo Fleury was a smaller player, scored 50 goals. You can find him for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
But he wasn't the only one that passed on him, I guess was my point.
I understand, but he was the only Eiserman who passed up on an Eiserman.
This is true.
It's weird. It's weird. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
And then real quick, Kane, I think you tripping. You said you would rather have the Pistons get Isaiah Hartenstein. He's the same player Jalen Duren is. He's a rim-running offensive rebounder that's going to protect the rim and hustle. That's what you already getting out of Duren. You can't play Duren and Hartenstein together. Neither one of them can shoot the ball.
I wouldn't play him at the same time.
So you can't pay a guy $100 million when you got a guy with a gang of potential like Duren, and then Hartenstein just got 3 years, $90 million from OKC. So you can't give out $90 million for a guy who you don't even plan to start, because you're not going to start him over the potential of Jalen Duren. So no, to me that's asinine. Tobias can stretch the floor. He don't shoot it like he used to, but at least when you put him on the floor with Jalen Duren, you know you got somebody you can stand in the corner and not. So no, Hartenstein wasn't the go. Jalen Duren is Hartenstein. So that's asinine.
All right. Well, I would
No,
say
I would respectfully disagree, even though he didn't respectfully disagree with me. Right? No, because here's the thing. First of all, you need more than one center. If Duren goes down, which, I mean, everyone in this league goes down. Check out anyone that's played 80 games in this league anymore. It doesn't happen. And then you pile that on with load management because guys don't want to play anymore. You need two centers. They don't have Wiseman coming back. Duren is young, and I like Duren a lot, by the way. But you still need, like I said, multiple fives, all right, that can guard and protect the rim. Duren, as athletic as he is, doesn't protect the rim right now. He needs to learn how to protect the rim.
That's the big difference is that Hartenstein's already that guy.
Yes.
Duren has the potential to be that guy, but he's got to learn, and maybe you'll learn from the guy you bring in, to your point. But, yeah, I mean, from what I gathered reading about Hartenstein over the weekend, is that's the polished version.
Yeah, I'm not in love with spending $96 million on him. But this, by the way, just keep looking at all the contracts the NBA is going to be handing out this week. They're going to be huge numbers. Yeah, they're all massive. Tobias Harris isn't worth $52 million, but that's the market, so I get it. Listen, I don't hate the Tobias Harris signing. I'm just not in love with it. I knew this was coming. Everyone had it projected for a reason. They need someone that can score, a veteran, because they have nobody on this team. And if you're telling me he's the second best player, the third best player on this roster, wow. This roster sucked, okay? Anyone could have came in and done that.
So I look at it, if I'm going to try to find anything positive out of the Tobias Harris signing, the positive I take out of it is veteran leadership, because this team doesn't have veterans. They're everybody on the roster was like under 23 years old.
Oh, they're super young, yeah.
For a while they had Bogdanovich was older, but I don't know if you look at him as be that veteran leader, but Tobias has been here. He's been around the league, been to a couple of different teams now, and I'm not thrilled with it, but I'm going to try to make the most out of it, which is, can he help out the younger players, help them to develop and to become better players, and can he get his shot back to the point where he's an above-average three-point shooter again, which he's right at that point in his career, Mark. He had a down year this past year, but he's not that far removed from being back above the league average for a three-point shooter. He can definitely help out. 17 points a game last year with Philadelphia.
Yeah, he could still score the basketball, except for when the series is on the line, he scored 0 points for the Sixers. But with that being said, they needed a guy like him. I totally understand it. I don't love it. What do you want me to do? It's only a 2-year deal. So after the year, he's got 1 year up. I mean, he becomes trade bait, right? So they had to do something like this. You're not going to get Paul George. You're not getting the big names. I would have liked to see him try to go after Brandon Ingram, but maybe that wasn't even on the table. It is what it is. You move on. This is just the beginning of the Trajan Langdon era.
Exactly. I mean, it's not every move. This isn't the move that's going to get them to 35-win season. They're going to be incremental for a little bit here. More text. I'm fine with it if it's only a 2-year deal. We need actual NBA players, and Tobias is that. I'd agree with that. All signs point to Beef Stew being traded. I'm not a fan of Tobias Harris deal, but he's a better stretch forward than Stew. Well, I would say they're different players. I think Beef Stew is more of this bigger bodied. He's an undersized center who plays, and he's developing a 3-point shot that's becoming respectable. I don't know if he's going to be traded or not. And we heard those rumors a few weeks ago that looks like the Pistons were perhaps looking to trade him. We'll see. I mean, I don't know how much of these guys are going to be on this roster anyway. I mean, the roster, good God, what, they have 35 guys on the team last year?
Yeah, were they breaking records or something like that?
Came through. I don't even know who's on this team. Talk to me in October when we've got the rosters that are set.
They had an Amish guy score 50 points in a game. It was unbelievable. Who was he?
Malachi
yeah,
Flynn.
there he is. Yeah,
I like how you call the Amish guy.
What?
Malachi Flynn. Yeah, exactly. Is he on the team? I don't know. This roster's nuts. There'll be guys that'll be dealt. Whether it could be Beef Stew, maybe it's Jaden
I think
Ivey.
Stewart's gone too. By the way, I think they trained him. But listen, I'm not killing the Tobias Harris sign.
No.
I'm just not like, what do you want me to do? Backflips?
And then lastly, there's this. Tobias isn't going to save this team, but he's probably going to help. No one wants to come here, so it's kind of is what it is. 2 years will maybe help these young players age 2 years with those guys and make them better. Yeah, I think that's what we're all hoping for, is that this team is good God, you better be in a better position 2 years from now than when you're in right now. Otherwise, it's total failure throughout. But you'd expect them to be better because it can't be much worse than what they are. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got NHL free agency officially beginning in an hour. We'll take a look at what the Red Wings did yesterday and what they could still do moving forward to make their team better. We'll follow up on what's happening with the NBA and free agency there as well, and take more of your calls and texts. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN calling the Pistons' first free agency move a perfect fit on the floor and in the locker room for a developing young team. They bring back Tobias Harris on a 2-year deal worth just over $50 million. He was with Detroit from 2016 to 2018 before departing for the Clippers and the Sixers. The move essentially cuts their current cap space in half. Following the NHL draft, the Red Wings begin development camp today at Little Caesars Arena, which will run through Friday. The final day will feature the 3-versus-3 red-white tournament. As for free agency, all eyes on Steve Eiserman, who is being cautious with where they throw their money. A former Lightning captain, Steve Stamkos, is high on Detroit fans' wish list this week. Insiders have called Nashville the team to beat in that sweepstakes. Tigers off today. They will resume their 10-game road trip tomorrow in Minneapolis. Then their weekend series will take them to Cincinnati on Friday. And today is an annual tradition, Bobby Bonilla Day, where the Mets pay their former player $1.193 million every July 1st until the year 2035. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Doug will be back next week. Kang is with us today, fresh back from Las Vegas, where he spent time on Friday at the Sphere, as was at the NHL draft. You stay for the whole round there, Kang?
Absolutely not. No. It's drafts are long. I don't care what they say, 3 minutes between picks or 5 minutes.
Right.
It's a lot longer than that. They give them the time to go up there, gather themselves, talk, get the showgirls out. I don't know if they showed that on TV at all, where they're walking the red carpet. Yeah,
So
it's a spectacle. I get it.
The players would come down from the lower level in the stands with their immediate family, and they once they get to the floor, they were met by a showgirl who would take their jacket. And
they showed. Yeah. I didn't know what they showed on TV.
So this is an observation I had. Two things. One, the 18-year-olds that are being drafted. There's a new style of jacket. That is tight.
And pants, my friend.
Yeah.
And pants.
These guys could not get the jacket off their arms. It was so tight on their body. I'm kind of laughing, and the showgirl's pulling the jacket off, finally gets it off. That was the first thing. And the second thing, nobody said thank you.
Oh, really?
Nobody was like, oh, thanks a lot. It was just like, yeah, here, take the jacket.
Well, they're really young. You mentioned that already. So, I'm not sure if they knew. But the style, as far as you mentioned the tight suit jackets, the pants are incredibly tight and they're high. Like they show off the entire ankles. That's the style. It's been like that for a couple years now. But not only for the draft picks, people walking around the draft that were just spectators, they look like either execs or players about to be drafted or agents. They were walking around in all the same style suits, tight jacket, flood type pants or whatever you want to call them. They tapered. So that's the look, man.
Okay, so here we are, less than an hour away from the official start of free agency, but players are signing left and right or agreeing to contract terms that will be made official later. We had the Red Wings make the move yesterday with Patrick Kane, a 1-year deal, over $4 million, and then there's incentives that can push it up to like $6.5 million. And the incentives I don't think they're terribly difficult to reach. As long as he stays healthy, basically he gets those. So it'd be like a 1-year, $6.5 million contract, which would be great because that means the Red Wings make the playoffs. That's part of the incentives. Now, one of the really good things about getting Patrick Kane back is that now that he's healthy and he showed through last season, through a half a season basically, that he was able to come back from that injury, that hip injury. Is it now, and by his own, he said this himself, now he gets to train like an athlete again. He's not training to rehab. Now he's training to train. So he should come back bigger and stronger, well, maybe not bigger, but stronger than what he was last season and ready to go, as opposed to, he was rehabbing from the surgery and whatnot. So does that mean we're going to see a better Patrick Kane for the Red Wings this upcoming year? Plus you get him for an 82 game schedule instead of 50 games, whatever it was. So there's advantages to that. And I know people were upset about the Wallman trade a little bit. Why give up a second round pick just to facilitate that trade? And I think now you understand. Well, it was a trade made so that they could get rid of some money. It's like what other teams are going to call the Pistons about. Hey, we got this veteran player. Will you take him off our hands? We need to free up some space. And everybody was wondering, well, what's the space going to be used on? Well, Patrick Kane. So if you put it in those terms and say you gave up Jake Wallman in a second round pick, but you got Patrick Kane back for a full season, look at it that way. And does that make more sense to you? And to me, it does. I also liked it because it was kind of addition by subtraction, because you had to move somebody out from the blue line because you're going to bring up Edvinsson and Johansson are both going to be on this roster from day one. You got to find space somewhere for them. And okay, these guys, and I think they're going to be better players than what we had on the blue line. Plus, Wallman was hurt a good portion of last year. I like Jake Wallman, but it seemed like he was limited. And then at the end of the season, he was a healthy scratch going down the stretch, which was kind of strange. So maybe it was a falling out or whatever the case is. He's no longer a Red Wing. But Patrick Kane is. So now it's, what's the next move for the Red Wings? Now, if you want to call and comment on the Patrick Kane signing, please do. 248-539-9797. You can ticket text us as well. it's obviously getting a point-a-game guy back, a veteran player. Makes a lot of sense, I think, for the Red Wings to bring him back. They didn't break the bank to do it. It's not cheap to do either. If all works out, it's going to be a $6.5 million deal. But they can, the way the contract is worked out, from what I understand, the incentives part of the contract, the $2.5 million they might owe him, if they have cap space at the end of the season, it can be used for this year. If they don't, it gets applied to next year's cap when he's not on the roster. So, again, I think it's a winning kind of contract for the Red Wings.
I love bringing back Patrick Kane. I was a big fan of them bringing him in the first place. I think bringing back Patrick Kane tells me a couple things. One is Steve Eiserman, is he going for it this year, quote unquote? Like they have to make the playoffs this year. And I don't think Patrick Kane would just sign with the Wings. You know, he's a guy at this point in his career, he wants to play for something. You know, of course, money's a factor, but I think also, you know, playing for something this late in his career off an injury like that, he doesn't need to do that. So if he's going to do it, it's got to be for something. So I think maybe Steve Eiserman and the Red Wings organization has assured him, like, hey, we're going to make the playoffs this year. We're going to try to make some noise. So you mentioned the Wallman trade and moving that roster spot, attaching a pick to it. Makes me think, okay, Eiserman, that's the next move, right? What's the next move to get this team over the hump, to make sure they make the playoffs this year? I was at the draft, but I heard some clips on the broadcast. Buchagras, I think he mentioned a couple times for ESPN, said the Red Wings have to make the playoffs this next year. Like, they kind of have to. That's the way I feel about it, and I hope Steve Eiserman feels the same way by bringing back Patrick Kane, and hopefully another move is coming too. Because Patrick Kane does something this team lacks, is score goals and generate scoring opportunities.
Yeah, he's one of the best passers I've ever seen in my life of watching hockey. And last year, it's not like he's fallen off a ton with his pass. His passing ability is amazing. His vision on the ice to see a play 5 seconds before it happens is incredible. When you watch the game, if you're at LCA and you're sitting up high enough where you can watch just the whole thing develop, train your eye on Patrick Kane when he's on the ice and see what he sees or what he's going to see, and you're just going to be amazed. I love it. But the big question is, what's the next move? Right? They still have cap space. Obviously, they're going to re-sign the restricted free agents in Mo Seider and Lucas Raymond, likely to re-sign Joe Veleno as well. Those guys are going to take up a decent portion of remaining cap space, probably around $15 to $18 million, somewhere in between that for those three players, depending on the kind of deals that they sign, whether that they go for shorter term or longer term. But it still does leave money left over. There are rumors in free agency, and there are rumors in trade with the Red Wings. We'll get to those next. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you'd like to comment on what's going on in free agency with the Detroit Red Wings. Of course, we got free agency going on with the Detroit Pistons as well. That started last night, and the Pistons have already made one move, and that is to sign Tobias Harris on a 2-year, $52 million contract. They're bringing him back. Veteran player, averaged 17 points a game last year with Philadelphia. He's last season he was a below average 3-point shooter, but he's a veteran presence, and he's not that far removed from being an above average 3-point shooter. We'll see if maybe the shooting guru coach the Pistons have, if he can help out with Tobias Harris. We'll get to all that coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, these days it's going to be hard to find reliable service, so I'm going to talk to you about a great local company that I worked with recently. That company is Precision Garage Door. They're awesome. Look, they came out originally to my house over a year ago and kind of evaluating my garage doors. I knew they were going to have to be replaced at some point, but I needed something to work out because they weren't working right. They serviced the garage doors, made them work great, right up until the point when I knew I was going to have to get them replaced. And then I called them when I wanted to get them replaced. Here's what's great about Precision Garage Door is that you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work out for your schedule. You don't have to call in. They're going to allow you to do this all online, which is fantastic. It works for you. Plus, they're available weekends at no extra charge, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. So if you want your garage doors done right, do it. I didn't. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or Visit precisiondoormi.com to schedule that appointment. NHL free agency officially getting underway in 45 minutes, or less than actually, about 43 minutes. However, there are plenty of deals that are being cut. Red Wings re-signed Patrick Kane to a one-year deal yesterday. There are reports that Brandon Montour is going to sign a 7-year deal with the Seattle Kraken. He would leave Stanley Cup champion, go cross country, and get a 7-year, $50 million deal is the rumored number, or the reported number, I should say. And we're asking questions about the Red Wings. What's going to be next for the Red Wings? And I think the popular name that people want the Red Wings to sign is Steven Stamkos. Another guy, veteran player, certainly, but still playing at a very high level, more than a point a game. Has familiarity, obviously, with Steve Eiserman, being the GM in Tampa while he was there. Derek Lalonde is an assistant with Tampa. He knows Steven Stamkos. There is definitely familiarity, and it seemed like that, at least reportedly, there's mutual interest on that. And then there are others that are saying now that, and I think it's Pierre LeBrun, yes, the real Pierre LeBrun. He says all signs still point to Nashville being the front runner for Steven Stamkos. Still nothing finalized, obviously. And it's interesting because the other guy you look to with the NHL is Elliot Friedman. And Elliot Friedman says that hearing Nashville has emerged as a serious contender for Jonathan Marchessault. So 2 forwards that are going to be reasonably high-priced forwards that are showing big interest in Nashville or vice versa. So keep an eye on that. Does Nashville have the space to do so? They actually do. Nashville has about $26 million in cap space. So could they sign both guys? They could, which would really hurt because my fallback, if they don't get Stamkos, is Jonathan Marchessault. So we'll keep an eye on that as far as the free agency rumors are with the Detroit Red Wings. The trade rumor with the Red Wings that broke over the weekend was that Jacob Trouba, the defenseman for the Rangers, could be had in a trade. The Rangers are looking to free up some cap room, and that they would actually trade their captain in Trouba, who is a feisty defenseman, and I think would fit in perfectly with this Red Wing team. The question is, what do the Red Wings have to ship back to make the deal work? Other reports out there were that the Rangers would have to pick up a good portion of the salary to make this trade happen. But again, it comes to what do the Red Wings have to send back to the Rangers? And we'll follow that to see where that goes. But this is where we're at in free agency right now. It's everything's breaking. It's kind of fun to see how it goes. You got both the NHL and the NBA. They end roughly in the same week, have the drafts in the same week, and now they have free agency beginning back-to-back within a day of each other. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The Pistons are the ones that have made the move so far. They made the trade to acquire Tim Hardaway Jr. Now they add Tobias Harris to this team in free agency. These are 2 veteran players, Kang, that should help this team become maybe a little bit more consistent, maybe calm things down a little bit, which I think they need because the roster last year was always in flux. Troy Weaver kept finding new guys that he wanted to bring on this roster, and I don't know how many different lineups that Monty Williams had, but they played 82 games. I'm guessing they had 82 different lineups. It was crazy. So maybe this calms things down a little bit. It's not sexy. It's not exciting. You traded for Hardaway because you got assets in return. You got the second round picks.
But also Hardaway can play in this league still.
Yeah, that's the other side. I don't know what people are looking at.
So it's the very first few moves with Trajan Langdon in this new front office. And so I'm personally not a big fan of Tobias Harris anymore. I think he's only going to get worse at this point in his career, but I understand the signing. There's a reason why everyone had this projected even before the playoffs were over that Tobias Harris was probably going to be a Pistons target and go to the Pistons because they need veteran players that can still score the basket. They had too many different lineups last year, too many young guys. They had no idea what they were doing. Tobias Harris, Tim Hardaway Jr. can bring some veteran leadership and also the ability to score the basketball compared to the other guys they had. Like if the bar is Monty Morris and Joe Harris, yeah, you're going to exceed that because that's what Troy Weaver did last year. That's terrible. He went out and signed Monty Morris and Joe Harris and thought, all right, that's good enough to help Cade Cunningham and these young guys out. Those guys barely played, injuries, and because they're not good anymore. Tobias Harris and Tim Hardaway Jr. are better signings than those. This is just the first step to hopefully getting to a play-in game and making the playoffs on a consistent basis. I think Bickerstaff is the bigger, storyline here as far as getting a coach, and I like this coach. Everyone keeps using the phrase retread. Well, either you've coached before or you haven't. So I don't like the negative connotation that retread brings up. I think Bickerstaff, he's the perfect coach for this team. He did it with Cleveland, and you can't just say, oh, then get him to the next level and then get your next coach. He could be the guy. Maybe he's the Carlisle. Carlisle got the Pistons to a certain extent and then went to Dallas.
50-win teams, but
won a championship somewhere else. Why can't Bickerstaff do that here eventually? I'm not expecting it next year, but I think Bickerstaff needed guys like Tobias Harris and Tim Hardaway Jr. too to help get his message across to all the incredibly young guys they have on the team with Ivy, Sasser, Cade, Duran. Whoever's going to be left over if they decide to move a couple of those guys.
Yeah, I just hope the volatility starts to calm down a lot.
Because, a consistent lineup,
yeah,
right?
Exactly, because that roster was always changing. It was ever dynamic and not necessarily in a good way. But when you start looking at the team that they can put together, 8 or 9 guys when you include the bench, and it starts to look better than maybe you really realize it is. You got an ever-improving Cade Cunningham. Year by year, he's improved. And hopefully he can stay healthy and play at least 70 games this year and really show you what he's made of, because he's got all these statistical anomalations about him that show that he is, he's one of a group of only 5 players to ever do this, this, and this. And the other players are
the Hall of Famers.
Are Hall of Fame type players, or they're currently all-star players. And you realize how good Cade Cunningham is and how much better what's going to make Cade Cunningham better is if he knocks down more shots. If he knocks down a higher percentage of 3-point shots, it's going to take that 22-point game average up to like 27, and then you're going to start looking at Cade Cunningham differently. Having other players to distribute the ball to that can also knock down those 3-point shots will be huge as well. And bringing in Harris and bringing in Hardaway Jr. and re-signing Fontecchio, that's all going to help. And when you've got that, then he can free up some stuff underneath as well. Maybe Jalen Duren takes a big jump because he's got so much talent. We're all waiting to see, him just kind of blow up. And I think we could see that hopefully soon. If not, then I guess we're all disappointed, but he's got so much potential.
What the Pistons really lack from, at least from my point of view, just being a fan and watching them, is consistency. Consistency in rotation, consistency in effort. They didn't have that last year. And if you have a solid rotation that includes the 2 guys they just got, the 2 veterans, with a young core, that will help, because we didn't know what lineup and who was going to play. I mean, Monty Williams was starting Killian Hayes last year over Jaden Ivey. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he thought he saw something. Maybe he thought he could help. That clearly didn't work because Killian Hayes is nowhere. He's in France, So I just want some consistency from Bickerstaff. He knows who he can trust. He knows who he can go to. And you play that same rotation, that same lineup night in, night out. Build that chemistry. Build a winning culture, at least a competitive culture, because I know they're not going to win a ton of games next year, but they got to win more than 14. 14's embarrassing.
Piston fans, do you like what they're doing here? Do you like what Trajan Langdon is building up here with this team? Some small steps, some baby steps for sure, but do you like the direction they're going? The reported hiring of J.B. Bickerstaff to become the Pistons' next head coach, the free agent signing of Tobias Harris, the trade to acquire Tim Hardaway Jr. Do you like what they've done there? The draft pick last week of Holland. Do these things make sense to you? Red Wing fans, looking ahead, it's free agency here as well for the Red Wings. How desperate are you to bring Steven Stamkos in here? How much do you want Steve Eiserman to go right to the limit to see if they can get him here? Are there other players you want? If you sign Stamkos, if that limits you from trading for Trouba, does that make sense? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. A lot going on in the NBA and the NHL. We haven't really talked about the Tigers. We don't really need to. We got some football stuff we want to get to as well. Remember, Kane does this every year when he goes to Vegas. He bets on a long shot. Did he do it again? We'll find out coming up at around 11:45. We'll reveal what he had to do, what he decided to do while he was in Vegas when it comes to his annual NFL long shot Super Bowl bet. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Now there's still smoke regarding Steven Stamkos. Unfortunately, the more smoke we're seeing, the more it's for Nashville. Pierre LeBrun just tweeted out, are the Nashville Predators going to steal the day? Frontrunners on Stamkos and Marchessault. Could also end up with Brady Skye. I hope that's not the case. I want to be excited. And then my big problem is that not only would you lose out on Stamkos, but you could lose out on Marchessault as well. I like Marchessault a lot. A little undersized, but he's a feisty forward, scores a bunch of goals. It feels like he always scores against the Red Wings. He's got Stanley Cup pedigree, won the Cup with Vegas a couple of years ago. Obviously, Stamkos has a Stanley Cup pedigree as well. There's nothing wrong with adding guys that won the Stanley Cup to your roster. Nothing wrong at all. And so far, they've brought back Patrick Kane, who has 3 cups under his belt, so he knows what it's like. And I'm excited that Patrick Kane has another year with the Red Wings where he's completely healthy and has an offseason to get stronger and not rehab injuries, that he could be ready to go. I got some ticket texts coming in. My chump by far is Steve Eiserman for not taking Cole Eiserman, the best pure goal scorer in the draft, for a guy we won't see for another 5 years. That's not true. You will see Nygaard play within 5 years. And ask yourself this. Why did everybody else pass on Cole Eiserman? It's just a question. I'm not saying it's the wrong move, and believe me, at 15, I was excited. I'm like, is it going to be Cole Eiserman? Is it going to be Hage? Those were the players that I was looking at. We knew that Nygaard was a player that had been mentioned a bunch with the Red Wings. So we'll see. The thing is, you won't know for sure with your 5-year mark. You won't know for sure how good the player is going to be. I suppose in 5 years you'll have a pretty good indication on it. But I would imagine that anybody they draft there should have a really good chance to make this roster within 3 years. But these are 18-year-olds, so yeah. My champ is Dan Dickerson. After the Tigers almost blew a huge lead, he basically said that was not a good win and called them out from Marlin and Walt Lake. Well, it wasn't the first time this weekend that the bullpen started to collapse again. Tigers should have taken 2 games out of the 4 and maybe even 3 out of the 4, but they did not. Bats came a little bit alive yesterday and as well the day before, but 12 runs in those 2 games and they come away with 1 win. It's disappointing, but that's just been the season. Champ, Eiserman for re-signing Kane. Chump, Rocket Mortgage Classic for how awful of a field it was. The tournament director picking a 15-year-old is absurd. Pick someone who can advance their career and is actually a professional. Well, what you saw with the 15-year-old, Miles Russell, if you watched, is that he didn't look out of place. He finished the tournament even par after the 2 rounds. The cut was 4, so he missed the cut by 4 strokes. There were some huge names that finished well behind he did. He had 1 blow-up hole basically on the course where he topped the ball on trying to work it around a tree. He topped it. It went like 15 feet. And then the next shot he hit towards the green. It ran on the green and off the green, and then a bad chip on. It was a bad hole. Double bogey on the hole. And it really hurt his chances. But I didn't think he looked out of place. And at 15 years old, I think he's got a really bright future ahead of him. When you say pick someone who can advance their career, I don't know, 15 years old and you almost made the cut on a PGA Tour event, that's advancing your career. Now, is he a professional? Not yet. It'll probably be many years before he is because he's only 15. Was it a novelty? In a way it was. But once he showed that he could play, I think the novelty wore off. Was it a novelty when you had an amateur like Luke Clanton come out there and shoot 14 under par? No. What I liked about this field, and to your point, to the texter's point, I guess, you want guys that are professionals and are advancing their career. That's what this tournament is. Or a bunch of those guys that did that. 14 of the top 17 players in this tournament, in terms of the final score, are 30 or under. There's a handful of those guys that are 22 and under. So, I don't know. I didn't have an issue with the 15-year-old playing. I really like this signing a lot. Tobias Harris is a guy that can score from all over the floor, and he can take over games at times on offense. Detroit is going to have to sign guys like this to get over the hump, because right now we are not a free agent's dream destination. I thought it was a huge mistake getting rid of him the first time. Well, Detroit is not a free agent destination for sure in the NBA. There's no question that is unfortunately the case with this team. What you need to do to be a free agent destination if you're a team like Detroit is be a better team. Okay, it's not like the sun and the fun like you have at South Beach or the teams on the West Coast, and it's not playing at Madison Square Garden. Okay, it's Detroit. It's not that Detroit doesn't have history, because obviously we do with 3 championships here, but it's been a while since this team was relevant. And it's too bad, because that was a cool team that they had. The Going to Work Pistons was a cool team led by Chauncey Billups. But now we're 20 years past that.
You just said it, Gator. They got to win. They got to bring back that winning championship culture. Then you become a destination again. Because it was at one point. I know people probably don't believe this, but there was a time when people wanted to come to Detroit because they knew they were going to win a bunch of games and they were going to go to playoffs every year, if not the conference finals, the NBA finals every year. Kobe Bryant, it was rumored to, approve a trade to come to Detroit. Not because you're right. This isn't, Hollywood. It's because it was a winning culture, a winning organization. Trajan Langdon said it in his press conference. He hadn't seen this many banners since San Antonio where he's been at. So they bring back the winning culture. Players will want to come here. As of right now, you're not getting Paul George. You're not getting, the big-time free agents that would be available. You've got to reset this whole thing, and hopefully it happens faster and better than what the last regime tried to do.
Yeah, because that started off with a bang with Troy Weaver, all those draft night trades that he made.
Yeah.
He had the 3 picks in the first round, and then it ended up being nothing.
He was a disaster building a roster. The only thing he got right was Cade Cunningham, and we're not even sure about that yet, and that was kind of a layup.
We get the first pick overall, yeah.
And secondly, he did free up a bunch of cap space. And so now it's Trajan Langdon, use that cap space, get more assets, build a real roster.
And they still have...
Get the right coach, by the way.
They still have, $23 million, $26 million in cap space. Where Fontecchio doesn't even count for that, because he's your own free agent. You can sign him past the cap space for whatever you want, because that's the rules of the NBA. But we'll see what else they can sign, or what other players they can take on and trade, because I think that's the other route they're going to go, to try to take on other people's bad contracts so that they can get more assets.
Or guys they just don't want to pay. And then if the Pistons are willing to pay and they see the talent, he, like you said, Trajan said, he's willing to take on contracts to make this team better.
248-539-9797, the telephone number. You want to text as well. We're asking the opinion of Detroiters right now. How do you feel about the direction of where the Red Wings are going and where the Pistons are going? Pistons are making their moves. Free agency started last night. They've signed Tobias Harris. They've traded for, they traded for Tim Hardaway Jr. Just had the draft. Looks like they've got their coach and JB Bickerstaff. Red Wings, they've signed Patrick Kane. They're looking to add others. They still have a bunch of cap space. They got to re-sign their own restricted free agents. They've got moves that they can make. Let's go back to the phones, 248-539-9797. Mike is in Redford. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Here's my opinion. I would like to have seen Eiserman make a day one move. I would like to have seen Trajan Langdon hold off. My opinion is I don't hate the Harris thing, but I don't see the rush to go out there and spend half the cap on a player that's everybody said is not that great, not that bad. I think you could have got him on Thursday or Friday, as opposed to jumping out now, losing half your cap, and losing that, quote, flexibility to be that trade partner for someone else who needs another $15 million so they can sign the big shiny bauble that's out there this year. You know what I mean? I want to see Eiserman sign Stamkos. I wanted to see Trajan Langdon pick someone else. And I don't think Troy Weaver gets any credit for picking Cade Cunningham when you pick with the number 1 pick and you pick who you're supposed to pick. If he picked somebody else and they were fantastic, fine. But like if you picked Wembanyama last year, who cares? That doesn't mean you're a good GM.
No, I don't think anybody is praising the work of Troy Weaver. So, yeah, I get it. And did they wait too long to do that? You can debate that all you want. In the end, did they get the right guy to lead his team moving forward in Trajan Langdon? That's a big question, and that's why we're waiting to see what moves he makes. You know, and the first move was basically sit in silence for 30 some days, and then we're gonna make our move with it. They had the draft, and then they make a trade, and now they've got the free agent signing. We'll see how he builds his roster. He's got his coach now. It's like everything's kind of falling into place here, and it's not going to be sexy. It's going to be a process, and we'll see how patient Detroiters are going to be. All right, here's what we need right now. 248-539-9797. We need 10 texts. We're going to do this, okay? Every year, Kane goes out to Vegas, and Kane will make his long shot Super Bowl bet. Now, what are the parameters this year, Kane?
Yeah, so I do this every year, and I did it again. The parameters used to be it would have to be 50-1 or worse odds. And I opened it up this year because it's basically like lighting money on fire, which you normally do anyways when you make bets in Vegas. Yeah. But that was more so than others because usually, I mean, you have a group of teams in the NFL that are real Super Bowl contenders, and there's everybody else. But for fun, I like to follow along with a team that's doesn't have those great odds-on favorites. So this year though, I opened it up to 25-1. That doesn't necessarily mean I picked a team that was 25-1, but I just opened it up. Before I even looked at the odds, I told myself when I hit the sports book, I said, all right, I'm going to pick a team that's 25-1 or worse odds to win the Super Bowl. So I did my my little research. I did my calculations. I thought, okay, who's got a decent shot that's a long shot? And I put my money where my mouth is, and I picked a team to win the Super Bowl with 25-1 worse odds.
All right, so what we need are 10 texts. We want the 10 texts from people who think that who they think Kang chose as his team to win as a long shot. 248. Yeah. I mean, you heard the voice from upstairs, right? I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky right now. We just had thunder and lightning, okay? And also, we want you to sign your text so we can give you credit. That only makes sense. We will reveal Kang's choice of his Super Bowl long shot team, 25-1 or higher odds to win the Super Bowl. Who do you think he chose? And who would you choose as well? 248-539-9797.
You got your guess?
Text.
You got your guess, Gator?
I'm going to formulate my guess. Okay. Yes, I'm looking up in the break.
You should do the same thing. You're going to Vegas in like a month or less, right?
Yeah. You want me to? You think I should make a bet?
Yes, long shot.
Okay.
25-1, man. It's fun. You have a team to follow that's not the Lions, just for monetary reasons, of course. Here, of course, I want the Lions to win it first and foremost.
Sure,
but
obviously,
if they're not going to.
All right, we'll reveal that the 10 texts next as we continue to go through the free agency frenzy right here in 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we asked for the 10 texts. Every year, Kane goes to Vegas. Every year goes into summer, and he makes a long shot Super Bowl bet. And this time he went with teams that had 25-1 odds to win the Super Bowl or higher. And that opens up quite a few teams, actually. More than half the league, I think, is what it turns out to be. Somewhere around 18 teams or so. So we asked for the 10 texts, and we got the 10 texts. Reese from Nashville out of Clarkston, Tennessee. Titans because we got Snead, Calvin Ridley, D-Hop, Tony Pollard, Tyler Boyd. The Atlanta Falcons, Mark working in Monroe. He's going to roll with Matt Stafford and the Rams. That's from Ken in South Lyon. Brandon in Belleville says the Steelers. Chris in Schwartz Creek says he chose the Jacksonville Jaguars. Kyle in Fenton says the Minnesota Vikings. Jerry in Ypsilanti says the Chargers. Ryan from Centerline says the Miami Dolphins. I don't think Miami's in that category. I think they're just below it. I think I saw them at 24-1.
Maybe depends on what book you go to.
Depends on what book, sure. Kang picked the Bucks. That's from Dave in Lansing. Kang bet on the Browns. It's a great pick. I would do it too. Tie on a mower. Okay. That's quite an array of teams.
There's a bunch of different teams.
That's a bunch of different teams. That's literally like
when you
10
open it up.
teams.
Yeah, when you open it up, I think it was literally 10 different teams.
Yeah.
You open up 25-1 or worse, you can go with a lot of teams.
Yes.
And the NFL, parity, man. You can make a case for so many teams, Gator. Just to at least be in the hunt or make the playoffs.
Yes. I'm looking at this, and I do see some books do have the Dolphins at 25-1 favorites.
There you go.
So I'm torn between the Dolphins and the Browns. Both are AFC teams.
Well, we know the Dolphins wouldn't be Doug's pick.
No, we know that. I'm going to go with the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with the Browns. They got a really good defense there. Their offense is going to come together.
Maybe.
But I
but that's what's holding them back is the offense.
Yeah, I think the quarterback's had a rough start, but he's off. I think he's awfully talented. I think they're going to get things going there. I'm going to say it's the Browns.
Okay, the big reveal. It is not the Browns, but I did strongly consider the Cleveland Browns for all the reasons you just mentioned in the texter as well. They got a great defense. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year, type dominant force on that side of the ball. The offense is what's holding them back. Is Deshaun Watson the answer? They got pretty far with Joe Flacco, but now he's on a different team, and they're going to roll with Watson, and it's basically on his shoulders. Nick Chubb's coming off a season-ending injury. Can he come back the same at all, even close to what he was? But most of it, the offense is going to rely on Deshaun Watson. Can he be the quarterback they went out and spent all that money on? I voted no, of course, because I didn't choose the Cleveland Browns. If you know me at all, if you listen to the show at all, Gator, and I think you do listen to the show, you should have known.
Well,
it's going to be.
I'm sorry, that was the team I think what you would have gone with is the Colts.
Yes. The Browns pick is not a bad pick for you, Gator.
Yeah.
The Colts is the team that I chose. They were 55-1 is where I got them at. I'm a big Anthony Richardson believer. His season was cut short last year. Now, this is asking a lot. A second-year quarterback who didn't even finish his rookie year. But here are my reasons why. Now, before you text in people, it's an incredibly long shot, okay? They're not my favorite to win the Super Bowl.
No.
But even though I opened it to 25-1 or worse odds, I still chose a team that was plus 55. I chose them because they actually have a pretty good defense. They're one of the best teams in the league at getting sacks and getting to the quarterback. They went and used the first-round pick on a defensive end still to get to the quarterback. But their offense was what was holding them back, kind of like the Cleveland Browns. If Anthony Richardson can stay healthy and develop like he's supposed to, now it's not all going to be on his arm. Of course, his arm and his accuracy is going to have to get better, but I think they're just going to use him as Josh Allen. They're just going to run this guy. He's gotten bigger and stronger. Yeah. They're going to use a lot of options. Their head coach comes from Philly, who used Jalen Hurts in a similar way. They have Michael Pittman. They have Downs. The receivers, they have playmakers. They drafted 2 receivers in the draft as well. Jonathan Taylor, of course, a workhorse back there. Gardner Minshew led this team to 9-8. Now he wasn't. I think he was 7-6 because when Richardson went down, but they almost made the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. I gotta believe Anthony Richardson, with his development, can get them into the playoffs, and then I'm going to have a real reason to be watching, the AFC side of the ball as far as the playoffs comes along, because the Colts are my long shot.
So nobody in the ticket text, at least in the 10 texts we took, had the Colts.
We just got one now, and this was 4 minutes ago. Colts, that's from Eric in New York. But other than that, I did not see one Colts pick come through. So I'm almost on an island here.
Yeah, almost. I could see it, though, because I know your love for Anthony Richardson is strong.
Strong to quite strong.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Doug with Jack Campbell.
No. Condolences to Doug, by the way.
Oh, right, because Jack got
married.
Jack got married.
Not to Doug.
No, but it had to be awkward going up the aisle with Doug hanging onto your leg.
Do you think Doug said something when they said, speak now or forever hold your peace? Do you think Doug said, now I have
a... Wait for me. I'll wait for you.
Wait, is that why Doug's not here?
I can't say for sure. But you're a big Anthony Richardson guy, and I understand it. Look, there's a lot to like with the natural ability that he has. I think he can throw the football better than people expect him to. It's not just a running quarterback, but boy, when he takes off and goes, he's fun to watch. And yeah, looking at like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, I think it's interesting. Maybe more with what to expect out of Baltimore this year, because they have Derrick Henry. Now you have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, who can both run the ball. It's kind of exciting, and one's a quarterback. I think it's similar to what they have here in Indianapolis with Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson. But the fact that their defense was good last year, and that they did win 9 games with my man Gardner Minshew. And obviously there's a ton more upside with Richardson over Minshew. No disrespect to Gardner Minshew. I'm a big fan, but
you're a huge fan.
Yeah, but Richardson's going to be a guy. I like your value.
Do you see my vision? You know what I mean? Like that's the vision. Of course, it's a big wild card on Richardson in his second year to develop that quickly. But I don't think he doesn't have to be a polished passer completely yet. I think his legs, are going to help him a lot to get the Colts to where they want to be, and that's one of the reasons why they drafted him.
Look, a $20 bet gets you over $1,000.
Yeah, I bet a little more than that. But
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look out! I think it's fun. And yeah, I think when I go out there in a couple weeks, that maybe I'll do something.
The Browns. What were the Browns at? I forgot because I marked them off my list once I went to the Colts.
The Browns.
They're close. I think they're like 40. Yeah, 40. Yeah.
It's really across the board. All the different books they look at are 40. The Dolphins, there's a couple that are 2,500, plus 2,500, so 25 to 1. I don't see it with the Rams. I don't
without
see the Rams
Aaron Donald.
Without Aaron Donald. I'm sorry, that's a major loss that you've got. You just lost arguably the best defensive player we've seen in the National Football League in the last 20 years, and you just take him off your roster. Okay, great. They can throw the ball around. They've got some receivers there. But I just don't see that team being a Super Bowl contending team.
You chalk up another year on Stafford?
We're looking. Well, I mean, they're not a contending team at 30-1, but yeah, you hang another year on Matthew Stafford. And is he happy with his contract? Kelly's opening up her mouth again.
No way.
Putting her foot in her mouth because she said some stuff about Matthew back in college, and so dumb. It's so dumb that you even have to read that stuff. So annoying.
That's my pick, though. I'm going with the Colts.
I like it. We'll open up to the people.
Yeah, who do you got?
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And you may not know the exact odds, but we're looking for more of a long shot. Teams that are, middle of the pack in the NFL that you expect, but you think has a legitimate shot. The King doesn't really think that the Colts are going to win, but it's his annual thing to make a bet on a team that's a long shot. And you can convince yourself that this team, here's why this team would be a candidate. Why is this team possibly one of the teams that could win the Super Bowl? Looking at a long shot team. King went with the Colts. Who would you go with? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Also, we've got some more updates on what's going on in NHL free agency. And it's not good if you're a Red Wing fan. If you were looking for 1, 2, or maybe even 3 players, it's not good news. We'll continue to update what's going on in the NHL and the NBA as the free agency frenzy continues here on 97.1 The Ticket. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, along with Kang, our producer, though we call him Gord today because he's a hockey guy now after going to the NHL draft on Friday at the Sphere in Las Vegas. He's the man. If you haven't seen, we did retweet out some video that Kane took from inside the sphere, just to kind of give a quick look at what it was like. It looked spectacular. By all accounts, it was. By Kang's eyewitness account, it was definitely spectacular.
It was spectacular, eh?
Yes. Oh. I don't know. Let's not go there.
Did they say don't you know? Or is that Minnesota?
I think it's probably
a little both.
Yeah. We'll just stick with Gord. That's it. But the non-Gords that are covering the NHL feeding frenzy right now, Pierre LeBrun and Elliot Friedman, they're breaking my heart. Breaking my heart right now. First of all, Steven Stamkos looks like he's got a deal with Nashville that will pay him about $8 million a season on a 4-year deal. That's what they're reporting. My backup, if they weren't going to get Stamkos, was Jonathan Marchessault, forward from Vegas. Well, according to Elliot Friedman, Jonathan Marchessault has a 5-year, $5.5 million per year contract with Nashville as well. So Nashville adding Marchessault and Stamkos. It's tough. To further make things worse, it's being reported that Shane Gostisbehere will not be playing in Detroit, that he will definitely enter free agency, that he was trying to work out something with the Wings, didn't work out. He gone. David Perron, another free agent, pending free agent with the Red Wings. They couldn't get a deal done with him. So he will also be a free agent. And to make matters even worse, a trade candidate I know a lot of Red Wing fans wanted to see was Jacob Chychrun, the defenseman. Well, he has now been traded to the Washington Capitals. And it won't make you feel better that it was traded for Nick Jensen, who was a former Red Wing, and also a 3rd-round pick. So maybe not the largest of packages going back, but Chychrun going to Washington. So that's 5 players right there that will not be Red Wings. I'm okay with the Perron, and I'm kind of okay with Gostisbehere because I think he's awesome on the power play, but not so much everywhere else. So I'm okay-ish. But now I'm curious, where is the money going to go? Obviously, the money the Red Wings have is going to go to the restricted free agents. They've got Mo Seider. They've got Lucas Raymond. They've got those two to contend with that they have to spend money on. And you're looking at probably close to $15 million between them. If you're going to sign longer-term deals with those guys, here they are entering the prime of their careers. I'm guessing it's probably going to be looked at right around $15 million a year between the two guys. So that's part of it. If they want to trade for Jacob Trouba, if these rumors are true, the other reports out there were that the Rangers would have to pick up a portion of the salary. These free agent signings don't take away from that. If the Red Wings wanted to trade for Jacob Trouba, they could. Don't know what it would take to acquire the Rangers captain, but apparently he's on the trading block. The reports over the weekend were that the Red Wings and the Rangers could work something out, and the Rangers would pick up like a third of the salary. Okay, sounds great. And now that we know that there's no Stamkos and there's no Marchessault, it helps, but it doesn't help out in scoring. What it helps out, though, is in toughness, if they were able to land Jacob Trouba, because he's a tough defenseman. He is a gritty guy who sometimes takes some dumb penalties, but does it in a violent way. And this team, I think you could argue very strongly, this team needs to add a player of that ilk, someone that can, strike fear in the opponents. Like, okay, I'm going in the corner. This is going to hurt. Yeah, it's going to hurt. He's going to come at you. We'll see if that comes to fruition, but that's a big thing that I think needs to happen in light of the big 2 free agents that I was looking at that were no longer available to the Red Wings with Steven Stamkos and Jonathan Marchessault. It's unfortunate.
Steve Eiserman and the Wings have to do something, right? I mean,
Yes.
like, I feel like he's set this up, like bringing back Kane, trading Wallman, opening up spots. I mentioned it earlier during the NHL draft. Buccigross even said on ESPN, it's like, hey, the Wings have to make the playoffs, right? They have to make the playoffs this year. Like, something is coming, right, Gator? Am I being an idiot here, or am I getting my hopes up too high? I'm not expecting the world, but there's got to be a move to definitely put this team into the playoffs next year, other than bringing back Patrick Kane for a full season.
Yeah, I would think so, and I'm afraid that part of this is going to be to get goaltender John Gibson in a trade with Anaheim. He makes more money than perhaps he should, and you're going to have to take that if you take that salary on for the remainder of his contract. I don't love that he's been on the decline for several years, playing on a terrible team like Anaheim, but coming to a Red Wings team which is on the rise, but not quite at the playoffs just yet. But you would expect that the next year it's a playoff time. It's time to be a playoff team, I should say, and it is. It's definitely time for that. We've been patient, and this needs to happen.
You expected it last year to be in the playoffs.
I did.
And it didn't happen this year. I don't think Steve Eiserman feels any heat ever. I don't know if there's any heat ever put on him, but I feel like at this point he's probably even got to be a little bit anxious, like, I'm going to make the playoffs. This is the year. We will make the playoffs. And I know they have this plan, the Eiser plan, slow and steady. But part of that is making the playoffs at some point, right?
Exactly. I mean, they were literally a point away from making it this past year. And they have no one to blame but themselves, even though I think the rule was stupid. They had same points total as Washington, but because they had fewer regulation wins, they don't get in. I mean, wins are wins. They had more wins. It's just dumb. Regardless, they did it to themselves. They had every opportunity in the last couple of weeks against teams they needed to beat those teams and put themselves up in front, and they didn't do it. And we're going to go back and look at this past season, if you want to do it, and look at doom and gloom, and you'll say losing the 2 games to Arizona is unacceptable, and it was. You can't do that. And when we say unacceptable, because you lose those 2 games and you don't miss the playoffs, that was a consequence. I think the term unacceptable is always kind of funny to me because, okay, what does that mean? I used it last week when it came to the Tigers, and I said it's, the way they're hitting, it's unacceptable. So what does that mean? It means that I want a change. I want a change in the hitting coach structure. They've got 3 hitting coaches, and they're not getting their point across with this team. So it's a different avenue on it. But then when you say unacceptable, there has to be a consequence to it. With the Red Wings, I'm not at the unacceptable level yet. My finger is looking for the heated seat to put on level 1 when it comes to Steve Eiserman, but I'll wait and see what happens in free agency if they are able to come up with something for this team. In addition to signing Patrick Kane. And I think they will. I think they definitely will. I don't know what the move is going to be at this point, though. I will be disappointed if it's a goaltender. I will say that they're in a better position if they go out and trade for Trouba, depending on what they have to give up to get him. But, now it feels like, which is just a whirlwind of activity when you begin a free agency period, whether it's the NBA or the NHL. It seems strange to say now things have calmed down, even though free agency literally started 11 minutes ago. But there have been players that have been signing with teams all day long. So we'll see what the Red Wings have left to do. But I'm not thrilled with what's happening here. But you can't count Steve Eiserman out. Trades are the other avenue you go through other than free agency, and you could land, a stud player that way. We'll see what they decide to do. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got a lot on the table. Obviously, the free agency stuff with the Red Wings and the Pistons. Are you happy with the moves that Trajan Langdon is making? JB Bickerstaff, the new head coach for the Pistons, that's the report. Are you on board with that? They gave Cade Cunningham his full extension, 5 years, $226 million. He's back. You good with that, or did you want to trade Cade Cunningham? They've signed Tobias Harris in free agency. A 2-year deal, $52 million total. Bringing another veteran to the mix after they traded for Tim Hardaway Jr. over last week. So now they got a couple of veterans added to this team. Are you okay with the Tobias Harris signing? I mean, knowing that this is not a destination point for basketball players right now. You're not going to be a destination for free agents unless you're a winning franchise, and they're not. They're not. Red Wings free agency, what's next for them? We're going to keep following along with the tracker and see who signs where or what trades can be had, what rumors are out there with the Red Wings. We're talking about the long shots to win the Super Bowl. King just got back from Vegas. He made his long shot bet, his annual long shot Super Bowl bet. He bet on the Indianapolis Colts. What team would you throw, $100 on or $50 on or $20 on? A long shot, something 25-1 or more. Who would you throw that money on? All that's on the table. We continue to discuss this with you on the Karsch and Anderson program on 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, to be a hockey fan in Nashville right now. Oh, boy. Let's bring in Kenny Cott. Kenny's one of our big hockey guys here at the station, working the phones today. I saw your tweet. It was a GIF of John Taffer.
John Taffer, the great John Taffer.
Can't really repeat what it was said.
I mean, as most things John Taffer says, you can't really repeat on the air.
You can leave one word out, a descriptive word, and just say "do something" is the gist of it. But Red Wings, they're out on Stamkos and Marchessault. Marchessault was my fallback guy. I liked him a lot, and at $5.5 million a year,
seems real stomachable. Seems real palatable.
5 years though, but still.
5 years is your window. If you want to sign a guy for 5 years, sign a guy for 5 years. I'm down with that. That makes sense.
Their own free agents that they tried to re-sign, they couldn't come to terms with. David Perron, which doesn't bother me. Gostisbehere doesn't really bother me, but he's so good on the power play.
Combine the two, though. They're both good on the power play. You're missing goals now. So now you need to add in the forward group and presumably a defenseman or a goalie. Now you've created more needs that you must fill.
And then there's the name of Jacob Chychrun that comes up all the time. People wanted him on defense, and he gets traded to Washington for a former Red Wing and a third-round pick. So right now it's all the excitement I had last night about the Patrick Kane signing, the rumors of Steven Stamkos, the trade rumors of Jacob Trouba, and thinking that all three guys could be wearing the winged wheel was really enticing to me. And now I'm still happy about Patrick Kane because I think Patrick Kane will be an even better player this season, upcoming, than what he was last year for the Red Wings because he'll play more games. And presumably he's healthy and training to be like you normally would train on a season rather than rehabbing. But Kenny, here's what I'm scared about. Are they saving the money for John Gibson, the goaltender?
If I hear the name John Gibson one more time, okay, Gator, what's the benefit? What's the benefit of getting John Gibson? Is he not a lateral move from Lyon and Husso? I don't see him as being all that much better. You could say, he plays for the Ducks. That stinks, so he's in a bad spot. Sure, he's played like that for 5 years. He hasn't gotten any better. So what am I supposed to be jumping up and down? Like the John Gibson smoke, I didn't understand from the beginning because you say, all right, you want to get better either defensively or in net. That does neither. That's at best a lateral move. Maybe there's a little bit more juice to squeeze out of it, but to me, John Gibson's a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's been 5 years since he was a good goaltender,
right? Exactly.
Really good goaltender in the league. But it's been 5 years, and yeah, it's the argument is the Anaheim Ducks thing. The Anaheim sucks, and the Red Wings.
It's the opposite of the Ullmark thing because people are like, Ullmark's only good because he played in Boston. Well, we'll see. I guess I think he's a pretty damn good goaltender.
So what's going to make Kenny Cott happy? As a Red Wing fan, as a hockey fan here in Detroit, what do you want to hear about? Because it seems like free agency wise, it's kind of they're already been picked through. So what do you got? Is there a trade that you want to see? Would you feel better if Trouba is announced as a trade?
There it is. That's exactly it. It begins the bare minimum is a Jake Trouba. You get substantially better on the defensive end. He's a winner. He knows how to win. He's been in this league for a long time. He's a leader, which is exactly what you need for this young defensive core. You have guys coming up that you're touting like Albert Johansson, and then you have Edvinsson that came up last year, and you have a very young defensive nucleus, even Mo Seider, still young. So to bring in a guy like Trouba, yeah, that helps a hell of a lot. And let's be honest about it. He's a bully. He's a mean dude on the ice. And
need one of those.
And what has been one of the primary concerns for Wings fans this past couple of years is, they're not mean enough. They're not gritty enough. Yeah. We need a Bob Probert.
Don't need a Bob Probert.
We've got that call a million times though, Gator, and you know it.
Yeah.
So to me, that I guess that silences some of that. But it is an important thing to have somebody who can be a bit of a bully on the ice.
I agree with that. Kenny, thank you very much. And
anytime.
Hopefully we'll have some more updates on the Red Wings and positive updates of players have added to make us go, yay, as opposed to, yay. That remains to be seen. Some ticket text coming in. Kane may be a point-a-game guy, but to the detriment of overall Wings scoring. 30 games without Kane, the Wings were plus 22 goal differential. 48 games with Kane, they were minus 19 goal differential. They only won 22 games with Kane on the ice. DeBrincat lost his game when Kane started December 7th, where the Wings lost 10 of the next 13. Let's go Red Wings. It's a lot there, okay? And also, I think the Red Wings got off to a better start than people expected to. They bring in Patrick Kane. And yeah, it changed things up, shuffled the lineup a little bit. I think some of those numbers could be a little misleading. I don't think you can just blame DeBrincat losing his game because Patrick Kane got here. I mean, DeBrincat has had long stretches before where he hadn't performed in his career. It was disappointing there when it happened. But I think a healthy Patrick Kane this year is going to be better for the Red Wings. He was healthy enough last year for the Red Wings. He was a point-a-game guy. But the other thing this does when you're losing your own free agents, and it creates roster spots. So if you wanted to see Jonathan Berggren, unless he's going to be part of a trade, now Berggren gets to maybe get a regular shift. If you want to see Marco Kasper is going to have a chance to make this team. Will Nate Danielson have a chance to make this team? And, you might see some of those younger players getting that opportunity. You're going to see a couple of defensemen. Another text came in. Not a fan of forwards 34 and older and defensemen that are over 32 unless you're on the verge of winning the cup. Happy with Kane. It was just a 1-year deal and not longer. Jacob at 30, 2-year contract would be perfect. You know my answer on Stamkos. If you're going to go with the over 34 forward thing, then you probably don't want Stamkos. It doesn't matter. Stamkos is not going to be here as he's going to sign a deal with the Nashville Predators along with every other great free agent that's out there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. But other things can happen. I'm expecting Eiserman to make a trade to bring in players at this point. I hope it's not the goaltender John Gibson, because I'd rather not go that route and commit the money to him for several years that are left on his contract, but we shall see. All right, looking for those Super Bowl picks. Teams that I have are kind of long shot teams, but a team you wouldn't mind if you were in Vegas. Wouldn't mind making a bet. Walk up to a sports book and say, you know what, I got $50 in my pocket. I'll put $50 on Cleveland to win the Super Bowl. If you do so, what happens? Well, Cleveland right now is a 40-1 shot to win it. So, there's value in that for those that like to do the gambling. So we asked people about their Super Bowl picks, and make your argument. 248-539-9797. Make your argument why you think that this team has a chance. It's not just a 1 in a million chance. It's a chance. Super Bowl long shot, the Falcons. Dynamic players all over the offense, a new quarterback, and a solid, underrated defense. The Falcons are interesting, and they are actually right there at 25-1. There's one sportsbook has them at 30-1. So that's a possibility. Watch out when you mention the new quarterback there. But Kirk Cousins is there. They do have offensive weapons to work with. I think offensively, Kirk Cousins is going to settle things down significantly for Atlanta, and they could be very good offensively. Defensively, we'll see. It continues to be a work in progress there, but I don't hate the pick of Atlanta. Tom in Detroit, yeah, Gator, but the Rams got Verse and Fisk in the draft together. They may be able to give the Rams 85% of what Donald gave them. To that, I would say this, Tom. Those are rookies. And you're not going to get 85% of what Donald gave you from two rookies. I mean, unless they come in and they're extra special. I like Jared Verse. I like him a lot. But Aaron Donald was dominant. One of the best defensive players in the history of the league, let alone what we've seen over the last 20 years.
No, so if you're going to expect someone to help with the Aaron Donald loss, it's going to be Kobe Turner, their defensive tackle that was a rookie last year. Now, he's not going to be Aaron Donald, of course, but he looks pretty damn good, and that might be a real steal for the Rams in their defense right there.
Do you like that if you were to throw the money on a team, throwing money on the Rams?
No. I just think that the wear and tear that Matthew Stafford has taken, there's contract issues. I think there's a reason why he wants his money right now. As much as he wants to say he could play how many more years, his body is taking a toll.
Yeah.
I like Puka Nacua a lot, of course, but I just don't see it in them to have another run. They got their one, and it's really hard to do, and I think that's all they're going to get.
I think you're right. Another text, definitely the Browns. Not sure anybody expects them to be a contender again, but I do. Ryan from Sterling Heights. The big thing with the Browns is it's Deshaun Watson. Their defense is good. It's really good. And Myles Garrett's amazing. But how good can Deshaun Watson be? He showed so much flash and potential when he was with Houston. Obviously, that's why a trade was made. And then you had the off-field issues that put that into question. It's taken him a while to get back. We saw a couple of flashes last year, but is this year that he takes the big jump and becomes the guy that he was trending to be in Houston? Could be. I like that pick. I like the because I still think defense matters, and the Browns play it. You're going to be in any game, and then you got an athletic quarterback like Deshaun Watson, who is great at making plays on the run. Not that he's a running quarterback, but he's a mobile quarterback and buy himself that extra time, wait for guys to get open, and he's got the arm to get it to him. I like the Browns for this pick. Got to be the Titans. Bunch of new weapons playing in a very weak division. Levis will have a huge season. Well, that's the thing. You got to bet on Levis.
Well,
I don't like
that's
Will
the
Levis.
common theme on a lot of these quote-unquote long shots is like the quarterback play. You know, you have a tier 1, tier 2 type quarterback, you're gonna be in the playoffs. You're gonna have a shot. Now you start getting further back. Is Deshaun Watson the guy? Is Anthony Richardson gonna come through? Is Will Levis gonna make that leap? You don't know. That's the main. Usually that's the big difference between the teams that are gonna be competing for the Super Bowl and the teams that aren't. It's quarterback play.
Out of those three quarterbacks,
obviously you know who I'm betting on. I'm betting on Anthony Richardson.
Right. And then if you had to bet on Deshaun Watson or Will Levis.
It's tough because here's the thing. Deshaun Watson has shown in this league he can do it before. The question is, can he reclaim any of that? After everything that's happened, can he bring it back? Or do you believe Will Levis, who had a game or two, whatever, that I would probably put my money on Deshaun Watson, but it's not strong. That's why I stayed away from Cleveland in the end, was their defense that's rock solid. Jim Schwartz coming back, big deal for them. It was the offensive side of the ball that I'm not sure Deshaun Watson can reclaim what he had when he was with the Texans. And they don't have Nick Chubb fully healthy after what happened to him last year.
And then there's another vote for Atlanta. Atlanta's my long shot. The offense could be potent. That's Mickey in Garden City. Yeah, I agree with that. The offense could be really good in Atlanta if they keep everybody upright. That could be a very, very good offense. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So there's some reports out there right now. Make sure to give credit where it's due. Frank Saravalli, the hockey insider, with the Daily Faceoff, has reported that the Red Wings have agreed to terms with defenseman William Lagesson on a 1-year, $775,000 deal. Who is William Lagesson, you ask? He's a 28-year-old defenseman. Had been playing with the Ducks and the Maple Leafs last year. Primarily been a minor league kind of guy, so don't get excited. I'm not. But what that does is maybe it just adds another defenseman into their minor league system because one of the minor leaguers is coming up to the NHL club. This is. I think we're in a position right now as Red Wing fans that we want more action. We got the action yesterday. It's like if we didn't get the announcement of Patrick Kane yesterday, had we gotten it today, like this afternoon, maybe we'd feel better. But it's not what happened. We got that announcement yesterday. They signed Patrick Kane to the 1-year deal. And if everything works out, the team makes the playoffs, he plays like 60-plus games, it ends up being a 1-year, $6.5 million deal. So we shall see what other moves are coming. I tend to think now what's left is a trade. I think that's the big move the Red Wings are going to go. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. You want to talk about the Pistons and free agency or the direction that they're going in right now? They've made some moves. Looks like they got their new coach. They're bringing Cade Cunningham back. They've extended him 5 years, $226 million. JB Bickerstaff, looks like he's going to be the next head coach of the Pistons. You want to talk Red Wings free agency and what they've done, what they haven't done. Nashville is stealing the show by signing Marchessault and signing Stamkos and others. And what's left for the Red Wings? Well, they can still make some moves. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, same number to text. Reno is in Royal Oak. Reno, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Reno.
Hey, good afternoon, Gator. Hey, now that Perron's going to Ottawa, don't you think now it's a must that we get Trouba? I mean, that said, does he start seeing the necessity for us to get a D-man, and does that increase his price or his want to come to Detroit? I'm thinking that from what I heard, that Gostisbehere's maybe going to be costing too much for Stevie to re-sign him, even though he wants to re-sign him. A guy like Trouba, let's face it, all you got to do is watch the first two or watch the whole series of the Stanley Cup and know that whatever the first two series were 1,050 hits or something like that. So we need somebody, he takes a sketchy penalty here and there, but we all know we need somebody like that because the playoffs are such a totally different game. And when you're losing or winning by one goal, randomly they might have been 3 or 4 goals, but that was random at best. So we got to tighten up the D. So is that going to cause a problem and maybe have him cost too much money?
And thanks for the call, Reno. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was announced earlier that Gostisbehere is going to hit the free agent market, and it doesn't look like the Red Wings were able to come to terms with him. Look, he's going to get a pretty good payday based on the season he had last year, and he'll be missed in terms of, I think, certainly the power play. He was a great power play performer. But as a defenseman overall, I think you could say there was some things lacking. Now, if they bring in Jacob Trouba, that'd be huge. Now, you're not getting a great power play performer, but you'd be getting another leader on this team and a guy who just hammers anything in his way. And that's the kind of player that would fit in nicely on this team because it's something they lack. They don't have that guy. They got Mo Sider. But it'd be nice to have another player on the blue line that's there helping to protect your team and helping to kind of add that toughness level and instill fear in the other team when they come back behind or come towards the net, go in the corners. They're going to pay a price. I'd love to see it. I don't know what the price is in terms of what you'd have to give the Rangers, but if the Rangers are just looking to clear some cap space, then maybe that price isn't going to be terribly high. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got a lot of feedback coming the way of ticket text. And here we go. Get ready for it. I'm done with Steve. It's now year 6 of the rebuild. They were just outside the playoffs and had a ton of cap space, and Steve decides it's okay to just run it back. He's running this team into the ground. I want him fired. Wow. That's from an unnamed texter. I wish you would have attached if you're going to be that inflammatory, I really wish you'd attach your name to it. Still got some off season to work with here, but I would be concerned about the running it back thing because they're bringing Patrick Kane back. I don't think they're running it back. Look who's leaving. There's no Gostisbehere, no Perron, right? They traded away Jake Wallman. What they brought back is Patrick Kane, who was one of the better players last year. He was a point-a-game guy. And now, completely healthy, here on a one-year deal. It's not punitive. But look, like everybody else, I want this team to be a playoff team right now. I'm not going to lie to you. I expect this. I expect them to be a playoff team this past season, and they weren't. They played like it most of the way and then stumbled towards the end. And it's disappointing because hockey fans here in Detroit deserve a playoff team. And we just missed out on it. Okay, so retool, let's figure things out. Are they going to be better? Well, the full season of Edvinsson on the blue line, a full season of Patrick Kane, I think those are two ways you can get better. Does this open the door so now that Jonathan Berggren's going to be a full-time player? Will some of these other prospects get their chance to shine? Are they better than some of the older players, the older veteran players around this team? We'll see. But I also think there's more moves to come. Stamkos to Nashville, Gensel to Tampa, losing faith in Steve's offseason. Another unnamed texter. So many of these NHL contracts are going to be awful in a few years. I see these deals going until they're 36, 37, even 39 years old. I don't want these deals just to make the playoffs, Mike in Royal Oak. Well, that's the Eiserman approach. He wants sustainability. He doesn't want to just make the playoffs and then take a couple steps back. He wants to make the playoffs and sustain that for years. And obviously the Red Wings had that tremendous run of 25 straight seasons in the playoffs. Well, now it's been, 8 years, 10 years since they made the playoffs? If this is all that happens with Detroit today, then it's really a freaking bummer with what Steve could do or should have done. Well, give it some time. Let's see if the more – I think trade route is where the Red Wings are going to go. We'll see what they do, and because there will be other things that they can do. 248-539-9797. Got a lot of calls lining up. Got some more text to get to, and we shall do so next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Darren Dreger, he's a TSN hockey insider, is reporting that the Detroit Red Wings have come to terms with goaltender Cam Talbot. $2.5 million per year for 2 years. Cam Talbot played last year with the LA Kings. In 54 games, had a 2.5 goals against average and a .913 save percentage. Those are pretty good numbers. Only played 3 playoff games, and he was terrible in 3 playoff games. 5.3 goals against average, .861 save percentage in those 3 small sample size playoff games. But over the last 5 years, Cam Talbot's been a pretty good goaltender. This is an interesting signing. A veteran goaltender at the age of 36. That is, like I said, it's interesting. I don't hate it. At least it means you're not going after Gibson. A, you don't have to give up assets to get him. And 2, it's a much lesser price. And I think getting a better goaltender. So there's that. When you look at what Alex Lyon did last year, Alex Lyon's goals against average was a half goal higher. Ville Husso's goals against average was a full goal higher. The save percentage for Lyon was .904. Compare that to Cam Talbot's .913. And it looks like the Red Wings just added a better goaltender based on those raw numbers. And Talbot played 54 games last year. So things are, I guess, better in the net. Do I feel a little bit better right now than I did 10 minutes ago? Kang, I feel a little bit better than I did 10 minutes ago.
How much better?
A little bit. Well, I'll say this.
Because they did something or because you like the move?
No, because I think the move is it's upgrading the goaltender position, right? They got nothing out of Husso last year. And Alex Lyon at times looked fantastic and other times just did not look good. To the point where people were asking, well, why is he so inconsistent? Was it because it was the first year that he really had the chance to start? You know, you can make that argument. So now you've got a guy that he can split time with that maybe gets the best out of both of those players. But on the surface, I like it. I will say that. Just on the surface before I do any deep dive into it. But I want more. And it's not much. It's $2.5 million. So far, the Red Wings have spent, if you go with a full contract with Patrick Kane in the 1 year, if he hits all his incentives, you're looking at the Red Wings spending $9 million to this point. And they had, $34 million in cap space going into it. So now you're at $25 million in cap space. You still have to sign your 2 guys, your 2 big guys. It's more than that they would have to do because they have their he's not the only those aren't the only restricted free agents. Joe Veleno is the other one. So if you got $25 million, if you spend $15 million on the big 2 and then maybe another $3 million on Joe Veleno, that's $18 million. Now you still have some money. You still have $7 million you can spend. You save that up there for a trade to get Trouba. Is that enough to put this team over the top to be a playoff team? It might be.
I don't want to hear might.
I hear you.
You know what I mean? I know.
Well,
that was my next question. All right, so this is they're going to make the playoffs next year, guaranteed, because of this move. No.
Well, I'll say if they're able to swing a trade for Trouba, then I think it's a playoff team. Because I think Trouba is exactly what they need on defense, and then you're bringing in Edvinson full time as well, and most sided. Now you got 3 physical defensemen. I like that. What you're sacrificing is Gostisbehere, but he's offense only, and this team clearly needed more help on the defensive side. Putting the puck in the net surprisingly wasn't a huge issue for the team last season. But now you've also lost David Perron. He was 17 goals last season, and he was 17 points on a power play, so it's another power play piece that you're missing. But you got a full season of Patrick Kane. That's upside. And there's a lot going on here to kind of weigh it. But right now, having to weigh it, I think they're better off. Because I think Cam Talbot is an improvement in the goaltending situation. And that's the quickest way that you can be a better franchise. The quickest way to do it is have a really good goaltender. And if you get out of him what he gave LA last year, you're in.
Now he's 36 years old.
Yes.
So you just got to hope that he's not going to get really worse after this year instead, right? Because you said give us what you gave last year.
Give me what you got last year.
Right?
Right. The previous year with Ottawa, he played 36 games, had a .293 goals against average, an .898 save percentage, which isn't a great save percentage. The year before that with Minnesota in 49 games, a .276 goals against and a .911 save percentage. Those are better numbers. And it's not that far ago that you look at some really good numbers. With Calgary in 2019-20, he played 26 games at .263 goals against average with a .919 save percentage and followed that up with another .263 and a .915 save percentage. So he's been a consistent goaltender, and I think that's big. That's kind of key. At 36, it's old. But Tim Thomas won his Stanley Cup with Boston, I think, when he was 36. And he burst on the scene. It was like, kind of a journeyman goaltender, not really doing anything. All of a sudden, one season it clicked with him. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen with Cam Talbot. I'm not, shouting from the rooftops, we got it! Woo! Stanley's coming back! But I think this does make the team better. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's get back to the phones. You can text it the same way. Adam is next up here. 97.1 The Ticket. Adam in Gibraltar. Welcome, 97.1 The Ticket. How are you?
Hey, how are you? It's kind of a slow day for the Wings. Kind of disappointed they couldn't get Marchessault or Stamkos. I think the Stamkos one is reasonable. That's just a crap load of money. But I think the Marchessault one was a little bit more reasonable. But I'm not sure what Stevie's going to do. Out there. They get that could really improve this team, but their only way I think they're going to get better is by trading for Trouba, but you're going to have to give away some prospects, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's a thing. And thanks for a call, Adam. I don't know what it is they're going to have to give up to get Trouba. If the Rangers are just hell bent on clearing up some cap space, then the price shouldn't be terribly high. But I would imagine there'd be other teams would be interested in him as well. But it's been kind of quiet on the Trouba front for a few days here since the news, broke that there was mutual interest. So I don't know what to think of it. I want him here because I think he'd make this team considerably better. Adding that toughness on the blue line, adding that toughness just overall to a team. You've got players now that can answer to other teams maybe trying to take liberties with our star players because you don't want that. We've seen that too often. Other ticket texts coming in regarding what's happened here with the Red Wings in free agency. Can Nashville sign 2-star free agents and the Wings can't get one? Or how can Nashville sign 2-star free agents and the Wings can't get one? Here's the difference. Nashville, all their cap space was going to be allocated to unrestricted free agents. The Red Wings, half of their cap space goes to re-signing Lucas Raymond, Mo Seider. So that's the difference. I wish it weren't, but that's the case. And then you throw in Joe Veleno as well, who's a restricted free agent they have to sign. That's why it's different. I'm fine with Eiserman not making these moves. The term and dollar amount that's being given out to these average players is absurd right now. Matt in East Lansing. I don't think it's absurd to give $8 million for Stamkos. Point a game, more than point a game. Marchessault got $5.5 million. The term part, the 5 years, that I might take exception to, but $5.5 million for a guy who's a consistent scorer, who scored over 40 goals last year, I don't think that's outrageous either. Now, some of the other contracts that players are going to get, I still haven't seen the numbers on Reinhart, but imagine that's kind of crazy. Detroit fans should be happy Stevie isn't throwing this money around like the other teams are. People would have been so mad at Stevie if they signed Stamkos to that contract, John and Berkeley. I disagree.
Totally disagree with that. If the news came out that the Wings got Stamkos today, I mean, I'd be sounding the horn, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be excitement. People would be happy. Like, hey, finally, someone helped them generate more goals, scoring opportunities, get this team into the playoffs for sure, make some noise. Help the other guys on the team.
Another veteran player that has Stanley Cup championship experience. I don't think people would have been upset if they heard that the Red Wings agreed to terms with Steven Stamkos. Now, did it get beyond what Steve Eiserman wanted to spend? I think that's probably obvious at this point. But maybe it's also obvious that if you're in Nashville and you're pitching these guys and you're pitching them together, Marchessault and Stamkos, we want you guys to play together. Let's come together on this. That's a different conversation than Patrick Kane and Steven Stamkos. Let's come together on this. Is it that much different? I kind of wish they had gone that extra mile and gotten them. They may be overreacting right now. Maybe it's too soon. But I got so excited with the prospect of Steven Stamkos and Patrick Kane being on this Red Wing team. And I don't think it's just not only is it a quick fix, but I think that it's something that, Stamkos you would have to sign him for a multiple year deal. I think he's got plenty left in the tank. If you want to say you're not sure about Kane, I agree. I'm not sure. I know for the 1 year, I'm really excited that he's back. And he wasn't getting multiple year offers from other teams. And I think Patrick Kane wants to be here. It would have been nice. It didn't happen this way. And it sucks that it didn't happen this way.
And I got to tell you, man, that's the move I thought he was setting up. I mean, a lot of us, right?
Yes.
And that's why even more you're disappointed even more because you thought the history, they know each other, the need for us, of course. Go that extra mile. Sometimes you got to. And this is where some fans, and you know this, they look to ownership and they say,
yeah,
hey, are you being a little tight here?
But it's unfair because
I don't know if it's true or not.
But you can't because it's a salary cap team. So you can't do that with the NHL. This is completely on the shoulders of Steve Eiserman of what he is going to do, how he's going to build this team. I like Cam Talbot. I'm warming up to that as the minutes tick by. I think that's something that's really going to help this team out. But you want to bring it home? Go get yourself Jacob Trouba, and then we'll really feel good about this. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to text us, the same number it goes. We got some people on hold. Want to get to you folks. Piston fans. It's free agent time for the Pistons as well. They've made a couple of moves over the weekend. One of them perhaps might even be their new coach. That's been reported that they got a coach. They had a trade. They've got a free agent signing. And they also re-signed Cade Cunningham to an extension. I should say they gave him an extension, 5 years, $226 million. Was that the right move? Talking a lot with the free agency frenzy here on 97.1, The Ticket.
This just in, the Red Wings have signed goalie Cam Talbot to a 2-year deal worth $5 million. Talbot was in net for 54 games with the Kings last season, touting a .913 save percentage and a 2.5 goals against average as well. The Red Wings announcing that their home opener will be October 10th versus the Penguins at Little Caesars Arena. They said the rest of the schedule will come soon. In other free agency news, Pierre LeBrun is also reporting that the Wings and Shane Gostisbehere are expected to part as he hits free agency today. It also appears the Wings are losing one of their leaders to a division rival. David Perron is signing with Ottawa on a 2-year deal worth $4 million a year. Perron accounted for 47 points last season. Development camp kicks off for the team today as well. Here's radio voice Ken Kal on what to expect. The Wings aren't the only team making a move in Detroit today. Tobias Harris is reuniting with the Pistons. Harris played with the Pistons last played with them in the 17-18 season before being traded away to the Clippers. Last year with Philly, he averaged 17 points and 6.5 rebounds. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, along with Kang, our producer. Fresh from a trip out to Vegas, Kang was at the Sphere on Friday night for the NHL draft. He got to witness that firsthand.
Well, because I got to get my hockey fix in, dude.
Well, I know.
There. Come on, man.
I know.
It was hot out in Vegas.
Was it cool in the Sphere? Was it
very
temperature-wise?
Cool. Very cool. It's like a 40-degree difference, dude. It's not even. I'm not even kidding on that.
It's funny. It's a 40-degree difference. Which means it was still 70 degrees.
Yeah, it was 110, but the dry heat, Gator, made it feel like 109 all week. And you're heading out to Vegas as well. And I know before you weren't sure you're going to head to the Sphere. Now that Jimmy, our program director, has been there, and I've been there. Are you going to make an effort to go see the Las Vegas Sphere?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to try to convince the others that I'm going with that let's go.
Why wouldn't you want to just, see it?
Hey, man.
Well, I'm just saying you're on the Strip,
right.
It's not like...
And it's right next to the Venetian, or is it part of the Venetian?
Yeah. There's actually a bridge from the Venetian, which is kind of crazy.
One of the nights where I think we're eating at the Venetian, one of the restaurants we're going there, so why not? Let's check out either the Sphere beforehand or afterwards. I don't know how I don't know what the touring situation is there, but I'm looking forward to that for sure, without question. Today's free agent frenzy, though, NHL, NBA, there's not a whole lot going on with the NBA and with the Pistons. We know this, right? They have made a signing. They signed Tobias Harris, a 2-year, $52 million deal.
Kind of expected.
It's kind of expected. Yeah. Look, they were going to get a shooting guard. They got a shooting guard. They're bringing the guy back. He was obviously here with the Pistons about 8 years ago. He could still score. Averaged over 17 points a game last year with Philadelphia. His three-point shooting dropped a tick. He was at 35% last year, but he's been basically a 37% shooter, 37% shooter throughout his career. It's not an awe-inspiring signing, but what they do, they get a veteran. They get a veteran for a team that desperately needs to add some veteran presence because everybody on this team feels like they're 23 and under, and that's probably factually true. But over the weekend, they traded for going into the weekend, they traded for Tim Hardaway Jr., taking on his contract. They also acquire a few second-round picks, so that helps. Hardaway is another guy, a veteran presence, play defense, can shoot a little bit. Let's see what they, these are kind of just veteran players that add some depth to this team.
Yeah, guys that you could lean on that bring some calmness, some steadiness to a lineup that just was changing every single night last year. They couldn't keep a same rotation at all throughout the season. There's no chemistry to be built off of it. So as much as I'm not wowed by the Tobias Harris signing, this was projected during the season, essentially. Hey, this is a perfect fit for the Pistons because they're going to need someone like this because you're not going to go get a big name like Paul George or LeBron James or whoever. This is the type of player that you're going to be able to get if you're the Pistons. on a 2-year deal. I just, I was hoping maybe this is my Stamkos where I was like, go get Brandon Ingram, the guy who's going to command a max deal. Maybe the Pelicans don't want to give it to him, and you take on that contract because Trajan Langdon was talking about taking on bigger contracts. There's a Zach LaVine out there that the Bulls are trying to shout. I don't want Zach LaVine, but the point is, people that don't want to pay, teams that don't want to pay certain players, that's where the Pistons come in to try to land star type players. But no, this is the approach that we kind of knew was going to happen. It's the first few moves that Trajan Langdon's able to make here, which is get some veteran guys to solidify the rotation.
Yeah, and maybe the biggest move they did was to hire JB Bickerstaff.
Yep, that is.
Obviously, they've re-signed or signed to an extension. It'll be announced officially by the end of the week or at the end of the week with Cade Cunningham. So they're building around Cade Cunningham. So now you've got some known things here. Before, last week was unknown. Do you build around Cade? Do you not build around Cade? They're building around Cade Cunningham, clearly. He got his extension. He's here. The next kind of pieces to fall into place, to me, they're not free agency. They don't revolve around free agency. With the Pistons, to me, that revolves around players that are on this team right now on the roster. Are they still going to be on the roster? Is Isaiah Stewart, are you still looking to trade? If you are you trading Isaiah Stewart? Are you trading Jaden Ivey? I imagine this is, with the Ivey situation, any coach that's coming in, you're going to want to see what you got first. So does that mean that a possible trade is not even possible in the offseason because the coach is going to want to see him up close and personal? Or does he already have a good idea? It's like, I've watched him play. I've been around the league. Okay, kind of want to do him. Just down the road, Cleveland. Okay, kind of know stuff. Where Bickerstaff was before, maybe he's already got that opinion made, and he's like, either got to move him or no. I think he could be a big part of the future because he's got a ton of talent. Those are the moves that I think are going to be interesting. How do you continue to trim the roster? Because you're going from a roster of 129 players to get it down to 12 guys that can be on your team at any given time, and of course you're going to have some additional players too. But I mean, the point is they're going to have to trim half of this roster right now, the way that it sits. So we'll see what the Pistons do. The Red Wings are the team that are really kind of drawing the interest right now, because you're looking at a team that was that close to making the playoffs, didn't make it, basically on a technicality, they didn't make it. Steve Eiserman has been on record as saying that he wants to build a team that will, for sustainability in terms of making the playoffs, not just be a one-year wonder. Hey, we got to the playoffs one year, and then to not be able to sustain that success and take steps back. Okay, I'm on board with that, and that's frankly the plan that was hatched way back when they made 25 straight playoff appearances. We got spoiled. Some of those teams are different teams. Some of those teams were, had before there was a salary cap. Now there's a salary cap, it makes it tougher. In order to get the sustainability, you have to draft well. And we're just now starting to see some of those players trickle in onto the NHL roster that Steve Eiserman has drafted, his draft picks. But I do like what I see when you look at Seider and Raymond and Edvinson. These are going to be pillars of this team. And then do we get to see Casper play? Do we get to see Sebastian Cossa in a couple years as a goaltender? Do we get to see, Sandin Pellikka, the defenseman? They got a lot of guys that are up and coming in the next couple of years that will really be flooding this team. And for the upcoming season, we might have a couple new faces with Casper for sure, and for Johansson and Edvinson getting to play a full season with this team. Is that enough to say, though, that this team is better? Well, they're bringing Patrick Kane back, and a healthier Patrick Kane than what he was when he started with the Wings last year. Do you expect to be more than point a game? I don't know if I can expect that, but I think he's, with a full season, you're going to see north of 30 goals, I would hope. But they had some losses. In free agency, you're losing Perron, you're losing Gostisbehere. In free agency, you lost out on Stamkos, you lost out on Marchessault. You lost out in the ability to trade for a Chychrun because he got traded to Washington. So now we're all still waiting to see what the next trade is going to be for the Red Wings. But the signing of Cam Talbot, the goaltender, I think when things kind of calm down a little bit and you take maybe a closer look at what they have here, Cam Talbot's 36 years old as a goaltender. It's a 2-year deal. So that tells me this is a stabilizing deal until Sebastian Cossa is ready to take over this team as the full-time netminder. You're not throwing away Alex Lyon, but I think what you are going to do is probably say goodbye to Ville Husso. Cam Talbot, when we talk about a calming influence, Cam Talbot has been pretty consistent in his career. .913 save percentage in his career, and he was a .913 save percentage last season. So there's a lot to like with him. The one knock is that he's 36. But if he's splitting duties with Alex Lyon, and it gives Alex Lyon more of an opportunity to rest and be the really good goaltender we saw last year, then maybe this is a better move than we want to give it credit for. Because the way that hockey teams can get much better, faster, is with a really good goaltending tandem. Maybe that's what they have right now. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Want to get your thoughts. Lots going on today in basketball and also in the NHL and specifically the Red Wings, a little bit with the Pistons. Want to get your thoughts on what's happening there. We talked about long shots in the NFL. Kane just got back from Vegas. Every year when he goes to Vegas, he has a long shot Super Bowl bet that he makes, 25-1 odds or greater. That's what he looked at. He put his money down on the Indianapolis Colts. Why? Because he loves himself some Trent Richardson, without question. You're a Richardson guy. What would be the team that you would be willing to spend $20, $50 on, perhaps more, on a long shot possibility that you think could win the Super Bowl? We'll get into that as well. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as it is to call. And we got a couple calls lined up. We'll talk to you next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. A lot going on today. It's a very busy Monday, as usually are. Champ or Chump. Also on Mondays, we do our Champ and Chump. My champ of the week, Cam Davis, who won the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Second time he's won it. Did with a score of 18 under. The guy's a really good ambassador for this tournament. Now that he's won it twice, and it had some amazing things to say about Detroit. I mean, and all the golfers did. The PGA does the city of Detroit no favors for when they plan this event, or when they plan the other events, I should say, because it gets lost with players that want to get ready for the Open or whatever. Oh, I just said it. Can you smack me in the face, Kane?
I would if I didn't have to stay here behind the glass and watch this.
The British Open. I want to make sure I say that all the time.
No,
the
you
British
don't.
Open.
But you didn't, though.
I didn't that time. I can't believe I said it.
I'm going to tell Doug.
Please don't tell Doug.
I'm recording right
Please
now.
don't tell Doug. So anyway, but the field was very young, and the field was exciting. If you watch the tournament, it was fun.
Well, I think was the play exciting. I don't know if the field was exciting to a lot of people. The field was what people actually bitched about.
They had one top 20 golfer.
It was like the worst field they've ever had, the Rocket Mortgage Classic, by ranking.
Yeah, they had one top 20 golfer. But when you had, going into the back nine, you had half a dozen guys at least that were in contention. That's exciting. The tournament's exciting. It is what you want to make it, you know? I mean, it started off with a bang when you had on Thursday with a hole-in-one in the morning, or Thursday or Friday, whenever it was, early in the morning. The weather cooperated for the most part. Yesterday was perfect, you know? It was a little chilly, but better than being, 90 degrees and 95% humidity. Anyway, that was my champ. King, your champ was?
My champ was the Las Vegas Sphere, because I went there and I got to watch the NHL draft. I got to see it in person at the Sphere, and it's everything what everyone writes about, talks about. It lives up to the hype, and I can't imagine. It's actually probably much better for a concert. And the UFC is going to hold a fight card there, and Dana White said this week after UFC 303 said he only saw a little bit of what the NHL draft did at the Sphere. And he said, compared to what the UFC is going to do, that's going to be like kids playing with crayons.
I don't know what that means.
So that means the UFC, I don't know what he's going to do, but I know you can do more than what the NHL draft did, and the NHL draft did some pretty cool stuff. And it's something you got to see in person to really appreciate.
That's great.
So that's my champ of the weekend.
My champ of the week, Jamarcus Russell, former first overall pick in the NFL, the quarterback out of LSU, who reportedly cashed a check that was intended to be a donation check to a high school to pay for gym equipment and training equipment for the tune of like $76,000. And he cashed the check and put it in his own account. Not good. Not good. Your chump?
My chump, I'm sticking with the Vegas theme since I just left there, was a UFC 303, the card. What was supposed to be Conor McGregor's return to the octagon after like 2-3 years versus Michael Chandler turned into a replacement fight, which was fine. But then the co-main event, which was pushed up, which was supposed to be Ortega versus Lopez. Ortega gets sick at the last minute on making a catch weight. The rest of the card just fell apart completely. For me, to not have a true backup plan, just because you have Conor McGregor on the card, doesn't mean you just don't care about the rest of the card. This is what can happen. I feel bad I didn't attend it, but I feel bad for people that flew out, hotel, all that stuff cost all that money. And we all know fight cards can change or subject to change, but this was pretty brutal.
Let's get back to the phones, 248-539-9797. And Spencer is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Spencer.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm just kind of calling in about the Red Wings talk, and I actually have a couple questions, just kind of wondering what you guys are thinking. You have these free agent signings, and people, like, I got some buddies that are texting, like, frustrated and mad that, we're not getting Stamkos or a top-end goalie. And I'm kind of trying to ease them down a little bit by explaining, like, the window that we have for being a true competitor probably isn't for a couple more years just because of our prospects. So it wouldn't make a lot of money to go sign, or make a lot of sense to, sign a Stamkos right now if that doesn't fit the window. And I'm even surprised Kane stuck around, considering that like I said, that window might not be open for another couple of years when we get all these prospects up. But am I on the right track? You guys think that's a good mindset to have right now, because it's down in the dumps, like one of the two teams that hasn't made the playoffs in a long time. But I'm just curious what you guys' thoughts are.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Spence. I appreciate it. I'm a little disappointed that we don't have a Stamkos or a Marchessault on the team in free agency. And I guess that's fueled by the reports that there was interest with Stamkos. Once that gets in your head that it's a possibility, and then you see Patrick Kane signs, then you're, ooh, here we go.
Well, Kane's coming back for a reason, right?
Kane's coming back. Why else would he sign with the Red Wings? Unless he's going to play. Yeah. And then it doesn't happen. That's disappointing. The contract he signed, a 4-year deal for $8 million a season, with the cap going up every year in the NHL. Is a lot of money. Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But it's money that they had. Now, would you have been able to do some other things if you had signed him? Maybe not. But what have they done to this point? They signed Kane, which will be, if they make the playoffs, it ends up being a 1-year, $6.5 million deal after the incentives kick in, provided he plays like 60 games. I wish that, it hurts right now. It's so fresh. To me, it's the Marchessault one more so than the Stamkos, because Marchessault was a $5.5 million deal for a guy who's a 40-goal scorer last year. And, that comes at a price that's it's kind of reasonable. But you do some reading on this, and Marchessault, when he was in contact with Nashville, obviously knew about what was going on with Steven Stamkos, and he was going to sign there. He actually talked to Stamkos. So, they got that done. And they got both of those players done in Nashville. Now, Nashville could be screwed in the future, in the very near future, because you're using all their cap space, and they gave both of these guys long-term contracts, and both of these players are in the mid-30s. But how does that affect the Wings? Are the Wings any better? I'm starting to really like what they did with the signing of Cam Talbot. I've gone from okay to I like it to now I'm really starting to like it. Maybe it's just because I want to, but if I try to be objective about this, what you're adding is a goaltender, a veteran goaltender at 36. It's a 2-year deal. It's a 2-year deal at $2.5 million per year, so it's not much. And what you're getting is a goaltender who last year performed to his career averages. A .913 save percentage. I'll take it. 2.5 goals against average. Awesome. Here we go. Because it's better than the alternative. If you didn't have him, if you went into the season with the same goaltending tandem, that leaves a lot to be desired. Ville Husso, had a 3.5 goals against average last season. Not good. Alex Lyon had a good save percentage, but his goals against average was north of 3. You're getting somebody who's been better. Now, is that because the LA Kings had a better defense in front of them? Maybe. I'll grant some of that. But this guy on his career is a .913 save percentage guy. I like it. I think it takes a lot of pressure off of Alex Lyon to be the guy where he has got to start 3 out of 4 games or 5 out of 6 games or whatever it is, that now we can split it up more equitably and get the most out of both of those goaltenders. Now, for me to really like what's going on, I have to believe that the subtractions they have are going to be filled by additions from their minor league system that in the end are going to pay off. But I need them to pay off this upcoming season because this has to be a playoff team now. They've been getting better and better and better every season for the last several years. Their point total has gone up and up and up. Okay, make the playoffs. You just missed it. You missed it by a technicality. So now you got to make the playoffs. That has to be the mantra for this team. And is it a completed process right now? I don't think so. They still have money under the cap, and they can make some moves with trades. I don't know if there's going to be that big free agent move left. I don't know if that free agent is left out there to really pursue, but they can pursue people in trades. They can pursue players in trades, and we'll see if they continue to do that. Those rumors out there about Jacob Trouba, we'll see if that comes to fruition or not. But that would be a welcomed addition to this team because of his toughness, all around grit, a good player, solid player, a captain. All that would make sense. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk about the Pistons, the Red Wings. We're getting into the free agency frenzy this offseason that is for both of them, and it's a huge offseason for both teams. The Pistons kind of making all their moves in a row here, and we're going to get into a little bit more in depth of that. Plus, take your calls and text at 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. The Carson Anderson program. Scott the Gator Anderson and Kane, our producer, with you today. Doug will be back next week. I got some more ticket text coming in regarding the Red Wings. The Red Wings are a team who, as of today, have gotten significantly worse. Congrats, Steve. Good work. Now, I disagree with that. I'm not even sure they've gotten worse. I don't know if they've taken a step back. I think you can question that, to be sure, because there's an unknown factor of how good the players that will be coming up from Grand Rapids, are they ready to hit the ice skating, so to speak, and add to this team? Are they going to be ready for that? Is Johansson going to step in and be a better option on defense than Jake Wallman was. Well, a full season of Edvinsson, is that going to pan out? Is Marco Kasper going to get an opportunity here? Is Jonathan Berggren still going to be on the team? Are those guys going to step in and be better than, David Perron was? I think these are all legitimate questions. But what I'm starting to really like is the addition of Cam Talbot.
Really? Like within the last 30 minutes, an hour? Like, I know you kind of liked it.
Yeah. Starting to really like it.
And now you said you really like it.
Yeah, I'm starting to get there.
And by the end of the show, you're going to be, you love it.
I don't know if I'm going to go there, but I'm moving up.
Well,
I think I'm at where I was 10 minutes ago on this. I'm trying to think about this and how does that signing make the Red Wings better? And I think it makes them better because it's going to make Alex Lyon better. And if you liked the good Alex Lyon last year, you're going to see more of it because he's not forced into duty so often because of not having another option with James Reimer or with, Ville Husso. Cam Talbot's better. And if he's better, doesn't that make the goaltending better overall? And if the goaltending overall is better, then you're going to win a few more games. And that's all it would have taken was one more.
Well, here's the thing, though. Hold up. Because, number one, Talbot, theoretically, the theory, he should be better than what you had last year. He is going to be 37, though, I think, before the season starts. So he's an older goalie. Yep. You just hope his play...
That's a big question mark.
Yeah, you hope his play doesn't just completely fall off a cliff because he's totally, peaked out and he's just gotten old overnight, right? It happens fast. That's number one. Number two is, even if you think the Wings have gotten better, because with these marginal moves, they didn't go out and get Stamkos, but they did make some moves, bringing Kane back for a full year, bringing Talbot here. They have to not just get better, they have to get better than the teams that were better than them. You know what I mean? To get that final playoff spot.
Of course.
So it's not just getting better. You've got to get better than other teams.
They got to be better than the teams they were competing with at the end of the season last year.
And what about teams behind you that are trying to get better?
Yeah, I'm looking at the teams like Washington, Philadelphia. The Islanders went on a crazy run at the end of the season to get in there. And, are they better than those teams? And that'll be answered when all this is all is said and done. Free agency goes on for a while here. This is the first day of the free agency frenzy. And by the way, our free agency coverage of the NHL and the NBA is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. So there's that.
So I'm not full panic mode, but I am I'm getting frustrated here because I thought all the moves Eiserman was doing was setting up a big move that has not happened yet. Hopefully it will, but I expected more. But you do have to leave room, though, that there's growth of Lucas Raymond and the young players, too, getting better, right? Like, you're hoping they're better than what they've shown so far. Not that they've been bad, but because Lucas Raymond can be even better.
Lucas Raymond had a really good season last year, and yes, can he be better? I'm expecting him to be better. I mean, he had 31 goals last year and 72 points in the 82 games, led the Red Wings in scoring. Do I expect him to be better? I do. Can Dylan Larkin stay healthy for a full season? He played 68 games last year. I mean, not having him for 14 games, that hurt. But these are things every team has to deal with, injuries, but that's just another way to look at it. A forgotten guy, Michael Rasmussen. He missed time at the most inopportune time last year was the end of the season. They really needed him, and he got hurt right at the end, and that was a force that they missed.
DeBrincat went through a stretch where he wasn't scoring.
DeBrincat went through a big stretch, and he ended up only with 27 goals. I mean, this is a guy who he and Larkin the beginning of the season were like, oh my God, they're lighting it up. Hey, we finally have that tandem in the league, and then he went ice cold. Finished with 67 points in 82 games. That's not good enough for what you signed him for. And the 27 goals in particular, it's not good enough. You signed this guy to be a 30 and 40 goal scorer. So they've got guys that can step up their game and have to step up their game. And like I think you said right, we're still waiting on a big move. I don't think it's going to be a free agent signing. I think it's going to have to come through a trade. And whether it's Jacob Trouba or somebody else, we'll see. Got some more ticket text coming in. Fire Steve, this is a joke. Get Trouba and a goal scorer or get Eiserman out. Unnamed texter. Harsh.
Well, is that the this is unacceptable?
This
if
is
they
what
don't make the
this is kind
playoffs?
of what these people are there. They're already there. We've had a couple of fire Steve Eisermans out there. Is Eiserman going to do anything or what? Totally drop the ball. Do needs to go get the Eiser plan. Do needs to go. The Eiser plan has been a disaster. That's Joe and Flint. Can I nominate early champ and chump? Early champ being Stevie Y for putting his heart aside and not overpaying and over-tenuring Stamkos. Early chump to Stamkos for not coming here. With that said, is to play for a trade for Leon Draisaitl possible? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, if that happened, you'd call doctors every 4 hours because we'd have problems. I mean, that's not going to happen. Is it possible that he could be on the trade block at some point? It's possible. They got some big contracts over there, and his is one of them. And he's an expiring one at the end of the season. And they sure as hell don't want to lose him for nothing. But I don't think that's terribly realistic. We've talked about it in the past, but, it is what it is. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us if you like. Got some more text coming in. I'm probably in the minority with this take. Here we go. I like this. But I love the moves that Langdon has made. The only move I really hate is the head coach. I wanted the younger guy, but who the F cares? We won 14 games, so anything is better than what we had. That's from Jake and Troy. I actually like that move probably the most, that they hired Bickerstaff.
I do too. I think that people keep saying he can get us to the next level and then you move on and get another coach. I think Bickerstaff could be the guy. What he did with Cleveland is what we wanted here done in Detroit. He took a team that won 22 games, and I think they won 44 the next year. He developed Darius Garland with Jared Allen. We're hoping he does the same here, and then maybe he can stick around and be the guy and watch them advance to a conference finals, win a couple playoff series. I know that's really far down the line right now for a team that just won only 14 games last year, but he's been part of that process before and taken a young talent and with really no expectations and got them over the hump to where they are now, where they're expecting more, and that's why he was kind of let go because they thought they could do more. I mean, Donovan Mitchell was hurt at the end of that playoff series. They had no shot without Mitchell, and the Cavs decided to move on with Bickerstaff. They think they can get more out of that roster, which is fine. Their loss, hopefully, our gain. We're hoping that he can take Duren and Cade and do what he did with Garland and Jared Allen or, and whoever else they bring in. But they need a consistent voice. This is the third coach in 4 years for Cade Cunningham.
That's a lot.
This is the third coach in 3 years for the entire roster.
Yeah.
They need to solidify the rotation and who's sitting on the bench. And by the way, Bickerstaff is going to show way more emotion than Monty Williams ever did in his 82 games here.
Well, that's something that fans seem to care about.
I mean, just care, right?
Yeah. Show that you care, and that would be someone that shows that he cares. I think, a guy that coached Cleveland for 3 years, they won 44 games each year. That's better than 500 for 3 years in a row. And it's taking over at a team that was so young and not very good to begin with, and then he turns them to what they were. Now, yeah, they had a star player there. But can Cade be our star? Can they add more around him? Because that's what they're going to have to do now. The Pistons they've made a statement. We're building around Cade Cunningham. We just extended him for 5 years and $226 million. We're going to build around him. Now, the early stages of this rebuild are trading for a guy that got you assets in Tim Hardaway Jr. and signing Tobias Harris in a free agent contract for 2 years. And both of those guys can add some scoring. Harris averaged over 17 points a game last year. We've seen him before. I think that's the major reason why it comes with a
Yeah, because we've literally seen him play here before, and I don't think he's gotten better. I mean, that was how long ago?
It's like
6, 8 years ago? So, but he is going to provide veteran leadership, and he has the ability to shoot the ball and ability to score. They don't have to make the playoffs next year, but they got to win more than 14 games. That's got to wear thin on a young roster that doesn't know. They didn't win. Me and Doug had the bet to start the year. I bet him that, and I didn't want this to happen, but that the Pistons wouldn't win 3 games in a row at any point during the year, and they didn't. They lost 27-28, a record-breaking, losing streak during the year, that wears on a team. That wears on a young mindset. So to win 25 games, win 28 games,
please
win 30 games. You know,
please be well north of 14. Just well north of 14. Show me a 2 in front. Give me a 2 in front. And we'll be happy with it. 248-539-9797. The telephone number, same or the text. We'll take more of your calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, let me tell you about a great experience I had recently with a local company. See, I needed new garage doors. And I'd had those doors serviced in the past from Precision Garage Door, but this time I needed to purchase new garage doors because they were on their last legs. The guys came out immediately. We scheduled an appointment right away, and they came out, and they were awesome. They helped me select the perfect doors for my house, got it installed in no time. John, Jeff, the whole crew, they're easy to work with. They're true professionals, and right now, it ain't easy finding true professionals to work with. So when you do, you want to let everybody know about it. Here's what I'm doing. I'm letting you know about it. Precision Garage Door is awesome. They're open on weekends. They're available at no extra charge, which is great when they come out and take a look at your house. They answer all calls 24/7, and you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. That's huge. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. Still looking. I haven't seen the trade yet. There's no trade with the Red Wings just yet. For people that are looking and longing and wondering, and no trade yet. They've made a couple of free agent signings. A defenseman that's of very little significance. It's more likely a replacement in Grand Rapids. They did sign Patrick Kane yesterday. Agreed to terms with him yesterday. He's coming back on a 1-year deal. That if he hits all his incentives, which would include playing 60 games and making the playoffs, then that 1-year deal turns into a 1-year, $6.5 million deal. And if those incentives kick in and the Red Wings have not spent up to the salary cap, then it'll count towards this year's cap. If they have spent to the salary cap and the incentives are reached, then they'll be charged to next year's cap. So they're covered there as well. But the other move they made, which is one that I said I'm starting to really like, and that's signing Cam Talbot, the goaltender, who's got a real nice track record as a veteran goaltender in the league. The one thing that's a knock is he's older. He'll be 37 when the season starts, but he's a .913 save percentage throughout his career. That's good.
I think you're like 10 minutes away from saying you love this signing.
I'm not going to get there.
All right.
Not going to get there. Not today.
You're kind of creeping up.
I know, but I'm not going to get there today. Now, if they couple that and they bring in, the defenseman we want, then maybe I'll go there and I'll say, look, at working in tandem with this. Woo! But I think the quickest way you can get better as a team is if you improve your goaltending. And I think they just did. I think they just improved their goaltending.
Now, you read off his numbers, and they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. But is that because he was on a better team with better defense? When you come here, is it going to be the same? And he's older.
Well, but it's been throughout his career. That's the thing. Like, it's one thing if he just did it last year, right? But this is a guy that throughout his career has been good. And he's been in the league for 11 seasons now. And his goals against is a 2.63 throughout his career. He was better last year than his goals against average in his career. Last year was 2.5. But the fact that he's played with the Rangers, he played with Edmonton, he played with Philadelphia, he played with Calgary, he's played with Minnesota, he's played with Ottawa, played with LA. It's a lot of traveling for Cam Talbot, now come to Detroit for 2 years. So wherever he's been, his numbers have been consistent. So that's why I'm starting to really like this. They still need to add more to this team. I agree with that. And how much of that is going to be added from Grand Rapids? I mean, we could see 2 players. We could see 4 players. I don't know what we're going to see. But I'm excited about that because you want to see the younger guys graduate and make an impact. And you want to find out if they can make an impact. Now, could it be a step back? Yeah, it could be. But if I'm going to go on record and say if they go out and get a defenseman, okay, the Jacob Trouba name is out there. Let's say they trade for Jacob Trouba, and it doesn't cost them somebody that you're expecting to make an impact on the roster right now. I think it's a playoff team because I think players are getting better. I think you're relying more on some of these younger players that are coming up that I think will be better options long term than what we saw last year from players on the blue line in particular. I think having a full season with Patrick Kane is going to help. And most importantly, it's that goaltending situation being better. Can't help but look at that and say, yep, that's better. I got some more ticket texts here. I'll tell you, I'd rather have Trevor Connolly than the guy we picked. Way more upside and talent than Nygaard. That's going back to the NHL draft. And at 19, the Vegas Golden Knights took Trevor Connolly. Obviously, at 15, the Red Wings took Michael Brandsegg-Nygaard. I think the problem when you look at prospects when it comes to the NHL draft, when you're looking at European players in particular, if the European players playing in Europe, you don't really get to fully see what they'd be like because their numbers are going to be skewed towards a negative. They're not putting up these crazy numbers. Doesn't mean they're not good players. It just means that they're 17 to 18-year-old kids playing in a men's league that may not get the ice time that they would get if they were playing in North America, along with players in their same age group. So it's hard to really kind of gauge that. We'll see. By all accounts, Brandsegg-Nygaard is a heck of a player, all-around player. Maybe doesn't put the puck in the net as much as you'd like, but he's all-around solid player defensively already, advanced. So it's a lot like who they drafted last year, Nate Danielson. Rangers fan here. You guys can have Trouba, but who do you think Stevie would trade? Rangers are offense heavy, just need D, in my opinion. How do you think that trade would look? Gord from Alpena. That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know if they'd force them to take the contract of one of the other defensemen they have right here. Would it be a defenseman they have in the minors? And I could see that taking place. But if it's a situation where the Rangers just want to dump some salary, maybe it's just a draft picks coming the other way too. Rico Beer joins us in studio. It's I'm not going to say it's an eventful day, kind of an eventful day, but it's a big day with the opening of free agency in both the NHL and the NBA in the last 24 hours. And we get to see what our teams are going to do to try to make themselves better for the future.
You know what? It's funny that you said it's an eventful day, Gator, because here in Detroit, we were expecting fireworks from both ends. Like, okay, Pistons, yes. Wings, yes. Instead, you got some, sparklers.
Well, how much would you expect from the Pistons?
Well, the Pistons really kind of, in my opinion, they screwed the pooch. Tobias Harris was going to be available today, tomorrow, next week, week after that. You were sitting there with all that salary cap. You could have become the dumping ground for the league to try to clear cap space. Instead, you took on Tobias Harris early for no real reason. He's not going to help your team. He's only here for 2 years. I don't understand this one. This is a Trajan Langdon. Okay, I'm going to allow Trajan to cook, but makes zero sense because there's no high demand for Tobias Harris.
No, but does it make sense from a standpoint that you need to have some veteran presence on this teem? Because they have none other than Tim Hardaway Jr., I guess, who they just traded for.
Right, but you would.
And he's a guy who scored 17 points a game last year.
No, you would, but you're going to be, like I said, people are going to be dumping salaries here. So you're going to be getting a ton of veteran players who aren't going to be here, but they're going to come with first-round picks. You kind of gave half of that up to sign Tobias Harris. Now, I saw they still have $25 million plus another $8 million to use, but you had $50 million. Like, every team would have included you in on a three-way deal because you would have gotten everybody's picks and you would have gotten everybody's bad players, which is fine. We all know this team isn't going to win next year.
Right.
So that's why it's like, the only people happy about this is Philadelphia. Like, thank you for taking him.
Well, we'll see. I tend to agree with you on that because I wanted to see what more assets they could get with other teams wanting to dump the contracts on them. But
and I think for the Wings,
we'll see if those teams are able to dump contracts or not. Maybe those teams are stuck with them.
If we got the Patrick Kane news today, I think Wings fans would be a lot happier.
100%.
But it came yesterday. Yeah. So it's like, okay, well, what else? If it were to come down right now, in the middle of your show, people would be like, yes. But now it's just like,
there is no question that if that were the case, people would feel differently. There's just no question.
It's Mike put something up on the board. Don't worry about it. You'll see it in a minute.
All right. Well, we look forward to you guys. I'm sure going to talk about this and probably lots of Tigers talk today too, right?
There is some. Mike's he's upset about one thing, and I'm just going to let him vent because it makes sense, and it basically goes to who you passed on to take Max Clark. So
because somebody hit for the cycle. There we go. All right. All coming up next year, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Red Wings making a flurry of moves since the start of free agency. Yesterday, re-signing veteran star Patrick Kane. Today, they inked goalie Cam Talbot. Talbot was with Vancouver last year and carried a 2.5 goals against. William Lagesson is also heading to Detroit on a one-year deal. Lagesson, a 28-year-old defensive-minded defenseman, has bounced around in his NHL career and played a combined 40 games last season. Two other key pieces from last year also departing as David Perron signed a 2-year deal with Ottawa, and Shane Gostisbehere is expected to enter the free agent pool today. After being inked to Detroit, Steven Stamkos looks like he's heading to the Predators. The deal is rumored to be $8 million a year for 4 years. For context, Kane's deal is worth $4 million with an additional $2.5 million in incentives. The Pistons also making a move as they reunite with Tobias Harris on a 2-year deal worth $50 million. Woj reporting that the 76ers guard said, I'm going to be flooded with these today, I already feel it. Tyrese Maxey has signed a max contract extension worth $204 million over 5 years. That's huge. In other non-free agency news, Boston Basketball Partners LLC, the ownership group the Celtics announced today, they put all shares of the team up for sale. They expect a majority interest this year or by 2025 to be sold off. No Tigers game today as they rest up for a series with the Twins beginning tomorrow. Minnesota is second in the AL wildcard standings. Kansas City trailing them by just a game entering play today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get it going. Beautiful Monday. Rico is already demanding personal growth. See, I never log into the computer in front of me. Don't need it. And Rico has begged me not to do anything here, so I'm not going to. But it looks like
everything must go sale.
The Kang Collects X page has been left open. So I was like, Rico, we could really have some fun. He's like, nope. Oh. Nope. I will be a gentleman about
Everything must go. It's all free. All my cards.
How does this guy do a radio show like this with 38 windows open? Jesus. Don't you have anything committed to memory?
Welcome to my world.
Good God. Okay, then I say the same thing to you.
Really?
So listen, we're going to get started. This is exciting.
Yeah, I got 16 over here.
I want to hold this up for you. Because people, you need to learn a phrase today. Nope. This is today's phrase. Rico, what does this say?
It's an upgrade.
Kenny, this is you in the picture, isn't it?
Feels like the Fire Steve Eiserman drop, but yes, it's an upgrade is what I said.
I want to open the show today, and obviously it was supposed to be a free agent bonanza, both the NBA and the NHL, and as Jim Costa put it this morning, we expected sparklers from the Pistons and fireworks from the Wings. And look, it's a cute way to describe it with it being the 4th of July week. But I don't get it when it comes to your Detroit Red Wings. I don't. You know, the idea is we waited 5 years. We heard all the excuses. We've heard all the conversation. Patience, the Eiser plan, incremental improvements. Now we got $32 million in cap space. You'd put a second-round pick attached to Wallman and you get him out of here. Okay, fine. Let's say the whole locker room hated his guts. Whatever. You send him out, you get more cap space. And all you have to show for it right now is Patrick Kane is back, and he will hit every one of those incentives. He's back 1 year, $6.5 million. Okay. Some guy from Sweden who, when it came across the wire, Kenny banged his head off his desk and Lavarana or Langaskina or whatever the hell his name is. He goes, that dude sucked in Toronto.
Lagesson, yeah, he barely played in Toronto.
Okay.
He stinks.
So he's ass. And then you signed Rico Beard in net. Talbot, the guy's 37 years old.
From Detroit Lutheran West.
Right, another fake high school. He's from a fake high school in Latvia.
I said it before. I will say it again.
Wait for it.
It's an upgrade.
Okay, here's your problem.
Thank you, Kenny. I'm an upgrade.
Here is your problem. A, if he's so sweet, why did the Kings pay double to upgrade him? They went out and traded for Darcy Kemper. If Talbot is so sweet, in a goaltending market where even trash cans like John Gibson are making 6.5, why is Talbot a $2.5 million goalie? Second of all, if the offseason sits right now, that it is Kane, Talbot, and what? I brought up Jacob Trouba Friday. Now that's become all the rage. If that's the offseason, are you really any closer to winning a Stanley Cup? No. Stamkos, Predators. Marcia Show, not here. Like, we didn't get Olmark. We didn't make a splash. And please spare me with the shiny new toy thing, as if that's your big win. Like, oh, you just want names and things. No, I want players. And you know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of this feeling like nothing more than patience, endless runway. We'll just wait till the kids are here. Feels an awful like Scotty Harris.
Let me ask you a question. Would you feel differently if you got the Kane news today instead of yesterday?
I did get the Kane news today. You know, the details of the contract, etc.
No, I'm just saying, but if the news came out today.
No, because again,
you know what? You didn't get Stamkos because you got Kane.
It was never about losing Kane and just replacing him. It was about adding to Kane. Okay. That if you had let Kane out the door, the expectation is you were bringing in a better player, plus.
Right.
Rico, bringing him back is fine. I'm not mad about it.
Oh, no. I mean, if you would have felt differently about just today and not just, the pieces that the Wings picked up.
My point is, as we sit here right now, I see other teams getting a whole lot better, and I got to listen to Kenny, dressed as Wilt Chamberlain, with, it's an upgrade. It's not. So I would like to know where we're at with this, because we waited 5 years for this summer. Kenny himself has used words like fork in the road, impactful. This has got to be a
big splash.
Yeah, okay. What do we got? Even if it's Kane and Trouba, is that really the offseason people had desired, imagined? How much better are you? Because remember, losing Wallman and adding a Trouba, which, by the way, hasn't happened yet, that's not a addition by addition. You got rid of one guy. How much more of an upgrade is Trouba? Well, certainly more physical. He'll be happy to give you a blow by elbow once he gets cooked. But the point is, okay, he's better, but how much? Incrementally, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, Talbot, incremental. And Kane is Kane. You want to sell me he's got a shot to be better because it's his first healthy offseason in 4 or 5 years? Okay. Hope so. But what did we add that's getting us into a deep run in the playoffs? I'm not playing quiz show with you, Rico. I'm not trying to ambush you to start the week.
No, I'm laughing because I was about to say something, but it sounds it's not that. You'll know exactly why I was laughing. Maybe it's to allow some of the younger players to. It's allowed some of the younger players to get their chance on.
There it is. Because, and this radio show said this 6 weeks ago. I'm pretty sure the Tigers and the Wings are on the same plan.
That's why I was laughing.
There is no Eiser plan. The plan is we're just going to have the longest runway on earth and just wait for the kids. Mm-hmm. Because none of these signings are anything more than bridges and Band-Aids. None of them. 37-year-old Talbot? Kane on a 1-year deal? Who? What cornerstone did we bring in? Even if Trouba comes here, it's on a 2-year deal on a bloated contract that you pray the Rangers retain at least 25% of it. What? How am I supposed to be thrilled? Fine, you want to call me names and I'm an idiot and I don't know who plays for the Toledo Walleye? That's fine. All of those things are true. You know what else is true? I have a life. You know what else is true? We haven't made the playoffs in a decade. And I'm tired of it. And with $32 million of ammunition and an alleged Jedi as my GM and team president, I expected more. Could there be more? Yes. But we don't do let it play out radio. We're sitting here right now. And all the names that Kenny was blathering on about with Italian cold cuts and lettuce flying out of his mouth, they're all gone. They're gone.
The problem now becomes, so you've lost Gostisbehere, you've lost Perron, who are now, as of today, not Red Wings anymore.
No, you lost offense.
You lost offense as well as having a black hole defensively. So let's say the Trouba thing gets done. Let's say, we got Talbot for a couple of years. That is clearly a bridge to Kosa or Augustine or whoever gets here first.
So he is the bridge goalie.
I believe so. He's 37. He's not getting any younger.
Well, and as it stands right now,
.913 save percentage.
It's an upgrade.
Here we go. The point I'm making is it's such an upgrade that the Kings went, take him, we'll spend double to upgrade him.
Hey, I don't care. That's the Kings' problem.
No,
but my issue...
No. God bless.
Wait a minute. Hang on a minute.
We got new button placement.
No.
Everybody, calm down. You can't just say that's not my problem. I'm asking you that if Talbot is so sweet, and by the way, why would the Kings not reallocate the extra $3 million they just spent on Darcy Kemper, plus giving up assets, allegedly, and not just keep Talbot? See, no, Kenny, it's all interrelated. That's all I'm saying.
I'm more concerned about the loss of offense because now you not only have to figure out your back end, but you also have to figure out who's scoring the goals here. Because, like I said, you lost Perron, you lost Gostisbehere, whose primary function was a power play outlet. That was all he did well. He didn't play particularly good defense. But, yeah, now you have more holes to fill. Now you have to find somebody to score on the power play.
So just so we're clear, you entered the offseason with a war chest of cap space, and you've walked out essentially answering none of your questions.
Correct.
But
so in the offseason,
what was that? I want to throw a number out.
So in the summer of, this has to be the summer of Big Splash.
You got Kenny, and I think a lot of the Steve bots talking themselves into this.
Did the team get better?
The team didn't get better. They didn't get better at all. But with all this, okay, yes, the goaltending position got upgraded. You lost scoring. The net is the same.
Yeah, but the problem is
nothing.
Your goaltending position really didn't get that much better. You got $8 million tied up in 3 nobodies.
Which tells me that one of those nobodies is on the way out.
But the problem is you don't get to use that $4.5 million because everybody's gone.
No, I agree with that. We didn't get better. We didn't get worse. The goaltending got better, but the scoring got worse.
So you're a loaf of bread in the refrigerator. It's not moldy yet, but it ain't fresh.
The net is the same. But all this to say, I think there's still a move to be made. I'm not sure what it is because, frankly, now you need to add another defenseman. You need another forward. You need help all across the lineup, which tells me this is so backwards right now that something has to be added here.
Want to be right. I want you to be right so bad because we all want the same thing.
I think I will.
Are you disappointed in Steve right now?
Right now, no, because nothing's happened yet. Nothing's happened yet.
Whoa, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold on. Oh, you owe Rico a more honest answer. Let's not start the week lying to each other.
Let's do this. I am disappointed right now that nothing bigger has happened, but I'm also allowing myself the chance of love. I'm allowing love into my heart.
I'm not angry at you. I'm just very disappointed.
All right. I'm going to go and I'm going to smack Evan across his bald head for making that graphic.
But you've been saying that it's an upgrade.
It is an upgrade.
When the guy is 80 years old. The guy has no defense in front of him, but yet it's an upgrade.
And by the way, he's so good his own team didn't want him for what we're talking about as great terms.
I'm saying he's better than Lyon and Husso. How is that? Is that incorrect? Go look at their numbers, David. Go tell me how it's worse.
Kenny, that's like saying you're better than a dead guy just because you're alive.
I'm not saying we signed Dominic Hasek, okay?
Actually true.
Are they going to let him wear 39? No one knows. 248-539-9797.
It's an upgrade.
248-539-9797. Hockey Elite assemble. Don't give me the whole it's July 4th. No, it's not.
Did this team get better?
Straight up. Are we any closer to winning the Stanley Cup? My answer is no right now. And Kenny's right.
There were higher expectations for this summer.
Let it play out. All right, let it play out. But he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat. We'll see. And by the way, free agency is the way you just spend money. You don't give up anything to do it. Now you're going to be entering trade phase to acquire anyone we care about. Fair?
Yeah.
It's an upgrade. All right, Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state of Michigan, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. They moved enough product last year to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason. It's all in stock all the time. You buy it, you get it, you build it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. And deck season is here. I mean, if you got today off, God bless. What a fabulous afternoon to sit and stare at the sky. Northville can get that deck built for you. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. And Piston fan, you're not getting shut out. We'll talk about what's going on. But, you know, wings were supposed to be fireworks. Pistons, we knew were going to be more like a Bic lighter. And that's okay. But I can't sit here and tell you the wings are any better. And for an offseason where you had over $32 million to spend, and you got Steve Eiserman, who gets more shine than anybody else in this town, sans maybe Brad Holmes, sorry. And don't tell me to wait until August or wait until training camp. No, right here, right now. Is this what we waited 5 years for? More of the same? Oh, we just got Gustafson from the Rangers, who's a nobody. Oh, Langus scumbag or whatever his name is. It's all of this depth bridge nonsense. And we got told straight up last year, you don't know anything about team building. Steve's building the depth. Oh, JT Compher, Gostisbehere. Oh, Andrew Kopp. You just don't know hockey. Okay. And where are we now? Well, first of all, a couple of those guys are gone. Second of all, a couple of those guys you wish you could get rid of because they're junk. And now, have we upgraded at all in a meaningful way? No. And not even Macho Man back there can say it. So I'm sorry, but I think it's okay to start questioning and go, what are we doing here exactly? Is this just
very underwhelming?
2027? What do we do? Go to year 7 of the rebuild?
Yeah, you had the money to spend, and you thought that Steve Eiserman was going to come out here and be one of the leaders in free agency and really make splashes.
And I can already hear what the defenders are going to say or what he'll say at the podium. Well, other teams are spending crazy money. You're right. Noted. But when you have all of these young players that you don't owe any money on an AAV basis, on an allocation of your cap, you can absorb one irresponsible. How is Stamkos 4 years, $8 million per, this unbelievably egregious thing? I don't see it as that. No. Now, if you brought back Kane and added Stamkos, well, now I can say you legitimately have taken a potential leap forward offensively.
Right.
You didn't do that.
For a team that was so close to making the playoffs, you just thought instead it was like Steve just started pinching pennies, and it's like, wait, what do we have this war chest
and
for
as we sit
if
here,
we're not going to use it?
We sit here right now just starting the show. Could all change. Maybe they acquire Ray Bourque in his prime. It's just you're worse defensively right now. You are. If you think it's Mo Sider in a daycare center back there, and that's going to lead you to the second round of NHL playoffs, I don't see that. Now, you acquire Trouba. Does it help? Yes. But you're starting from a negative because you paid to have Wallman gone. Mm-hmm. Fine. But ticket text and we'll go to the people. 248-539-9797. Every name that Kenny Cott wanted is gone. David?
Only the Red Wings start free agency with all that cap money would be worse to start today than they were last year. Fire Steve Eiserman, please.
No.
That is from Marlon.
No. Now that's an overreaction. We're not using the F word. Okay. The F word comes out if and when they miss the playoffs this year.
Well,
then that's a different conversation. Then I'm sorry. You will be 6 years into this without a playoff berth. Do not tell me the plan's working. Do not tell me that there shouldn't be a hot seat. I just think that's an absurdity on basis.
No longer letting it play out.
Not after 6 years, but I'm not using the F word until or unless they don't make the playoffs this year. That's crazy. You can't do that.
Fair. No. It's very fair. It's how I feel about Scott Harris after the trade deadline. We can talk.
Well, it's funny you say that, Rico, because someone texts in and says Steve Harris or Scott Eiserman. I see no difference.
Feels similar, doesn't it? Hey, by the way, shout out Max Clark. Wyatt Langford hit for the cycle last night. Don't worry. 2027, it'll all pay off. Meanwhile, one guy's got a 970 OPS over the last 25 ball games.
Yeah, but we don't know if he's going to be Major League Baseball ready.
No, not at all. Hey, Akil Baddoo, what are you doing in my life?
Oh, Talbot was a top 5 goalie in the league last year. You guys are clowns.
Great. Why did the Kings get rid of him for double the price? You're a clown. You live in your mom's basement and you sit there touching your chandelier to Don Cherry fight videos. Go away.
Unless the Kings just wanted to get younger.
Oh, whoa. So the Kings, who are factually better than you, still didn't think enough of Talbot to keep him around for 10 cents. If he's so sweet, why in a goalie market where gas cans make $6 million a year is Talbot 2.5?
I think they just want to go younger. I'm with you.
No, because Darcy Kemper isn't that much younger. He's just better. And these people want to sit here. They're like Donovan McNabb's mom. Chunky soup. Anything you put in front of these people, they eat. Enrico, I mean, what are we doing?
Because, Mike, there are certain people who Steve can't do anything wrong.
Okay, that's fine. But we can have a conversation of our offseason right now.
No, you can't have a conversation unless you're willing to say you fully trust in him and he'll fix this thing. Just give him more time.
But
time?
I'm out of time.
Look, I'm not saying that's me. I'm saying for certain people.
Oh, like Kenny. Got you.
Wow. That's slander. I'm going to defend Kenny in that regard.
Legitimately, we're agreeing on almost everything we're saying, David.
Well, hold on. Then why
you
don't
just decided to show up and be a jerk today?
Hold on. Time out. Then I need you to step forward and talk to rats on ticket text like that. Because what I call them the maple syrup brigade. These are all these people who wish they were Canadian and actually liked hockey or knew what the F they were talking about. But really, they're just lemmings. That's all these people are.
And it's
Speak
not
to them.
It's not good enough. I say they upgraded at the goalie position, but they also downgraded scoring. It's a net gain of 0. We're not going anywhere. There's been nothing added to this team to make you say this team will make the playoffs. Empirically, I can tell you that with a straight face because I cannot.
Can you, with a straight face, develop an argument saying, Mike, it's faulty that if Talbot is so good, why did the Kings get rid of him to get another old goalie who's twice as expensive?
That's a head scratcher. I can't help you there.
My point is, don't act like you just brought in Dominik Hasek. Stop.
Nobody's saying that.
No, that ticket texter did.
Yes, that guy's an idiot. But what I'm saying
Who's
is that
the idiot now?
It's a substantial upgrade over your already bad goalie core. I'm not saying it's great, but also you lost a bunch of forwards. You've a net gain of 0.
Worse offensively, worse defensively. Slight uptick in net.
Yep, 100%. And that's not good enough.
No.
That's not getting you into the playoffs.
David?
Watch us sign Sid the Kid. We are the geriatric wings.
No, because that would actually be an upgrade over the nonsense that you have on this team. Look, I don't have a problem. Look, bringing back Kane, just fine. He'll hit all those incentives if he's remotely healthy. You paid $6.5 on a 1-year deal. Why? Most contenders don't have that cash for Patrick Kane. They don't. Rangers sure as hell don't. But that's not making you better. It's just maintaining the water level.
I am an avid Red Wings fan and a huge Steve Eiserman supporter, but you guys are right. This free agency has been a huge letdown, but I still trust Eiserman.
Let me ask you a question. When would your trust erode? There's no right or wrong answer. Just when would that day be exactly? I mean, I'll tell you right now, if they open the season and this is their roster, which I'm with Kenny, I don't believe that'll be the case. But Rico, if it's anything remotely like this, I got nothing for you.
They'll forget it, Mike, when all of a sudden they forget about those Stanley Cups that they won.
Okay.
You want the truth?
No.
That was
not
the truth.
That version of it.
That's the truth.
2-4-8-5.
Until then.
Okay, then we have nothing we can speak to. We've got a ton of people who want to talk. The hockey elite has risen. They're excited. Let's talk about it. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, built for you, the sports fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. As Kenny likes to say, it's an upgrade. It's Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Straight to the people. The hockey elite are ready to party. And I've just asked the question, are the Red Wings any better? Patrick Kane's back. There's your offseason. Oh, we signed Talbot.
No, not just Talbot, Mike. They added another goalie.
Yes, Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell.
He played 4 games last year and is also as old as Methuselah. So, great. Grand Rapids got a new goalie.
So good that the Oilers just said, we're going to buy you your final 3 years. You can leave.
Right, just like Talbot, who's so good, the Kings went, no thank you, we'll pay double for another old goalie in Darcy Kemper. I'm just asking, are you better? And what has to happen for you to feel right here, right now, what is the way out from what looks like an incredibly underwhelming offseason? What is it? Who's the player? Something. Let's go to Ben. He'll bat leadoff on a Monday. Benny, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, how's it going, bud?
It's okay. Can you solve the mystery for us?
Well, I'm not no disrespect your question. Are they a better team? Well, the honest answer is they're not even a team yet. I mean, I think they have 15 roster spots right now. That's counting Edmondson. So if they add 3 more to get 18, they don't even have a team yet. So I mean, one would only hope that something's got to be done.
What do you think it is, though? No, I mean, Ben, let's have fun for a minute. You're not on trial. Like, what do you think is this next shoe to drop? Is it Jacob Trouba? Like, is that going to make you feel all warm and fuzzy?
Yeah, not really. That doesn't really. I mean, defensively, the team was awful last year on offensive side, and our defensemen. We were pretty lackadaisical, if you want to, for lack of a better term. But I mean, Trouba coming here, that's not going to make him any better. But we need a scorer. I don't know where you get him from. Obviously, it's going to trade. But I'm not very disappointed that they didn't get Stamkos because one, the age. You put the age of Stamkos and Kane together. It's just a little bit. Not saying that they want to be a great combo, but for the years to come, I mean. I don't really see it being.
Well, here's the problem, though, is that when your draft picks aren't here, and B, you won't make bold trades to acquire people that are closer to their prime, you're left with one out. It's free agency. Mm-hmm. So I don't, Ben, I don't know another way around it.
No, I mean, you asked that's a valid question there. I don't know what other options they have, but I guess if you want me to cue a term for Eiserman right now, I'm not a Steve bot, but I do have a lot of, respect for what he has, as a player and as a GM. But, I mean, I'm starting to distrust him in a way. Like, if he doesn't do something, I don't know how anybody could say this is the guy to do it.
So, Ben, you're saying you're starting to have some concern.
Yeah. Not, I'm not saying fire the guy, but I'm just saying if he's the holy grail of GMs and this is the best you can do in year 6, then, I mean, it's starting to see the common denominator between the Tigers and the Red Wings is the ownership there, where maybe it's not Eiserman or Harris, maybe it's the owner. They don't want them. I don't know, but it's got to be more than this.
Because, Ben, it sounds like we're a lot of people where you're just kind of sitting there in the middle of the room saying, what are we doing here?
And that's what, in fairness, we bust Kenny's chops. That's what Kenny was doing.
Yeah.
We're sitting here. They signed this dude who stunk in Toronto, whatever, Landeskog, or whatever the hell his name is. Who cares? I mean, Gustafsson from the Rangers. I mean, that is like if you look up, hey, depth defenseman guy who may not dress every night, his picture's next to it. These are not people that are going to carry the mail. No. None of these people are a pairing with Mo Sider. None of these people raise the water level defensively. And look, we all have high hopes for the kids in whether it's a Johansson, a Palika, the other Evanson, whatever. Rico, the idea you're just going to bring them all up and they're all going to work, that's not life.
Right, because as we're not seeing it, you're not seeing it in the other sports. And, for 3 of the 4 sports here in the city, that is the slogan of, what are we doing here? Where you're just like, okay, I really want to believe in this team. I really want to think that we're doing something better, but it's hard to sell because common sense is saying, guys, if you take Detroit off the front of this jersey, you would make fun of this if it was another city.
Here's the problem I really have, and then I'll go back to the phones, is I get so tired of the Steve bots moving the goalposts. There is never a moment where we can just sit down, pour a cocktail, and have a conversation. They're always moving the goalposts to where he's in a position to not be accountable. So here's my biggest issue is if I told everybody, okay, your offseason was going to be bringing back Patrick Kane, signing Talbot, and if you wanted me to, I will play the game with you. Trade for Jacob Trouba. Nobody would have been happy with that. And I'm gifting you Trouba, then I don't know that it's going to happen.
You would have expected more.
This guy was telling me about Jake Gensel and Steve Stamkos.
But see, I think,
they were going to get Felix Potvin.
Yeah.
You promised me.
But I think for a lot of people, it's how you value Kane. And if you're thinking, you know what? He was that piece. Look at what he was. He went out there. He was a point-of-night type of person.
Right, he's already here, though.
Right. But you brought him back.
Right, how did we add to him?
Okay.
Well, no, Mike, you are right about that. Is Kane was already here. We didn't make the playoffs with just Patrick Kane, and we effectively lost Perron and we lost Gostisbehere, making us offensively
and
worse.
Wallman.
And Wallman, yeah, offensively worse.
Kane was already here, but he was a rental player, and you got him to buy in for one more year. Now, when he only signed a 1-year deal, I guess I just expected, like, you know what? He knew something. We're about to go all in.
Right.
Give me this year.
Hoping. But what I want is someone's got to come to the table with a name.
Right. Because, Patrick, if I only sign you for 1 year, I can go out and sign these other players, and we're going to send you out of here in style.
You know who gave Doug and Scott their latest trade idea?
Kenny?
That's where all that Draisaitl stuff started.
No. That was not my idea. I thought it was. I didn't particularly understand the thinking behind it. Don't point at me like that. Don't hold up that picture either.
Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, how you doing, buddy?
I'm not doing well, and I'll tell you, this goes back to a few years back when we made two of the worst signings we ever did, getting Sherratt and Kopp. He signed Kopp as a second-line center who's really a third-line center. So now we got $12 million tied up in these two clowns. So now we move forward. He knows he has to sign Seider, and he knows he has to sign Raymond to big deals. But I'm looking at who was signed. So we lose Sprong, and we lose Sprong, we lose Ghost, which was basically signed. They got Gustafsson on the cheap to replace Ghost, and that's exactly what's happening there. And they lost Perron and Sprong, which I think one of them can be made up with Berggren, which he should have been up last year anyways, because if you look at his career stats, he's played 79 games in the league and has 33 points. So that's basically what Perron will give him. And he's younger, so that's fine. But then I look at guys like Duclair, who got $3.5 million a year for 4 years for the Islanders, who could give us 40 or 50 points. I have no clue. We need a second-line center. I have no clue what he's doing. And then they get Talbot, who's Reimer 2.0. I don't buy it.
And listen,
I don't know what the hell's going on.
No, Dan, my whole point with the Talbot thing is when I get lectured about how even average goalies are making $5-6 million a year, if the Kings thought so much of Talbot, why'd they let him walk for 2.5 and then go spend $5 a year and trade for Darcy Kemper? It doesn't add up to me.
I look at every other team, what they did ahead of us. You know, I'm looking at Washington. They went into free agency, negative cap space, and look what they did. I don't know how who they're getting rid of to get this all balanced, but they went ahead $1 million over the cap and made these big. Got Chikrin, made some other deals. I don't know. I don't get it. Even if we give Seider and Raymond max contracts for 8 years, let's say $7 million, they still had $18 million to spend. And what do we get? Sheldon Dries, that's basically a 5'9" version of Fisher, and Gustafsson, who's a second-rate guy.
So Dan, let me ask you the question: what's the name Eiserman could acquire that would fix this in your mind and make Dan a happy camper on a Monday?
I'll tell you, Mike. Right now, I'm telling you right now, I'm on the internet right now, looking at capfriendly.com, seeing who's left available, and all I see is antiques. Adam Henrique, 50 points last year. Skinner, bought out from Buffalo, 46 points. He's 32. I mean, Tarasenko, 55 points. He's 32. There's no one left. I mean, there's really, to be honest with you, there's no one. I mean, I think they have to bring Gostisbehere back. I really do, because if they don't, you're going to rely on Evansson and Johansson to perform. And I don't know if you want to put that much pressure on them, but really, to be honest with you, I think the guys they could have gotten, they're losing wingers. I don't know where they're going to bring them up from the farms. They signed this kid from Czechoslovakia, a 23-year-old kid that might do something. He might develop and be a scorer. But as of this year, I think Eiserman's on the Ken Holland 10-year rebuild plan.
That's what
really
it feels
do.
like. See, I'm glad you said it, Dan, because look, that's my biggest thing. Maybe my expectations were too high. Maybe I thought we were signing Sam Presti. Maybe I thought we were signing, John Lynch in the NFL or Brad Holmes. I just expected more. I expect more. And I don't think it's appropriate to sit here and offer customers spending their hard-earned money a 7 or 8 year rebuild to make the playoffs. That's not that. Come on, guys. No one's saying we ought to be skating around town with Lord Stanley's Cup or having a beach party like the Panthers. But come on. We're heading into year 6, and I can't tell my audience this team's any better. That's scary.
Yeah.
Now, who's the name?
Yeah.
Clearly, you'd have to trade for him. So who's the name? Kenny won't give one.
Yeah, because the remaining free agents, nothing that's really going to move the needle.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix. M43, it is one of the most famous beers in America. It's what put Old Nation on the map. And don't get scared off by hearing it's an IPA. It's approachable, it's drinkable year-round, and it is as award-winning as beers get. They now have a new summer version. It is the Grapefruit B43, refreshing for the summer season. No residual sugar and nonsense. Old Nation, high caliber, crafted beers. If you're driving across the state, obviously, road trips, people going crazy, leaving town every weekend, stop by their brew pub right in Williamston, not only for a little lunch, but pick up some brewery specials and the latest and greatest that's on tap. They've got it for you. It's Old Nation Brewing Company, oldnationbrewing.com. All right, we'll get back to the phones momentarily. David, dealer's choice. What do you want? A little NBA free agency, a little football? Your call.
We're going to go free agency here.
All right, we'll touch the table. Go ahead.
Let's start here with Klay Thompson. The news is in. He is signing a 3-year, $50 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks.
Love
the
it.
third year is a player option.
I love it. Again, this is a guy, you already have Kyrie, you have Luka, they're ball dominant. Klay can do what he does best. Find the open space, catch, shoot, potentially one dribble.
Right.
I like it much more than going to the Lakers. I love this move for Dallas.
It is, except for Klay has to stay healthy, and that's
Yes.
been his biggest problem. And this isn't the same Klay from Splash Brothers. Like, now all of a sudden, this Klay just goes bad for streaks in games where he's like 1 for 10. It's like, Klay, stop shooting.
But if he's the third option,
that's a third
great
option.
signing.
Yes.
And a floor spacer, which allows Kyrie and allows Luka to do what they do. Look, I don't get what Golden State's doing, but that's not what David asked us. But I'm sure that's coming next.
I think Golden State just realized that they're at the end of the road.
Okay, then.
Let's talk about it then, because what are the Warriors doing?
Explain this to me, Rico. So you turned down Chicago, rightfully so. They wanted to trade you Zach LaVine. You were going to send CP3, Kuminga, things, whatever. Fine. You don't get that. You waive Chris Paul. You don't get Paul George, and you angered Klay Thompson enough to leave. Do I have all that right? What are they doing?
They've fallen on their face, Mike, is what happened. Because they really thought, okay, people still want to come and play with Steph, except they don't. And that was their draw. It's like when LeBron was in his heyday, he would simply say, come play here for me, and people would flock to the Lakers. They would flock to Miami. They would flock to Cleveland. He's not getting that. So Steph is sitting there looking at Draymond like, so we all we got, huh?
Do you know where the dynasty really ended? And we'll move on. They had 3 lottery selections. They ended up with Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. Nope. Kuminga maybe. Point is, they didn't capitalize on the guys that were supposed to support their aging big 3. David, go ahead.
So basically that was their Darko pick.
Correct.
Yes, it was. Let's move over to the 76ers. You can talk about the Paul George thing for a second, but there's a bigger thing in my mind here because, yes, they extended Tyrese Maxey, kept Kelly Oubre, brought over Andre Drummond, along with Paul George, though.
Yeah.
I know their odds increased. That's just betting odds. Have they done enough to be a top 4 team in the East?
They lost the heart and soul of their team in Tobias Harris. I'm kidding.
I hate you. I actually was listening, and I'm like, wait, what?
No. Have they done enough? Yes.
They'll be a top 4 team in the East.
That's all they can do, though.
I can't quantify this, but this team has the most bad luck ever. Because each and every time it looks like Philly, like, man, they're the best team in the East until they're not. Yeah. Somebody just gets hurt.
I think they're third best.
Season.
I think it's Celtics, Knicks, then the Sixers, then the Bucks. But here's my point to everybody.
I would put them over the Knicks.
Fine, you do whatever you want. The point I'm making is, what are you going to do? Not try? No. Like, for all these people going, well, I don't think they did enough, then what should they do? Lay down and die?
No. They did everything they possibly could, and they won the Paul George sweepstakes.
And he's the third option, which is where he belongs.
Right, and so I'm thinking that, I would put them right behind your Celtics, but ahead of the Knicks. The Knicks, I just think it's all just show. Like, okay.
So the 76ers. Playoffs come around for the 76ers, they're just show.
You know what, David? I can't fight that because they don't show up in the playoffs. It's just somebody just dies every playoff.
Yeah, Joel Embiid or something will get hurt. Let's talk about this because I think this may be a great under-the-radar move, and that is Chris Paul. 1-year deal, $11 million to the Spurs. How really good is that signing there?
It's great for 1 year.
Yeah.
It gives their young guards, especially the European kid they drafted, a year to develop. Chris Paul's an adult.
Yeah. It gives Wembanyama somebody who could actually get him the ball, tell him where to go, space out the floor. Yeah.
David, it's an upgrade.
That puts them in the playoffs?
Not ready to go there.
No, but you know what? Here's what's going to happen. They're going to experience winning. and winning is contagious, and then they're going to want more. Then Wembanyama's going to walk in there and say, okay, get me more pieces like this so we can get better.
If Wembanyama's the MVP, they can make the play-in. But he will have to become a top 5 player next year. I think it's possible. I just wouldn't bet on it.
So let's look at what the future of the Lakers looks like, because there was a report out there that LeBron was willing to take less if he can get Clay and a couple of other guys, but now Clay's gone.
DeRozan.
There's DeRozan out there. As Windhorst says, they would give him the mid-level exception. What does next season look like for the Lakers?
Rico, to me, same as this year.
Yeah, I think it's kind of going back to what we said about the Warriors. I think this is it. We're going to put everything in this, and if it doesn't work out, we may have to just swallow our pride and blow this thing up and just send everybody on their separate ways. But let's give it one last try, see what we got. Let's try to get that one more piece to the puzzle.
It's vital that they get DeRozan. They need another shooter. I know DeRozan's not a three-point guy, but he's a knockdown jump shooter. He's an adult.
I thought Clay was going there. If betting odds, I would have bet the farm because they said LeBron called him the second free agency opened up. And, hey, Clay, just come here and knock down some shots.
I just think Dallas is more appealing from a basketball standpoint.
But it's still the lure and the sexiness of the Lakers, and you're playing in L.A.
Is there really sexiness to the Lakers anymore?
David, to me, it's the same with the Knicks. I don't understand it, but people act like, playing in Madison Square Garden is all that, and it's like it's a basketball court.
Come on, it's the Mecca.
I've been there.
You went there for MSU Rutgers. Not the same.
It's still a basketball court.
It is okay, you know what? I'm just moving. I can't.
So this is two-parter here. It involves KCP going to Orlando, and it involves his former team. Talk about KCP for a second, though. 3 years, $66 million to sign with Orlando. According to a report, though, there was a similar offer Denver had to keep him.
Yeah, I'm not going to trip on the numbers because it's going rate. Like Rico, you said, what is it? $21 million is basically what an NBA starter costs.
Yes. Yeah.
He's a 3-and-D wing with championship experience on a young up-and-coming team. Probably gets a few more looks in Orlando. Mm-hmm. I like it. And if you're Orlando, look, I think the Paul George thing was probably a pipe dream. Yeah. Have you been to Orlando? Who wants to live there?
See, I figured Orlando was just going to be the team that just overpaid him and just said, whatever you want, you can have stock in Disney. Just please come here. But, yeah, with KCP, this is what Mike said. Along with that, they're going to lean on him and his veteran leadership. Hey, you won titles. Help us get to that level. Because you somehow found a way to stick around in this league for a long time when a lot of people didn't think that you were going to make it. I remember Detroit fans angry that the Pistons took him and not a certain point guard.
So on the other side of that, we'll finish it off with this, possible replacement in Denver. A report says that Nikola Jokic wants Westbrook to be there. $4 million is what he has left on his deal. Would that be a nice addition off the bench for Denver?
You're on your own. Unless you want him to lay some bricks around the arena. No, I'm all set.
Well, coming off the bench. Starting, no, but coming off the bench, just depth.
You can have him. You run your franchise. I'll be over here.
Mike, $4 million coming off the bench. Yeah, that's something. We're not talking $40 million. $4 million. Yeah.
Rico, you could give me Russell Westbrook for free. I wouldn't put him on my team. He cannot shoot the basketball.
And you need shooters around.
At all. Right. Rico, put him out there against kids. Could he shoot 40%? Magic 8 Ball says unlikely.
$4 million, I would take a chance. Him coming off the bench. He's not a starter.
That's right. Hey, I want you to run your franchise. God bless. I wish you all the luck in the world. I'm out on Russell Westbrook.
And we're out. That is the NBA Fast Break.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Eric Gustafson is the latest deal for the Red Wings today as the free agency bonanza continues in the NHL. Gustafson is a 6'1 defenseman who last played with the Rangers last season. He scored 6 goals with 25 assists. The team also signed goalie Cam Talbot earlier to a 2-year deal. He was in between the pipes for 54 games last year with the Kings, logging 3 shutouts and a 27-20-6 record. Just a couple years removed from being a big-time get for the Oilers, Jack Campbell was waived, and now he's a Red Wing as well. He's a goalie. It's a 1-year contract worth $775,000. Campbell struggled with Edmonton since his debut and played in just 5 NHL games last season. Former Red Wing Tyler Bertuzzi has signed a deal with the Blackhawks for 5 seasons with a cap hit of $5.5 million. Tobias Harris is heading back to the Pistons after they traded him away in the 17-18 season. They have roughly $24 million left in cap space. No rumors really circling around quite yet. Klay Thompson also heading to Dallas on a 3-year, $50 million deal that will require a sign and trade, which would involve Josh Green going to Dallas. The Mavs and Warriors have yet to agree to terms. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you so much. Hockey fans from across the globe calling in with thoughts. Don't worry, Piston fans, all 7 of you. We'll get to you a little later. Free agency bonanza day has turned into a bust. The Red Wings acquisition is nothing more than player retention. Kane is back 1 year. Look, the incentives are pretty easy for him to hit. He's going to make $6.5 million. All right, you signed Cam Talbot. Why? I don't know. Oh, he's an upgrade. Okay, if he's so sweet, why'd the Kings let him go? And then spend double on an equally old goalie. Fine, you got Cam Talbot. I'm sure it'll all work out with a defense that got worse and an offense that looks worse. So now we're hinging our hopes and dreams on what? A trade for Jacob Trouba, who does not want to leave the Rangers? And as of today, Kenny, if they hadn't dealt him, he has to give them his 15 teams on the no movement clause. And there is a thought, Trouba, even though he's from Rochester, it was discussion. I read something in the New York papers this weekend. He could put the Wings on that list. He does not want to leave. So I'm just, guys, are the Wings any better? And understand how I'm grading this offseason. It doesn't make me right. I could be very wrong. But this was the offseason that I thought we were going to take a sizable step forward.
Big
over
name.
$32 million in cap space.
Yeah.
Yes, Rico. Big names. I expect
Big magic, yeah.
Right, big magic. I expected something.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is Kenny Cott gave us his free agency handbook. Every name that was in there, they're playing somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. You expected to see one of those signings, 4-year, $8 million deal, signing with the Wings.
No. I got Kenny trying to rationalize Cam Talbot.
An upgrade.
248-539-9797. I am going to go right to the people. We will get to the Pistons a little later on. Greg is going to lead us off in the 3 o'clock. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, a little frustrating. The chosen one really got me mad when he let Bertuzzi walk and signed Sprong and Comfort for the same money. He let go a 30-goal scorer, a corner man, a hard guy. And now we lost Perron, which is the same kind, a hard guy, corner guy, crease guy. And if they think Berger's going to come in and add just to their three-point shooting, I just don't see it. And what is it? Do we have a rule we must take Toronto's garbage year after year? We signed Wall last year, and he was terrible. I just don't understand it. We keep getting smaller. If you watch the Stanley Cup Finals, these were large teams, hard teams crashing in that corner, guys. We're not even near that.
Well, Greg, here's the question I have is look, even if I assume that they end up with Trouba, if I told you the offseason was keeping Kane, adding Trouba, and signing a 37-year-old goalie in Cam Talbot, was that going to make you happy? And do you think you're tangibly better?
No, I mean, to me, who's our captain? I lost my train of thought.
Dylan Larkin.
Dylan Larkin got hurt twice last year in scrums. These teams know they can take advantages of these players. He missed, 14, 16 games because of 2 scrums he got hurt in. And, we go into Ottawa and they challenge the bench. I'm not saying go back to 1995. I'm just saying, get some grit on this team. Enough with the 3-point, team with the guys shooting from the circles, no net crashing, no crease guys.
The other angle to it, and Greg, I appreciate it. I want to expand on this with Rico and Kenny. Is just like great example. The draft was this weekend. You're picking 15th or 16th. Yippee! We took another Swedish guy who we won't see for 4 years. If you had to attach the pick to get rid of $4, $5, $6 million in salary, then would you really have cared if you overpaid for Stamkos? No. I guess I just want to know what is the end of the rainbow bridge here, people? How many more years do I got to wait before I know we're going to war with a team that's one of the 3 or 4 best in the Eastern Conference?
What you want to see is that sense of urgency that I think a lot of fans want, and it's like, okay, we're ready, but for some reason, Eiserman just, it's like he's trying to do this on the cheap.
And we're waiting to know what this other move is. Kenny continues to say there has to be something. We've said it. But now it feels like it has to be in the trade realm because there's nothing in free agency left that really anyone wants.
I mean, I like the fact that, as I told Kenny, I told David pre-show, when there's nothing being said about Eiserman, I feel good because I feel like he works best in silence. When you start hearing names, like once the Stamkos, it was like, he's going to the Wings, I knew at that point that's not going to happen.
Kenny, I want to ask Kenny a question when he's done screening this call. Can I do that?
Yeah.
It's important. David, there we go. Tag team, back again. Kenny, if I may. So as it works right now with Raymond and Seider, can a team extend them a qualifying offer?
Yes. It's generally not done, but yes.
So, for instance, if you're San Jose, you're absolute trash. You're horrific. What would stop you from just hurling out 8 at 80 for Raymond and make the Wings choke on it?
Nothing really stops you, but I mean, it's
that's you said I'm evil. That's
well, no, because I give you an example. Now, before we signed Dominic Hasek today, Cam Talbot, I said to Kenny, you read the Boston papers, they're at a little bit of a loggerheads with Swayman. What would stop somebody from rolling out? And I understand the compensation it's injurious. But God, Boston can't let Swayman go when Ullmark just got traded. Roll out 8 at 80 for Swayman. What are the Bruins going to do? Lose him? Okay, well, if I get him, I got a top 5 goalie who's 25 years old. Wah. If I don't, I just made the Bruins choke on their dinner. Mm-hmm. So I just wondered before we went to break last hour, what would stop a team with a ton of cap space who's young from just effing with the Wings?
What would stop them? I mean, it generally comes back to that's just bad business because now you've essentially screwed over that other team. They're not going to want to do business with you come deadline, come off season.
Hey. I don't care. I got Mo Seider.
I don't disagree, but Mike, those types of things just don't happen.
Okay,
I like where your head's at. It's
is,
possible.
Is that one of just the unwritten rules? You know what? We're not going to kind of screw each other like that.
Kinda, yeah. It's just not done.
If I were one of these, if I were the Blackhawks, they want to move their rebuild forward. You've heard all the conversations about how they want to get, and they're nowhere close, but they want to get things around Bedard. Oh, yeah, you don't think I'd F with the Wings and offer Raymond a sick deal? Make Eiserman choke.
I can count on one hand the amount of times that's happened. I'm just saying it's just not done. But you're right. To your point, Mike, nothing would really stop a team from doing something.
Okay, I was just thinking outside the box. Steve's probably made a lot of enemies, winning a lot of deals, and, we can get back at him now. I got a little Eiserman voodoo doll. And boom, now he's got to pay what for Lucas Raymond?
Yeah, I got to think that once you do that, you become the GM that nobody deals with anymore.
Yeah, you're that guy. You've officially become that guy.
I'm in.
Like, we could help him. Wait, that's Mike. No,
Can
we're
you
not helping
imagine?
him.
Kenny's head would explode. Somebody offers Mo Cider 8 at 80. Oh, no.
I'm out.
I don't care.
I bought the jersey this year. I bought the
I don't think
jersey
it'll be an
last
upgrade.
year.
It won't be an upgrade, I don't think.
I'd have to write not an upgrade. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. What's up, Randy? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? How are you?
Hey,
We're
Randy.
okay. We're puzzled. Help us.
You know, guys, I like to call in on the hockey stuff, you know that. So, I mean, right now, frustrated, upset, but I think it's right now. I mean, there has to be something else here. I mean, there really has to be. There's no way that Kane would sign a one-year deal thinking that this was it. That's really what I'm banking on, and I think it's so hopeful, but I have to believe there's something else.
All right, so here's what I want to do.
Go ahead.
No, I want to have some fun with you. So, Randy, here's what I want you to do. I want you to help us. When you're sitting and relaxing and you're going, all right, there's got to be something else. There's got to be a name that pops in your head. It's a judgment-free zone. I want you to tell me the name that you think Steve is going to deliver to you via trade now. What is it? What's the move?
I think I got two for you. I think one of them is Nikas from Carolina. They've been talking about moving him. He's in the right age for us. I think he's like 26 or so. High-end offensive talent, and I think they're going to move him because they can't afford him. That's been a name that's been around. And the next one, I've been hearing the rumors as well, and I really like the way that they would match up. And again, the same age frame that it should be is Trevor Zegras. He's been, and that's a center. We need a center. We can do something like that. Even pull off a Tarasenko on a 2-year deal. Get in another defensive defense. We need a veteran defenseman though. That's the problem. You got Mo Cider back there, who at this point, yeah, is considered probably a veteran, but he's still young. You're going to have Edmondson. You're going to have they need somebody that can show them the game. I mean, right now, I was going into this, one of my favorite days, the most uplifting days of the year, and we're sitting here with Kane, who re-signed, and Cam Talbot. I mean, there's got to be something else, guys. I mean, those are the two names, Nikas and Zegras. I think, Kenny, what do you think? What do you guys think if we were able to pull that off?
I like the idea of bringing Nikas in. That's not a bad call. Defensively, I would love, we've been talking about Jacob Trouba this entire time.
Well,
if you add that package together, I think that's really that's a complete offseason.
I have an update on Trouba.
Oh, yeah?
For both Randy and you. And I'm going to give it to you next. Straight. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure you'll be excited. I'll give it to you next, though. Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. No. Nothing's free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. Once again, I want to salute the hockey fans because when we bring it up, you guys show up in force. Respect. I'm going to give you a Trouba update. Kenny, take a seat. We need to have a conversation. So we've talked about it. We're disappointed as we sit here right now with where the Red Wings are at. We've talked about there has to be another move. I brought up Trouba Friday, even though I'm a know-nothing moron. So here we are now where over the weekend it seemed like the Trouba thing was real. There's one problem. There's a family deal here with the Troubas that is unique to say the least. He went and signed with the Rangers like wanted to be there. Wife works in Manhattan. I read an article. They lived apart for a long time. She has her career. He has his. And they are at a point in their life. They're not doing that anymore. Okay. So the Rangers, this is from the Hockey News. Is that reputable? Everyone okay with the Hockey News?
Yeah.
You know, I know that it's not zipbangpowhockey.net or whatever, but this is the Hockey News. Rangers taking family considerations into account in a Trouba trade. The Rangers are making sure the captain would end up in a place that's best for him and his family. So here's a few notes. Now, this comes from Emily Kaplan. The Trouba stuff is real. Family considerations are huge, and that could be the holdup with a Red Wings trade. We'll see what transpires in the coming days. Trouba's no-move clause changes to a 15-team no-trade clause on July 1. So the thought process, as I said to you guys earlier, was he could put the Wings on that list. I understand he's from Rochester, but I'll say it again. What you hear and then what you read is that it doesn't matter. Like he has played apart from his family.
That you got to basically you got to make mama happy.
I'm not in their household.
No, not you saying that, but it seems that way.
Yes.
That if mama's not happy, we're not doing this
deal.
She has
a high-powered career in Manhattan.
Kind of like a trade that never happened in Detroit.
Yes. Yeah, Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, so if that's actually the case, and it very well might be, we don't know. It could be one way or the other way. But if it is even a little bit like that, it's Steve Eiserman's job to, A, do due diligence with whatever player he's trying to pick up, and also, B, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. There's other options here. You just can't be like, well, I didn't get Trouba. That's my offseason, I guess.
Okay, so let's operate, and then I'll get to the callers in a moment. Let's say Trouba's off the board. Let's say it just doesn't work, doesn't want to be here. Let's say he ends up in Philly or Jersey or the Islanders or whomever. I don't know. Wants to be closer to home. Fine. Kenny, if Trouba's off the board, who the hell are we getting?
It's a great question because you had guys like Zadorov on the board too, and you had Matt Roy from L.A. on the board, and they're all defensemen. They all would have helped you. And if you just said, hey, I'm just going to put all my eggs in the Trouba basket, well, I mean, have a backup plan, man. This can't be it. This can't be all we're doing this offseason. There's too many holes to address to even count, and Steve Eiserman has done essentially nothing. There's been a net gain of 0 in my eyes.
That's depressing right there. I mean,
what have they gotten better at and worse at? I mean, worse defensively. They've gotten worse offensively. They got a little bit better in goalie, but take the first two things I just said, worse and worse.
Well,
There's
the fact
net gain
that
of 0.
No, the fact that a little bit better gets elevated because everything else is so much worse.
Or it gets elevated because it's the way people want it to be, not the way it actually is. Look, the fact is Steve Eiserman has signed plenty of bad players. The fact is that albeit incremental improvements over 5 years didn't land you in the playoffs. That year 6 of the rebuild, we're still in goalie nomad land. And whether it's Husso, Lyon, Talbot, none of these guys are the Ullmark or Swayman type guy or certainly Shesterkin or I know there's a little bit of an issue with Sorokin, but you get my point. Like, we don't have the goalie, we don't have a defensive core, and Kenny's over here bemoaning B and C list players and going, oh my God, our offense is worse.
You know what the goalie situation sounds like? To put another parallel, it kind of sounds like the third base situation for the Tigers. We'll just put a bunch of people out there and hope that somebody rises to the top and takes this job.
Wow.
Doesn't it feel that way?
Yeah. I mean, I understand. Well, Talbot made the All-Star team. Yeah, he was such a good All-Star. His own team went, no, thank you, and paid double for Darcy Kemper.
So, yeah, it has that feel that rather than just going out and getting that guy, we're going to do this by committee and hope that somebody just really wants the job that badly, they take it.
Rico, if this guy's name wasn't Eiserman, people would be livid. I think people are checking their emotions, and maybe it all turns around. Maybe he adds 2 players in the next 2 days, and we feel great. But here and now, on a day a lot of Wings fans were excited, what do we have?
No, I mean, think about it. If his last name was Holland and he won cups.
Look out.
And it was too long since the last cup that he won.
Let's go. Go to Jonathan, 97.1. Jonathan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Mike?
Good.
Man, so first thing, before I get to the hockey, I don't know if you guys know Kyle Whittingham's out at Utah and the DC taking over there.
Yeah, I saw they named the coach in waiting. It's never something I'm a huge fan of. I never feel like it works.
Wait, he's out?
No, they're saying that this is the heir. The successor is their DC.
Okay.
I did see that. Yes.
But to get started on, I'm livid with Eiserman. I'm telling you, I had so much hope for this offseason. We had $32 million in cap space. I'm like, man, dude, the Stamkos stuff is probably real. They got Marchessault out there. We can get Lindholm if we don't get either one of those guys. No, you know what? He didn't sign any of them. And then he loses Ghost, which Ghost is a liability in the defensive zone, but he provides offense. And then what does he do? He goes and signs Gustafsson, who is Wish.com Ghost. You know what I mean? And not only that, you look at our division. Boston leveled up, Ottawa leveled up, Toronto leveled up, Washington leveled up. So you went from a borderline playoff team to probably close to last in our division. There's no move to be made here.
Well, it's got to be a bold trade. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Jonathan, there's nothing free agent wise. You summarized it beautifully. I have no answer.
So nobody's mentioned, and there's one guy, and I don't know if they could swing it. Aaron Ekblad is an RFA, but if they could somehow get him and then get Florida, maybe get Trouba, that would be somewhat. I'd give this offseason like a B-. But Aaron, you know what I mean? Aaron Ekblad would be awesome on our defensive end. That would bolster it big time.
I just want to know, again, and Jonathan, I think my frustration, Rico, I'm not speaking for you. I think you share it. It's the same thing with the Tigers. Oh, we can't go and get a goalie because of Kosa and Augustine, or we can't go get this guy because maybe Jay Shung will be good someday. Like, at what point do you just add good players and worry about it later? I mean, honestly.
That's a good problem. Hey, we can't keep everybody here. We're going to have to make some tough choices down the line, but that means you're winning. That means you have a culture. And you know what that also means? That when their trade value goes up. So even when you get rid of them, you'll be able to get something back in return rather than just waiting patiently for this young man
here's the other thing.
Develop.
I could hire anybody off the street to take 7-8 years to build a playoff team, or to just wait for the kids. So what are we resigned to? We're just going to wait. And then what happens if Kosa is not Shesterkin? What happens if Kosa's just good, average, above average? He's not great. We waited all those years, and what did it get us? Or what happens? Like, you have to have contingencies. Like, the Ullmark thing was attractive based on, now again, he didn't sign an extension in Ottawa. I couldn't freak out about not getting him. But Rico, the idea is, when are fans going to stop making excuses for Eiserman? Yeah. Oh, well, there's a lot of...
It bothers you, Mike, because you had all of this money in the offseason. And you just knew, okay, you were so close to making the playoffs. Okay, we're going to go out there. We're going to add some pieces to this team. You have enough money that you can re-sign your guys, your young guys, plus at least bring in 2 splash players, 2 big names that can help you get over the top, as you said, to get to the second round, to maybe buy some time for all the young players that you're waiting on.
I just don't get the point if we're not allowed to have expectations till year 7 or 8. I mean, what the hell are we talking about?
Because think about, if you didn't do it this summer, I don't even think it's 7 or 8, but I don't think people want to hear my number.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. And what is that move that Eiserman could make that would make everyone happy? What is it? Who's the name? I gave you the update on Trouba. That doesn't sound like a sure thing, especially when the Hockey News is reporting things have, quote, cooled. Translation, nuts on ice. Like, I don't know. Kenny, what's that name? You've got one commercial break to come up with one. All right, North. I'm kidding, Kenny.
Good talk.
Hey, Kenny. It's an upgrade. 97.1.
Brought to you by Miller Landscape. The Red Wings and Cam Talbot have agreed to a 2-year contract worth $5 million. Talbot was in net for 54 games with the Kings last season, touting a .913 save percentage and a 2.5 goals against average. The team lost David Perron to the Senators today, and in turn a decent chunk of their offense from last year, totaling 17 goals and 30 assists. The Red Wings also announcing that their home opener will be October 10th versus the Penguins at Little Caesars Arena. They said the rest of the schedule will come soon. The Pistons have been quiet so far since their deal to bring back Tobias Harris to Detroit. In case you missed it leaking last night, the team intends to lock up Cade Cunningham on a 5-year max rookie extension worth $226 million. Such a deal cannot be official until 12:01 on Saturday. In other NBA news, Paul George and the 76ers have reached a deal totaling $212 million over 4 years. The 34-year-old averaged 23 points and 5 boards last season. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
All right, good to have you with us on a Monday afternoon. Beautiful day. And we're trying to work our way through the Wings free agency thing. And clearly, there's time. But Kenny laid out a bunch of names. It was exciting times. Even when people were bleeping all over Kenny. It was the idea of, hey, we're going to have a big summer. Wings are going to move this thing forward. Don't have as good of a feeling right now. So it's just the question of, okay, they didn't want to get involved in some of the egregious overpays. Can't scream and yell about it. It's more just at what point do we get better? And I just I'm not built this way. Like where I can just go year over year over year over year. And I understand he took over a complete mess. The man is one of the finest GMs in the game. Mm-hmm. But it is kind of confusing when you're like, all right, we got Kane back. I think he'll hit all those incentives to get to 6.5. No big deal. You didn't sign a multi-year. Cool.
1 year, yeah. But see, that gets me to wonder, how did you get him to sign a 1-year deal, but there's really nothing else happening? Because this seems like to me, hey, Patrick, trust me, we're about to do some things. You want to be a part of this team next year. Like I said, $6.5 million. Sound like you broke the bank. He didn't get the term that he wanted. So what did you do to convince him to do this 1-year deal? That's the big head scratcher. That's why I thought, okay, there's something big about to happen on Monday. And as each minute ticks by, I'm thinking, well, maybe it was just signing Kane for a 1-year deal.
Look, no, Kenny, behave yourself. The point is, you go back to last summer, it was the same situation. We wanted a big move. He signed a bunch of depth guys, and eventually, they ended up with DeBrincat. Clearly, it was a tale of 2 seasons, right? Started out hot and then disappeared basically last 25 games of the year. Our only choice is to give it time. Like, you don't get to control the ways in which this works. Right. But we're through the draft, and the names, the people that I think would have excited the Red Wing fans, those names are gone. So is there a bold trade that we're just not seeing, that we're not seeing it clearly? It's very possible. I sure as hell don't claim to have all the answers. I would love to know. Like, Kenny, what is that name?
See, that's the issue, too, is we talked about all throughout these past few weeks, defensive names the Red Wings could be targeting, guys who we could be going after. Everybody from Jacob Trouba to Zadorov to Wah in L.A. And, I mean, that's it, man. They're all gone. I wish I had a sexy name or something to tell you, but everybody that's on the free agent market right now are the depth pieces that we would have signed last year. I don't see a big mystery trade, but then again, I mean, we didn't know about the DeBrincat thing until very late.
Correct. So there's time.
There is time, and like you said, all we have to do is let it play out.
Right, but we're operating in real life.
100%, and right now, you can't help but feel underwhelmed by what's happened today. Or what hasn't happened, I should say.
Sure. And again, for one reason or another, I gave you the hockey news thing. You take away with it what you want. Trouba ain't happening. Doesn't sound like it. So that's fine. I'm not going to freak out over it. You're not going to hear me shriek.
But this is Steve's chance to prove that he is one of the best GMs in the league. If there is a player that you get that there's a mountain of reasons why he wouldn't have came here, and you get him anyway, I mean, gold star on the forehead, man. That's great work. This is Steve's chance to prove that, he is what we billed him as when he got here as one of the league's premier elite GMs.
Right, that
and he
wild
hasn't lived up
deal.
to that billing at all.
Yeah, the wild deal. Like, wow, I didn't see that coming. Wow, how did they work that out? So, yeah, as each moment goes by, it's like, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe, okay.
And you hate to think in those terms, but that's like Mike said, we operate right here, right now in reality.
Right, because I don't know if you're aware of it. This is the entertainment business.
Yes.
Okay, be entertaining or find a new job. So saying, well, let's just wait and see. We'll check back in on Labor Day weekend. Yeah, it's not the world we live in.
Dance for me, funny man. Dance for me.
Right, make me a bicycle.
Right. All right, I'll see you guys later. I'm going out to get a black job.
No, listen. I mean, just so we're clear, I mean, Kenny Cott, are we better offensively?
No, worse.
We better defensively?
Not really.
Okay. And
you could argue, the Steve Botts will argue, Edvinson's going to take a step, Sider's going to take a step.
Listen,
all of these things, and the next thing is going to work out.
You've got several young defensemen. It's a fair assumption to say one of them will be good, like right away. Maybe it is Evanson. Maybe it's going to be your guy, Palika. Maybe it's Johansson. I don't know. One of them, though, you go, okay, it'll work. But I think the trap we fall into when it comes to the Wings and the Tigers is, all the prospects will be awesome all the time. You just wait.
Well, that's the other side of the coin is maybe Pelika's great. Maybe Johansson's great. But what if one of them stinks?
Well, that's
how about that?
Look, that's the whole point with Kosa.
And goalies are even harder to judge.
I mean, even back when I used to love hockey as a kid and up through college. And yes, my team got bought by a con artist and Mike Milbury ruined my life. But I've seen so many young goalies falter and fail, and I've lived it. I mean, Christ. It's just this idea, like I don't want to make it. Do I want to put all my eggs in one basket with Kosa, who, yes, he's going to play a bigger role at Grand Rapids this year. But from going to where you're at now to being the guy who starts 65 games a year or 60 a year and being that Swayman-type goalie, that Shesterkin-type guy, that before this year, Sorokin-type guy. Mm-hmm. That's a hell of a leap. And way more young goalies who are hyped and pedigree and wonderful bomb out than not. Is that fair?
Fair.
All on the same page?
And development is not linear with goaltender. Like, look at Sergei Bobrovsky, Stanley Cup champion now, Sergei Bobrovsky.
It was a rough ride.
It was a rough beginning for the man. He had a tough stretch there, and then he got better. Then he eventually won the Vezina. Then eventually he won a Stanley Cup and turned into goaltending Jesus.
I was about to say, yeah, and for three, you know what? For games, 4, 5, and 6, didn't look that great.
No, he looked human, but that's going to happen with a goalie. It's not linear. That's my point.
I guess I feel like I have the same conversation with the Tigers and the Wings, and it's always, just wait. You know, player X is going to be awesome. It's how, guys, life goes by. I mean, like, I'm sorry. Do the Wings or Tigers get to tell you to wait on paying them to see their product while we all waste away?
See, that's where it's not an apples to apples comparison, because you're right. If teams actually did that, I think people would be a lot more patient. You know what?
Be nicer.
Right. You reduce the price of tickets and everything based on the amount of games that the team won. You would be paid. But right now, it's just like, we want top dollar. Hey, here's the royal seats behind the plate type of thing. And yeah, I know we stink, but just go ahead and trust us.
Pete, 97.1. What's up, Petey?
You guys, this is to say this is a disaster is an understatement, right? The cap space, you lose these couple of guys. You need help on the power play. You need help on the penalty kill. You need help on the wings. You need help at center. You need help at defense. I mean, even the names that are still remaining on the board here, who do you really want? Trouba, you guys keep mentioning his name.
Don't put that on me. That's hockey news. That's the New York papers. I don't care one way or the other.
Yes, true, yes. I don't think he's the captain of the New York Rangers, and it sounds like they don't really want him. And watching the playoffs, you didn't hear like, man, this guy is playing out of his mind. No, you heard the opposite.
No, you watched him get cooked and then throw some blow-by elbows. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. There's nobody really on the board remaining that you're like, you know what? They got to make the rest of us happy and go and get this guy. There's really nobody on there. Not even for a deal, not even for a one year, not even. There's nobody out there for these guys. This is
not
among disasters.
Not in free agency, there's not. But the trade market is open. I don't want to use disaster. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's fair either. It's underwhelming.
Yeah,
I don't know that we got better, but disaster would be if the Wings were getting mocked for having the worst overpay in the league. There are a lot of unhappy fan bases today. Make no mistake.
Yeah.
A lot of fan bases are pissed. We paid player X what? No, I understand that. It was the idea of even the last couple of weeks and certainly headed into the weekend. Look, I don't know that Steve Stamkos is the elixir. And Lord, no, he's terrible 5-on-5. Okay, noted. The point is, if he got away from the Lightning, you thought it would be Steve Eiserman and the relationship to bring him here.
And you thought that maybe you would get the same thing that you got with Kane. Because remember, everybody wasn't sold when Patrick Kane first came to the Wings. It was like, well, injury and blah, blah, blah. And then it worked out. And he showed that, you know what? Wow, this was a great signing. I look at this, man. It's frustrating because you expected more. You expected more with Eiserman's name, that he should be able to come in here and convince people to come and play for Detroit. You're not getting this. And now it's, year after year after year. It's just like, as you said, how long do you wait before you finally get the results that you want? Missing out on the playoffs does not count as making the playoffs. You just missed out. Yeah, it was a fun ride. Okay, it was stressful. But in the end, you had no shot at the cup because you didn't make the playoffs. And now it's like, okay, did you make yourself better? Did you do enough that now you could at least forget about making it to the second round, that you made it into the playoffs? Do you feel that good about this team? And as of right now, no.
248-539-9797. We will keep an eye on it. And like I said, you got all summer, but it's sure looking like it's going to have to be a trade. And that's okay. Maybe the team's overspent. Steve waits for the dust to settle. Now what? You take on Sal? Guys,
why'd you overspend? You're
don't
right. You're right.
248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Best in class. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason Northville moves that much product. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time. It's in their warehouse. You buy it, you get it, you build it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Day like today, you'd love to be outside enjoying your outdoor living space. Let Northville get to work for you. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's touch the table. A little football for the first time today. David with the music. Let's go.
So the College Football Report came out with a top 25 quarterbacks of the college football playoff era.
College football playoff era. So this started in
14.
Yeah, 14 and now. So not necessarily that you made the playoff, but the era, the great quarterbacks of the era.
I love the era's 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. Ohio State has 4 quarterbacks on this list.
Okay,
Could you name
JT Barrett?
JT Barrett, number 17.
Braxton Miller was 13, right? That was too early.
Yep.
Yeah.
Too early.
Wait. I thought they...
Cardell.
Yeah, Cardell Jones.
12 gauge. We ain't here to play school.
Not on the list.
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud, number 13 on the list.
Cardell beat Prime Bama.
He did.
What a natty. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I can give you the other 2. Number 16, Dwayne Haskins.
Still puzzled how it didn't work at all. Like, couldn't play at all in the NFL. And he was one of the most accurate passers you've seen.
That was probably the one. It was money in the bank. Like, okay, you're going to be the first Ohio State quarterback to break this jinx and actually look good. Yeah, that was a head scratcher. I thought that David Steelers had somebody that was going to take them to that next championship.
Well, speaking of Steelers, the other and the final Ohio State quarterback on here, number 15, Justin Fields.
Again, I'll lay on the sword. I thought it would work with him too. I honestly thought he'd be a good NFL quarterback. You still do?
I still do.
Man, never let go, Jack.
No,
never let go.
No, I just. It's one of those. I don't think that Chicago cared or tried to make him better. It was almost in their best interest for him to fail so that you can go out and get Caleb and start all over again. The worst thing that happened was he goes on a run and he makes it to the playoffs, and now you're stuck with him. They didn't want him there.
So just to have a little bit more fun with this, Alabama has 3 quarterbacks on here. Could you name all 3 Bama quarterbacks?
Tua?
Yep. Number 11.
Jalen Hurts?
No.
No?
No. They have him on here as an Oklahoma quarterback.
Oh, all right.
Number 12.
Right.
But yes, technically you would be right.
Not McCarron.
No. Number 14, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. Yeah, that's the one I was trying to think of. Like, wait, who's the quarterback that came out?
And number 9, Bryce
Young. Shame on me. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
While he's not good in the NFL, he was a great college quarterback.
But see, okay, as crazy as this sounds, it makes more sense that Bryce Young stinks than Dwayne Haskins did when Haskins was in the league. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Bryce Young, you could be like, well, he's tiny, and well, he had all these great receivers, and it's like
Haskins put up video game numbers,
and he was deathly accurate. All right, sorry, I'll stop.
So there are a couple, I guess if you look into what they did in the NFL, obscure quarterbacks on here.
Okay.
So we're going to give you a guess here.
Hold on. Playoff era.
Yes.
Would Jake Browning be on the list?
Jake Browning is not on this list.
Remember the 1 year UW made it?
Yeah. Marcus Mariota.
Yes, he is number 4
nice
on
job.
this list.
Excellent work by you. All right, David, go ahead with a few of the obscure ones.
So I'm going to try to see if you can guess this one.
J.J. McCarthy.
He is on this list. He is number 20. He is.
He's the last guy on the list, huh?
No, he's number 20. Number 24 on this list for a Big 12 school in Texas.
Okay.
Playoff.
Oh, Matt, the evil ginger from TCU, Duggan.
No, it is TCU, though. Trevon Boykin.
What?
Trevon Boykin. I had to look him up again.
From the year that they didn't make it?
It's their entire career in the era.
I thought this whole time it was about guys who made
actually
the
were in the 4-game playoff.
I said Jake Browning. He set me up.
I said they did not necessarily make the playoff.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes.
So Boykin threw for 10,000 yards, 86 touchdowns, rushed for 28 touchdowns in his career. The other one, SEC school.
You got to be Georgia.
Kenny hates this school.
Oh, Florida.
Yes. Kyle Trask.
Oh, stop. The Bucks
He's
pick?
number 21 on this
Yikes.
list.
Big yikes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think with Mahomes.
Patrick
Be on
Mahomes is number 25 on this list.
Okay.
So I'll give you the entire top 10 here. Number.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to think.
Okay.
Is there a name that we're just overlooking? Like you're going to be disappointed we didn't get?
Not really. I mean,
including
I think
the savant over here.
You should get number 1. Okay. In this era, you should get number 1.
Denard Robinson.
Okay, you're done. David, go ahead,
No.
please.
Number 10, LSU, Jaden Daniels.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's number 1.
Okay, thank God.
I knew you would get that.
Thank God.
I gave you number 9, Bryce Young. Number 8, Caleb Williams, USC.
See, I think that's boy. I don't want to sound like a hater. That's way overrated.
Number 7, Kyler Murray, Oklahoma. Number 6.
Timeout. Baker.
Baker Mayfield, number 2 overall here on
That's
this list.
still that playoff game in the Rose Bowl that Baker played. That was theater. That was awesome. And then Rico ruined the whole sport. Go ahead.
Does Michael Penix Jr. make it?
Michael Penix Jr. is number 19 on this list.
Oh, please, for that complete no-show in the national title game?
Oh, my God. He had one bad game.
Help me. They know all my plays.
Well, then Mike's going to love this one because I forgot to mention that his boy is number 18 on the list.
Who?
Justin Herbert, who also, according to him, was awful in the bowl game.
No, guilty as charged. The Red Box Bowl poisoned me, and then I watched the Rose Bowl where he ran for 3 touchdowns and couldn't throw it against Wisconsin. I let 2 games poison me. I was wrong.
And you'll be wrong about JJ.
That he's not great?
Stop it. I'm just going to move on
That he's not
here.
going to play this year?
Number 6, Lamar Jackson, Louisville. Number 5, Trevor Lawrence.
Yes, and I'm not going to allow any slander. He was marvelous in college.
He was. The long flowing hair.
That's right.
Number 4, Marcus Mariota, which you already guessed here.
Yep.
Number 3, also Clemson quarterback.
Deshaun Watson.
He was a great
That was
college
vintage
quarterback.
Clemson.
I mean, they went from one to the next. You just thought, oh, my God, they're just going to get quarterbacks that just fall out the sky.
And DJU, dead. Klubnik, dead.
And the only quarterback that I did not mention, because you got number 1, you got number 2, the very last one I didn't mention was number 23 overall, Dak Prescott.
Oh, wow. You know, for a week, he had Mississippi State number 1 in the poll.
Yes, he did.
It was real. It happened.
No Penn State quarterbacks?
Not one Penn State quarterback.
The
on
Hackenberg files.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not funny. Like, Penn State just never runs a functioning offense. I can't make any sense of it.
No, Penn State runs playground offense. Everybody go deep. Just run to the Buick, David, and then turn, and I'll try to find you. That's it.
You see that patch of grass right there? Turn back after that.
Right. Go to Mrs. Johnson's lawn and then come back to the ball.
That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Red Wings have had a busy start to free agency. Here's what we know so far. David Perron and Shane Gostisbehere are departing. Perron inked a 2-year deal. Elsewhere, that's not a great start to this update. There's too many pieces. They've added a pair of goalies in Cam Talbot and Jack Campbell. The more impactful of the two being the 36-year-old Talbot, who started 52 games for LA last year. Here's what he had to say at postseason media availability back in May. They've also added a defenseman in Eric Gustafsson on a 2-year, $4 million deal. And, of course, the Patrick Kane news. He's returning on a 1-year extension from last year as well. Former wing Anthony Mantha has a new landing spot. The 2013 first-round selection will suit up for the Capitals in the future. No Tigers game today. The Ace Tarek Skubal will take the mound tomorrow against the Twins on the road to begin a 3-game series. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you aboard. A quick note, because we're not going to go, we need to get into the Pistons. And if you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind with the Red Wings and free agency or lack thereof. Great weekend by the Tigers. Just fabulous. I mean, really. Losing 3 out of 4 to that rat bleep baseball team, the Anaheim Angels. Just a great weekend. Super.
Good news is, kind of like I predicted, they would score a lot of runs on Sunday.
No.
Unfortunately, they almost gave them all back.
Yep. Nice to see Max Clark hit for the cycle yesterday. Oh, wait, that was Wyatt Langford.
7-1. I can go ahead and cut the grass. And 7-6?
No, it is. I have to let it go. I know I have.
You do, Mike.
And I understand it's Clark and McGonigal together. I don't really care.
I was about to say.
Wyatt Langford, his last 25 games since coming off the IL, a 970 OPS. Hit for the cycle yesterday. He could be helping us every day. And insulating Riley Green and helping Riley Green, helping Cole Keith. That's all right. We don't want to block a Kilbadu.
He'd be your best everyday player. I got nothing to say with the Kilbadu.
No, it kills me. And look, Max Clark might end up being a fabulous ball player. I don't know.
But see, here's the problem with that. Let's just say he comes in and he is Mr. All That. He's an all-star Hall of Famer.
Well, take it easy.
No, I'm just saying. Let's just go that. You still will never get back the 3 years it took as you were waiting for him to get here. So, yes, that's why that's problematic, because you're seeing somebody who, the World Series defending champion said, yeah, we're ready for right now. He can play. He doesn't need to go to the minor leagues. We're going to put him against major league pitching because we believe in this guy. And, yeah, that's one guy you don't want to block. Your people, yeah, you can go ahead and block them.
He's been fantastic the last 25 games. Clearly, 25 games doesn't make a career, but it's just frustrating because the Tigers, look, lately we know the offense has gone to a whole new level. And Wyatt Langford didn't represent must spend big money to bring bats. No, he just represented a guy who profiles to be a 35 home run hitter at the major league level, college bat out of the SEC at Florida. You passed on him for a high schooler who was years away and who may never develop power. No, I'm not sitting there throwing batting practice to Max Clark. I can only tell you what the scouting reports say.
No, and I think what hurts more is he would be your best player right now. And you know what? You would actually feel like this team has a future. You would actually feel like this team has some core pieces. And, yeah, this is somebody you can build around. Instead, you don't. And you're watching him, and it feels like yet another failed decision by Scott Harris and the Detroit Tigers.
In fairness, because fairness is the F word I like most. Look, we won't be able to.
But go ahead.
We won't be able to truly weigh it out until we see McGonigal and Clark. The point I'm making is it's years away.
Right.
And that's where, when you're taking a team over, and this, look, it's a rare thing that you have the ability to take this type of polished bat. Man, as you entered the season, and look, let's face it, I don't think Scott Harris went to the draft and said, well, you know what, I'm not going to get Langford. I'll take a high schooler because we're going to spend $400 million. No, I'm pretty sure they had their plan laid out. The idea was, I'm going to rely on the kids. Let me add another person who can help this team right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And I know I got to let it go.
No,
I know.
And as far as Clark, look, here's the thing. With Langford, to use the Olympic theme, it feels like Langford already started the race, and he's lapped this field twice now. So even if you come in here and you are just all that, it's not going to take away, like, this kid came in years ago and was lighting up the league. And yeah, now you really have to do something, because if you're just average, it's going to look like, well, you missed out on this and you chose the wrong person.
I know. And again, 25 good games. Maybe Langford's next 25 are terrible. Signed, Colt Keith. The point is, it's just here and now. It's really hard. It's hard. It's hard to watch this team. It's hard to accept. And I understand they played a game and they were able to open up the money and be able to get 2 players for 1. My whole point is there's zero guarantee either of those two are ever as good as Langford, much less better. Now, could they be? Could Harris get the last laugh? Will Scott Harris be here in 3 years? I have no idea. So it's just this whole thing of I understand I have to let it go. But yes, watching Wyatt Langford hit for the cycle yesterday, I'm going, oh my God.
You got to show some love for Kilbadu, man.
Yeah.
He's in your car.
Right. Guys should be working at Pep Boys. Come on, man. Dave, give me a couple of ticket texts and we'll get to the Pistons because their free agency is different and should be. But I want to see what Rico has to say about a few things. Go ahead.
Someone saying, yes, I cannot be patient anymore with Scott Harris. It was sad looking at what Langford was doing yesterday. Someone else says, please stop with the Langford thing. We have to get over it and believe that Max Clark is our guy.
I know. I'm not mad at you, ticket texter. I understand it's a me thing. I'm going to enter some counseling for
when
this
he hit
issue.
the home run, it was one of those, oh, this isn't going to go over well. That's when David, you know what, Mike, I'm going to let you talk out your feelings.
Nope, I'm fine.
No. Go ahead, get him out.
I'm fine.
This is your therapy session.
I'm good.
This is a safe space.
Okay.
You go ahead. There's no judgment here.
Nope.
I understand you're angry. Let those feelings out, Mike. It's healthy.
I just want people to understand I want to be wrong. I just don't want to wait till 2027 to find out if I am.
But when it's almost like every day you're like, and I'm still more right than wrong. And wow.
Well, I mean, like, for instance, now Langford, first of all, his April was terrible. I don't argue that. Then he missed a couple of weeks with a hamstring. But, like, here are his numbers, albeit, call it as 225 at bats. Okay? So Langford has got his average up to 260. I know batting average is archaic, but work with me. The OPS in total is up to 713. It's 970 over the last 25 games. He's got 7 steals. Now, again, I'm not telling you he's going to be a 30-steal guy, but you have no speed. Where does the speed play? Well, the fact he's already got 4 triples. He's got 10 doubles. So 14 there. He's got 4 home runs. One of them is inside the park. If you want to knock him for that, fine. But
Tiger's got one of those yesterday.
the point I'm making is
I'm just trying to make you smile, buddy.
This guy, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Max Clark is going to be Mike Trout. It's going to be okay.
You got Justin Hemmer,
right? Who's got like a 50% K rate. I mean, yes, congratulations. You were tearing around the bases yesterday, Rico. He's got some issues to work out.
Few.
All right. Sorry, I'll let it go. David, continue. I'm sorry to everybody.
No. Safe space, Mike. You're allowed.
Torkelson was also a polished bat that didn't work out. If Langford was in Detroit, he would have been a bust as well.
Okay, then why have a baseball team? I mean, at that point, if you're going to type that into your phone and send it, then why have a baseball team?
Well, yeah.
Okay, player A didn't work, so I'll just never do that again.
I mean,
what?
You didn't know if Casey Mize played for the Braves, he would have won a Cy Young by now?
Sure. Someone else says, relax, Mike. Max Clark is the next Bryce Harper. Someone else says,
I don't know if that's sarcasm or not.
That's sarcasm.
It's sarcasm.
Yes.
Oh, they're not serious.
We're going to go ahead and just qualify that as sarcasm.
I hope he is.
You don't know. And you're saying a player right now who's playing, you passed on him.
I'm emotional about it, and I know that that's a weakness, and I'm very sorry to everyone who that upsets. David?
You're going to look foolish in 4 years. We would still be out of the playoffs with Wyatt Langford on this team.
Okay, see.
No, but see, here's the thing, though. No. Let me. If Langford was on this team, you would feel a lot better about this Tigers team because you would see, okay, now we have pieces in place instead of everybody that they've hyped up has basically tripped and fell on their face, and they're not here, and they're not doing anything.
Think about this. If you had taken Langford, you didn't need to go out and get $12 million of Javi Baez in the outfield, a.k.a. Mark Canha, who's been dreadful since May 1st. You combine Canha's $12 million with what'd you pay, 13 a pop for Maeda?
But just think it up.
Jesus.
You would say, okay, we got, at least with Green and with Wyatt, you would say, okay, we got two pieces because you're not getting that with Parker Meadows. You're not getting that with Torque. These are players that we thought were going to be there.
Cole Keith, come on, man.
Well, hold on. You guys are rapid firing here. Look, I checked out Meadows' numbers in the minors, and I was reading a couple articles about it. I mean, he can't hit off speed stuff. Well, that's great. He's killing fastballs. But fastballs at AAA. That's come on, man. That's like the weekend league. You come up to the majors, scouting report. If he can't figure out the off-speed stuff, he's never going to get back up here. And then the Colt Keith thing, it was terrible April, wonderful May, awful June. He's here. My issue and what I'm scared of is Colt Keith is terrible at second base. So now is there a position change in his future maybe? Where does he become the first baseman that we don't have? And then Young, when he gets healthy, he can move to second. I don't know. I'm not writing off Colt Keith.
No, I didn't either. I'm just saying two of the pieces that we thought were going to be there aren't there. One can't hit a curveball and one can't hit a fastball.
David.
Max Clark is not going to be Mike Trout, so you can react right now, Mike. Don't have to wait 2 years.
All right. Listen, I'll work it out. All right. I will have some counseling on the Wyatt Langford thing. You just have to understand I put a line in the sand before the draft last year. I'm like, please God, unless outer space happens and we can get Paul Skeens or something, like just take Wyatt Langford. It's all going to be great. And
let me help you out.
High schooler.
This won't be your last time feeling that way this year. And it's okay.
It's okay. McGonagall's going to be Chuck Knobloch. It's going to be all right. We're going to be fine. And I'm talking about the good Knobloch.
I was about to say, not the late
not
one.
the one who hit Keith Olbermann's mom with a baseball because he couldn't throw it anymore.
I'd say a little Steve Sachs. Okay.
He also lost his mind and stopped being able to throw the ball.
You're right.
Ever had a case of the yips? 248. All right.
You know what? He'll be Sweet Lou. There you go.
Summer driving season is upon us. Combination of big-time traffic, 18-wheelers, construction everywhere. There's going to be car accidents. And if you were injured in one, you need injury attorney David Femininio, him and his team, ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. Okay, so we've spent a lot of time with the Red Wings. They certainly were, as Jim Costa put it, more of the fireworks. The Pistons were going to be a bit more of the sparklers. So NBA free agency, look, it's yes, I told you for 6 months, Tobias Harris. That's what you're going to get stuck with. Part of it was serious, and part of it was just me breaking stones. Well, here he is, Tobias Harris. What are you doing at my door? 2 at 52. I think the thing that is a little more concerning to me is a lot of what Langdon has done so far, and it is early. It doesn't sync up with the max extension you have given Cade Cunningham. Nope. So here's the way I want to approach the Pistons free agency. 2 ways, Rico. 1, what move has to get made to make you feel like, okay, we got a good one with Trajan Langdon? But question number 2 is this. Will Cade Cunningham still be a Piston by the end of this extension?
The move I need to see is somehow when this is all said and done, free agent, well, I was hoping for a trade, a sign and trade type of thing, that the Pistons would end up with just some garbage on the team, but they would have 3 first-round selections.
Okay, so you would need to see, like, for instance, they have about $26 million left. It's not enough to acquire that level. Right. The Warriors with Wiggins.
See, that's what I'm sorry, Mike, but see, that's what bothers me, because Tobias Harris was on the clearance rack. He was still going to be there tomorrow, the week after that. You didn't have to make this move right now. You could be a little more aggressive, part of 3-team deals, as people are trying to get under the cap to sign folks that, you know, like the Warriors and the Mavs are having problems trying to get this Klay Thompson contract. Well, maybe if you jumped in there, you could be that equalizing force that all of a sudden now those 2 teams are shipping you picks along with some players that you don't care about, but you got the picks. Tobias wasn't going anywhere, and yet you signed him right now. That doesn't make any sense. To answer your second question, no, I don't think so, because I think Cade is going to get tired of this, and he's going to get tired of losing, and he's just going to want to win, because he's going to feel like, I'm going to waste the prime of my career in a dead-end spot where a team is just not winning. That's how I see this, that you're not really putting the pieces around him. I know, it's patient, and maybe I'm making too much out of this, but the fact that he wasn't even there for Trajan's press conference, that said a lot to me. You're the leader of this team. You would think you would be sitting front row. Didn't bother to show up. I guess he was busy that day.
248-539-9797. Look, I'm just asking, guys. I mean, the Cunningham thing, I'm not mad about it. I told you I wasn't going to freak out if you did it, but I'm with Rico on this. Okay, let's say you get through this year, and maybe you start to get through year 2. You know, at what point, if this thing doesn't, and again, it's not on Trajan Langdon. He can't snap his fingers and create a 60-win team. But I can just tell you, if I were around Cade, I'd be looking, you lock in the rookie extension because no one's ever turned it down. This is life-changing money, well beyond your first contract in the NBA. You, in essence, are being handed $250 million. You take it. Right. But once you do it, the parking meter starts on player demanding trade. That's not us being bad guys about it. That's us as people who watch the NBA. How many times have we seen the story play out? Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you, what do you need to see next? I'm with you, Rico. I can't tell Piston fans that, hey, Trajan got 3 second-round picks this offseason, and that's a success. It's not. No. Need first-rounders.
Right. I mean, Tyrese Maxey, he's living it up. He's got the extension, plus he's on a team that's going up for a title. You got the extension, and you're looking like, I don't see the pieces that are going to help me win 35 games. Not necessarily even make the playoffs. But can we at least win 21 more games than we did last year?
Yeah, look, and listen, I don't want them signing players in free agency. That's never what it's been about. I wanted them to assume deals and create a war chest.
To be that third team in those deals so that the superstars could go to the teams that they really want to go to. but they just couldn't make the money fit. Hey, here, let us help you out here. We'll do this. You send us your first round pick. You send us 2 first-round picks, and we'll consummate this deal for you.
Look, and there's plenty of players, guys, who've had more success and still demanded out. I mean, Donovan Mitchell wanted out of Utah. Bad. Utah was a playoff team. He was the captain. He was the lead dog. Still wanted out. You know, I get scared that, okay, I mean, I love the Ron Holland selection. I understand what they're trying to do. I'm fine taking this offseason to acquire dead bodies for picks, but to Rico's point, they haven't really done it.
Right, because when you took Holland, Mike, okay, I get it. You're not going for the quick fix. Fine. This way can work as well, but I'm not seeing the next step to that. And that's why I'm like, okay, wait, so you took Tobias Harris in free agency. How is this helping you? How is this part of your master plan?
I think next year the only thing you'd be able to do is you play through, and when he's an expiring, it has value. But believe me, I'm not arguing with you. I'm with you. I wanted them to take a poison pill and get 2-3 first-round picks. Yeah. There's still time. And look, Lord knows, I mean, Zach LaVine's dead body is still rotting in Chicago. Maybe it's still there. But Rico, the Cade thing is more of my focus because right here, right now, like if I'm being totally fair, it will take Ron Holland 2 years before we really know what we have. Really know. And by that point, if this team is still, like, let's presume they're going to be a sub-30 win team this year. Okay. By the next season, if you don't show major improvement, I could absolutely see in the way the sport works, Cade going, you know what, guys, I'm out.
But see, the problem is that's saying that you're waiting on Holland in order for this team to get good, where you have Jalen Duren, you have Ivy, you have Arthur Thompson, you've had top picks. But you're saying now we got to wait on Holland, not you. But yes, we have to wait on Holland, and that's going to decide whether Cade. If that's the case, then I think, dude, you might as well just go ahead and sign this deal and then put your house up because I don't see things happening that quickly.
248-539-9797. David, ticket text. What do the people have to say on the Cade issue and on the offseason so far?
Someone says the Jazz are shopping marketing. Can we get him and some picks?
No.
For Ivy
Marketing
and
is
Stewart.
a major asset.
Yes.
I was about to say, and it looks like the Warriors are going all in for him.
Marketing is a dream, like a stretch 4 built in a lab. No, that's no.
Pistons need to get impactful players. They should have went after Brandon Ingram. That is Ryan in West Bloomfield.
Okay, but again, you want to go after someone whose own team doesn't want to pay them. The Pelicans have his bird rights. The Pelicans could offer him a 4-year deal. They do not want to. I don't know that Brandon Ingram is what you think he is. Plus, he's another guy who averages roughly 48 to 52 games a season. He's always hurt. And he's on an alternating pattern of being a good three-point shooter and a terrible one. Go look at his career numbers. I'm not mad if you bring him in, but please don't turn him into this superstar.
Yeah, but we got the shooting coach that helped him get better.
Agree. But I don't want to be the team that pays him $220 million. I'm not ready to win. I mean, look, 2 at 52 for Tobias. Who cares?
And see, that's what I'm saying. That's the frustrating thing. So, yeah, you go get Ingram, I would have drafted differently. I would have done things differently. So, and then Tobias could be like that, okay, he's that third option that you could bring in here. I really don't understand what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I also wanted some more picks too, but who knows? They're not doing it. Great show, guys. Regal spot on. I texted this very thought in a couple weeks ago. Cade is going to move on. He's wasting away here. Nothing looks better down the road. He'll want out. That is from Dave.
Yeah, Cade's going to be handing off those buffs to somebody else.
You know what, though? Here you go. Red Wing fans show up. All right? Red Wing fans have had nothing for 10 years. Red Wing fans showed up to play today. This is a message to the Pistons. You don't have fans.
Pistons fans are so beaten down. You're right.
No, there aren't fans. No one is here. They're all dead. Everyone from 04 died.
Right, no, Mike, they're around. There's nothing to say. It's like you won 14 games. And
all right, time out, though. You just handed $250 million to Cade Cunningham.
You were forced.
No, you're not forced. There's always an option. You're in a position now historically, Rico, where almost no team has ever been. Mm-hmm. There is an option. You don't have to just genuflect and offer the guy. You could have tried to trade him. So the conversation piece really lies there. Is Cade Cunningham going to be here at the end of the deal?
No, I get it, Mike, but you would have been the first to just say, yeah, we're going to give up on this guy.
So what?
And I don't think Trajan walking in the door wanted to be that historic GM to say, yep, we're going to give up on our star player.
Then he's not a real leader because leaders don't think that way. I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to hear about, well, I don't want to be a bad guy. Why? No, you've walked into the worst situation, arguably, in professional sports. Pardon me if I believe the Crayons have to go outside the lines here.
Different sport, but I applaud what Holmes did. It was bold. It was risky. Hey, Matthew, great having you here. We're going to move on from you.
248-539-9797. Hell of a job, Piston fans. David, I blame you, for the record. 97.
Whoa!
The Pistons inked Tobias Harris to a 2-year, $52 million deal earlier today. Amari Sankofa offers some perspective on the freak quote with Harris and Tim Hardaway Jr. on the roster. New head coach J.B. Bickerstaff can be more judicious with his rotation and prioritize surrounding Cunningham with spacing. Their poor shooting as a team last season not only hurt them in the points column, but also made them the team more turnover prone as well, end quote. After being linked to the Red Wings, Steven Stamkos is heading to the Predators thanks to a 4-year, $32 million deal. At first, it was his priority to retire as a Lightning player. That's sound via Sportsnet. The most recent news for the Wings is that Kristen Fisher is being re-signed. The 6'2" wing played 79 games for Detroit last season, notching 5 goals and 14 assists. This update was brought to you by North Broomfield Properties at the Coral Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
I know we're talking Pistons, and we're going to continue to do so. I can just tell you, Otto over here with his update just sent Kenny into a profanity-laced tirade behind the glass.
I was just celebrating, Mike. It's a big extension. It's an upgrade. Why don't you hit that chair drop button, because that's how I'm feeling right about now.
David, a few ticket texts, and I want to get to the callers. I've asked the question. I mean, look. It's impossible to be angry with what the Pistons are doing. They're just starting. It's day 0. I'm with Rico is that, yes, I want to see first-round picks attached to dead assets. That hasn't happened yet. It could. The signing of Tobias Harris, you have to thread a needle. I have to put human beings on the court because I can't win 10 games again. But you do also want to judiciously use cap space, which I don't think Tobias is that. Mm-hmm. There's going to have to be, as you said, attached as a third team in a trade, or they got to make a deal. And I wonder if Langdon makes a determination on some of the core that fans value that Langdon doesn't. Like, for instance, okay, you could still do the Zach LaVine thing with the Bulls. You're going to have to send out some salary, or maybe send out alleged assets that Langdon has no use for. Obviously, beef stew would be one. But maybe it is an Ivy, or maybe it is a Durant. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But yes, you can't walk out of this offseason with $65 million cap space and present your fans with 3 second-round picks.
Correct.
You cannot do that. David.
Pistons went out and signed the one guy I did not want them to sign. Signing Tobias reeked of desperation. Giving Kane an extension when you know you're tearing it down is mind-blowing. I wanted him traded for a war chest. Trade request coming in 3, 2, 1. That is Eric from Flint.
No, but it's also part of David, think about it. Who did the Spurs run to go and sign?
Chris Paul.
A point guard for Wemby. That should have been Cade. That was our war chest. Mm-hmm. That was our reset this whole bleeping thing. See, the only disagreement, and forgive me, I forget who Jeremy was quoting, one of the beat writers. The only disagreement I would have is I don't think you can even talk about functional basketball when you are taking over for Matt Millen, when you're taking over for Mike Milbury. Trajan Langdon, this year is like nothing burger. Oh, floor spacing and things and stuff. Yeah. And it's like, no, you can't even go there yet. Sorry, go ahead.
The Pistons are going to trade Cade for a first-round pick in 2026. I guarantee it.
Oh, great. Okay, let's not go there. All right, let's go to Donald, 97.1. Don, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, hi. So I actually want to talk about the most depressing part of the offseason, the news yesterday of hiring J.B. Bickerstaff. Forget the fact that he was terrible in both Memphis and Cleveland. Go watch Celtics Cavs, especially Game 5. The Cavs are hedging screens, letting ball handlers turn the corner every time. That's the first thing you go over when hedging screens. You cannot let the ball handler turn the corner. Then they're just not guarding screens at all. So we just brought this here. And by the way, it's a problem with the organization. Why was Monty Williams ever here? Go watch Suns Nuggets when Monty Williams was there, or Suns Mavericks. Drop coverage, Jamal Murray wide open mid-range jumper. Drop coverage, Nikola Jokic wide open floater. I'm watching Michael Porter Jr. come off pin downs. No one's guarding it. Wide open for 3. It's just this organization with hiring coaches. I can tell you the next 5 years for the Pistons, there's no point in playing the games. The next 2 to 3 years are going to be terrible, and then J.B. Bickerstaff will be fired in 3 years maximum. They'll just hire another Bickerstaff, so it doesn't matter. And then after that, maybe there'll be a first or second round team. It's just the whole thing. And something that I never heard anyone brought up this entire year, why was Steven Silas here as an associate head coach? God, he coached the Bobcats when they went 7-59 in 2011. 7-59. Then coached the Rockets 3 years before that. One last one. You know who the other person they interviewed for this job? Sean Sweeney. You know who he was? He ran the defense when Dwayne Casey was here.
Correct.
What is the point of life with these Pistons hires over and over and over again? It's got to stop.
All
and
right.
you had, and the media's to blame. I heard Chris Broussard, a complete human vomit, talk about the Lakers should look at Monty Williams for head coach. Are you kidding me? It's this recycled crap. Oh, and the Pistons are bringing another one here. And again, they're going to suffer for the next 5. There's no point in playing games, Mike.
No, Donald, the only thing I would say, and you're not wrong, but Donald, nobody wanted your job. Look, Bickerstaff, you have defensive qualms with him. I can tell you a vast majority of the criticisms he received in Cleveland were for his offensive schemes and decisions. So, look, it's not an inspiring hire. I'm not going to yell about it because, again, nobody wanted the job. Nobody wants the money. Nobody wants to be here.
Nobody was going to leave their existing job to say, oh, wait, I can go coach the Pistons? Nope.
I also don't believe it matters who you hired for the long term because the person, as Donald said, and you and I agree, I'm sorry. I don't think J.B. Bickerstaff's here when we're ready to win. Sorry.
Dude, he's fired in probably 2 years. And I hate to say that, but we'll be doing this again by the time the Winter Olympics come around.
Let's go to Dylan, 97.1. What's up, Dylan? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Mike. How you doing?
All right. What do you got?
So, honestly, I just think a lot of the people talking about the Pistons right now aren't seeing the bigger picture because they signed Cade, so they gave you a direction they're going to go. They're clearly sticking with him, at least from what it seems like. They put some shooters around him. They might not be great, but they showed you the direction they're going to go, and then they drafted Holland. So he's clearly going to trade some guys over the next couple weeks or couple months, and it's going to figure itself out in the long run. And Bickerstaff has shown a track record of being able to coach young teams. For the most part, his record's gotten better every year, and they've won more games. So the last caller doesn't make any sense to me. He's probably not going to be the guy to get us over the top, but he's probably going to be the guy who could develop some of the young talent and gets the team heading in the right direction.
Yeah, I just need the trades. Listen, Dylan, I'm with you. I'm not freaking about anything. I need some first-round picks. That is Trajan Langdon's first, second, and third priority. We have got to restock this war chest.
I mean, that has a chance to happen. I mean, I guarantee other teams might see some value in Ivy, Thompson, or Duran. I mean, it's going to be hard to tell right now, but you got to wait and see how things play out. I mean, those guys are still young, too. So when everyone says these guys are bust or they suck or they're no good.
No.
I mean, it's also how's the team compromised and put together. It's not put together that well right now. These guys could be great on other teams, and there's obviously value. Other teams had them high on their board too. It's not like the Pistons
right,
just
but
pick
it's
guys
like
out
a
of hat.
car. Once you drive it off the lot, it's worth roughly 65% of what you paid. You know, that's why the draft thing. Once you're taken, your value is now zero, and you build it back up. Mm-hmm. So look, the Pistons are one of the only teams with cap space. There are deals that are happening. I totally agree with Rico's point. You need to be attached to one of those deals as a dumping ground. Pay me some assets. I'll make the money work. Yeah. I just got to believe there's more, and we'll see. I mean, that's really it.
Yeah, you guys are $15 million apart. We'll kick in that $15 million, but we're going to need this, and this.
248-539-9797. We'll get more to people in the mix. Summer is here. Your busy schedule, obviously. The youth sports dominating your days. You're running around town. You don't have time to get dinner on the table. We have the Kenny Cott summer menu at Hungry Howie's. Now, these pizzas are definitely different, just like Kenny. The pickle bacon ranch pizza, the backyard burger pizza. Summer flavors brought to the pizza kitchen and on your dinner table in under 30 minutes. You can pick up either of them with your choice of flavor crust for $14.99 each. Limited time only. Go to hungryhowies.com or download the Howie's app to start your order now. It's a limited time offer only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Development camp kicks off for the Red Wings today. Radio voice Ken Cal on what to expect. First-round pick Michael Brandsegg-Nygaard is in attendance as well. The Wings adding goalies Jack Campbell and Cam Talbot today, defenseman Eric Gustafsson for 2 years, and re-signed Christian Fischer most recently for another year at $1.25 million. On the same day that the Celtics ownership group announced the team is for sale, Derek White inked a 4-year extension worth $126 million. In the playoffs this year, White averaged 17 points and 4 assists while shooting 40% from 3. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Great to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? I have a different question regarding the Red Wings and the free agent bonanza. If you want the Pistons, you can go back to last hour. I'm going to ask a question, okay? And I want to make sure I say this for the people in the back. I'm not claiming this is the truth. I'm asking if it's the truth. So, NHL free agency. You are seeing term. Forget about the money for a minute. But the term, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. And it's across the board. And it's all the players that you would have wanted. Okay. Now, clearly, some of these teams grossly overpaid. But if you win a cup or you're making meaningful playoff runs, I don't think anyone cares. So, like an example. If you told me Stamkos was leaving Tampa, I would have said he's coming here. Eiserman. But from what you hear and what you see or what you read, it doesn't seem like the Wings were willing to go to 4 years. Well, Nashville was. That's just a feeling you get. Kenny co-signs. Mm-hmm. They go 4 years at 8. Maybe you were at 2 or 3. Here's the point I'm making. It's the question of, in life, you don't really get to do the things you want to do quite often. It's more about doing what you need to do. Is Eiserman too smart for his own good? Eiserman does not want to do deals that have term. He doesn't. I think that's pretty obvious. Mm-hmm. Does not want to go beyond 4 years. Again, Kenny, as our hockey elite, do you co-sign that remark?
Yeah, look at the young guys too. It looks like, there's been talks. I don't know if there's been no reporting on it, but Sider and Raymond, there's been talks about, give him a bridge deal. A bridge deal? What? This is your core. This is your nucleus. 8 years. Do it.
So, okay. So just work with me for a second. So if you don't move with market conditions, are you being too smart for your own good? That we all know Steve Eiserman's acumen. The man has more hockey knowledge and savvy in a single follicle of hair than we have in our whole body. It's never been about that. Right. But Rico, if he won't move with the times.
Seems like he tries to do it on the cheap, trying to do it, cutting a deal. You know what? I want to make this very team-friendly at all costs.
Then you're never going to get the high-end players. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a very fair statement because, it's – well, even you look at Patrick Kane, the 1-year deal for he'll hit the incentive, so he'll get $6.5 million. But we all thought that he's going to want some years, and no, you're just going to take this 1 year. It's like he is adverse to just long contracts. He doesn't want to be anchored to anybody.
This is how you lose out on guys like Stamkos or guys like Gensel who just get long-term deals.
So let me ask the fans. I don't know if it's true. It's just something I was thinking about, and I think it's an interesting conversation. Look, it's a way to talk about this that's different than what we did the first 2 hours, which is like, man, we're kind of bummed out. Like, barring a miraculous trade, which could happen, here we're sitting. You kept Patrick Kane, and you signed a 37-year-old goalie that the Kings, albeit he was good last year, the Kings didn't want him. The Kings went out and paid double for another old goalie in Darcy Kemper. So I don't know. But if you're not going to go with market condition, where the NHL spent nearly $1 billion today, $900 million, and to get the high-end players, you need to sign a few long-term things. Because here's the other thing I don't like, Rico. I don't like how people go, oh, no, if you do that, it's a disaster. Well, I thought your guy was smarter. I thought your guy would make the right choice and sign the right guy to a 7-year deal. See, why is it never about, oh, trust Eiserman? Well, I am.
Right.
I'm saying that if you don't go with market condition and you're doing it the way you want it to be versus the way it is,
right?
Or are you too smart for your own good?
Right, because even if you just do the compromise and, okay, we'll sign you to a 4 or 5 year deal, but we'll make it top heavy for the first couple of years so that if we need to get rid of you, it's not going to hurt us at all. We'll find a way to move you. We'll find somebody who will want to trade for you. But no, it's like you're going to do it my way. And the problem is because you don't have the cups to back it up, it goes back to like when you think of like when the Patriots and Bill Belichick, how they were winning, and it was just like, man, people were just going to New England and they were defying odds because they got people to work for pennies, but they were winning. You're not winning. So now it looks like you're just cheap and you don't want to pay the players. You don't want the long-term contracts. And as you say, you're not going to get the star players to come here. You're going to get players who will trust in Steve.
See, but what that does as a fan, and I'm just a fan here, right? What that does to me is when you have people, this was last week and the week before, and we're starting to get excited free agency is coming, and you start mentioning names, and fans mention Gensel, and fans mention Reinhardt, and we can go get them, and Zadorov, and why would you ever mention that as a fan now? Because you know the guy's not going to come here if you're not going to give him a 6, 7, or 8 year deal. Then you're never going to get a chance. So as a fan, I'm out. There's no more hope. There's no more excitement for free agency. No more excitement for things you can trade for because you're never going to get them.
You're right. It's like Steve has created this artificial hard and fast line that I'm not going past 4 years ever. I don't think anybody is that good. Well, good luck to you.
No, and look, if you disagree with it, it's fine because it's a question. This isn't a decree. I'm asking. It's just pretty clear they don't want to pay the term that the going rate is going to be, and whether that's for a guy like Stamkos or whether that's for the younger group that are going to sign the 7 or 8 year deal. I mean, everything comes back to term. There's no track record here that Eiserman wants to offer it. I mean, Kenny going is so far as to say, oh, let's sign bridge deals with Mo Sider and Raymond. Like, to hell with that. I thought those were standardized 8x8s. I thought you would just hand him 8 years, $8 million. 8 years, $8 million.
Right.
Let's go. Those are your core.
Right.
Raymond is butting into a superstar, and Mo Sider is a rock solid to high-end defenseman. I'm asking you guys, right? Hockey is your deal. It certainly is not my favorite sport anymore. I only have so much time in the day. It's just a thing where, like, okay, if I took the name off this GM and I said GM X won't offer competitive term for high-end free agents, you guys would freak. So I'm just trying to look at it objectively and go, okay, well, hey, he might get the last laugh. Maybe the Wings are about to build something where we're going to win 3 cups in 7 years. But Rico, they're not competitive in the free agent market because they won't offer the term, and that is his hang-up.
Right. We mentioned a guy named Juicy. 8 year deal. I guess he was never really never really a chance.
Sexy Saros? Oh, yeah.
Never a chance.
That was Kenny's guy.
Well, they got better today.
Listen, hey, I'll tell you, I don't know if it'll work out for Nashville, but boy, they had a day.
Yeah.
Be fun to be doing Nashville radio outside of the Dixie Cups and general hillbilliness of that town. But my point is,
it's an up-and-coming city.
Whatever, man, you can have it. I hated my one trip there. I would love to hear from you guys on it, and it is a question. Believe me, there are times I'll tell you the way I think things are. This ain't one. But I just kind of wonder if we've got to alter our expectations for free agency here on out. Because the way the league is going goes right in the face of what Eiserman wants to do And I don't know how we'll bridge that.
Yeah, it almost feels like you're trying to play some type of money ball here where you're trying to find that couple people that, you know what, nobody's talking about, but this will work. Trust me.
Well, I mean, he's churned, 6, 7, 8 goalies while we're waiting for Kosa. We're seemingly, unless a move is made, and it sounds like, by all accounts, hockey news or otherwise, Trouba's not happening. Okay, fine enough. You're going to have a bunch of kids on the blue line, plus Mo Seider. You've probably gotten a little bit worse offensively as we sit here today, and you made a slight upgrade in goaltending. That's not what we had in mind for $32 million of space. So we need to see more. But as we sit here now, from a free agency standpoint, it's clear they're not going to get the people that the fans covet or, our noted hockey nerd Kenny covets. You're not going to get those people. So all I'd like to know is, do you believe Eiserman is too smart for his own good?
Right. I mean, it's a pattern where all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, this guy went for 8 years, and you're not getting that here. So, no, I do think that it is a little bit of smartest man in the room. You got to trust me. I know what I'm doing. But to have so much money and you're saving it, it's like, what were you putting it in your IRA? What are you doing with the money? Like, you have the money. Spend the money.
And I listen to Kenny, okay? Kenny's a smart hockey guy. He knows a lot here. He's been the one telling me that the cap is going to go up. So if the cap is going to go up, signing a guy for 7 years, cap going up, doesn't seem like a problem to me.
Well, the cap went up about $4.5 billion this year, which is large for a poverty league like the NHL. That's a large increase. The thought process would be, all right, well, maybe the cap will go up again that way. But it won't be able to grow and outpace these contracts. But I mean, go ahead, Kenny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the cap is going up, which means I don't think it's a money problem. That's why I go back to term. Every time we hear about Steve signing a guy or passing on a guy,
doesn't want the
reports
term.
Always come back. The term was too much for Steve.
So if he's operating in a bygone era where you don't have to offer that term, then don't we have to at least have the conversation of, all right, well then is his way going to work in any other format then? Ready? Wait for the kids. Just keep on waiting. Eventually Kosa will be here. Eventually Danielson will be here.
Okay, but here's the thing though. You would think if that's the case, then you would take care of your own kids and just lock them up to a long-term deals.
Well, again, I still...
Because they're homegrown, so that makes sense.
Raymond and Seider, to me, I thought it was just a foregone conclusion. You just go 8 by 8.
Yeah.
But it's not. And the fact that Kenny is using a dirty term of bridge deal.
Because it seems like it's one of those deals where this is only going to go up more if you bet on yourself, you will lose. You're going to have to pay them more.
I still say it. If I were a rival GM, I'd absolutely F with him. I'd lob a bomb over at Seider or Raymond and be like, here you go, Stevie, choke on this. 8 at 80.
So you know what? That would have been funny if that was like Ken Holland's final deal. Let me throw this out there, and then I'll be leaving.
Dude, if guys like DeBrusque can get 7.75 a year, hey Raymond, here's 9 a year. Go ahead, Stevie. What are you going to do? Lose Lucas Raymond to me? That's what I'd be doing right now if I could hurl qualifying offers out there.
If you were a GM, you'd be kicked out of the league so fast.
Mike's not playing the right way. There's a code here.
Dude, if I ran the Blackhawks right now, I'd be like, screw Bertuzzi. I'm going to get Lucas Raymond.
There's a code.
Let me read the headlines. Eiserman loses Raymond to Hawks. No. I'd be a professional troll. And if he signs him, he's got to choke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the meetings would be very interesting when you showed up. Like, nobody's eating at the table with you, Mike.
I'd have to be in
GM meetings.
I'd have to be in a Pope mobile.
Yeah. Seriously, I'd be like, Mike, don't eat that. Don't eat that. Just bring your own food. Don't eat anything.
All right, summer road trip season is here. Moran Buick GMC, they got the vehicles you want, you need. 24 GMC Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab, only $310 a month. Or pack up the family in the Buick Encore, $222 a month, 36 months. They got you covered. Moran has what you're looking for. And yes, Yukon Denali's are in stock. Everything available, moranexpress.com. You get the certified service and the free loaner when you stop on in. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Hockey fans, I'm proud of you guys. I got to tell you something. You're in it to win it. So we asked the question. For all intents and purposes, big free agency day, the names you wanted, you didn't get them. And it seems like you're just not going to offer the term necessary to get them. So the question is, do you believe Eiserman is too smart for his own good? It's a question. Because operating in a marketplace that isn't reality, I don't know that that's a pathway to success. Now, I get it. You don't want to be the next team to sign an egregious 7-year deal, but you're also never going to sign high-level players. So do we have to wrap our mind around, we're just going to be waiting for the kids?
This is just what it is.
Is that what we have to accept? I'm asking. I don't know.
It does seem that way, but Mike, I'm going to take it one step further. Not only that, but when the kids actually start to do something, don't expect a long-term deal for them either.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're using words like bridge contract, talking about Raymond Insider. What are we doing here?
Like Raymond, to me, the way he finished up the season, the next level is like he's going to be a star.
Yeah. Lock that guy up and put an A on his jersey. Yep. That's what should happen. That's where he belongs.
So tell me if I'm stupid. I don't care. I get paid either way. Like, I thought it was going to be 8 years, $8 million per.
I thought that
Similar, exact same.
I didn't even think it was like a conversation.
No, I didn't either.
Because think about it. We deducted what they were going to make, and then we said, this is how much you have to spend.
You're right. Like, okay, after we pay Mo and Lucas.
Yeah, we took $16 million.
It was a
$16
foregone
million a year
conclusion.
and said, okay, take that aside. Here's what you have left to spend. And instead, you spent about, what, a total of $10 million? Congratulations.
Or $10. All right, let's go to Garrett, 97.1. What's up, Garrett? How you doing, buddy?
Mikey, hey, it's good to talk to you guys. I was out of town for 10 days. I was in Denver. That was nauseating listening to their talk radio. I had to hang it up after about 2 days, so I'm glad I'm back. And
welcome.
Glad, I'm just glad that free agency was here. And I guess I just wanted to answer your question, Mike, and be very succinct about it. Is I think you are right. I think there was a little bit of a caveat with what I'm saying about, or with what you're saying about him being the smart man in the room, because I do generally agree with you on that. I think where Eiserman comes off as, in my opinion, is that he's a smart man that signed those deals because he had to in a situation in Tampa where, yes, he also had two Hall of Famers playing on his team. He had a budding superstar, future Hall of Famer in Kucherov that he drafted that he was able to sign. And then obviously things worked out the way it did in Tampa. And then obviously they won 2 cups, vice versa. And it's tough sometimes for someone to change their way. Now, I will say this is that I think I'm fine with what he did. I would have liked to have seen one player in there because I do think that even though, yes, you guys are talking that Raymond and Seider could get the, 16 to 18 million each, Berggren and Veleno are also, restricted free agents. That's probably another, between the two of them, probably $4 to $5 million. You probably could have realistically afforded probably one more player, which irritates me a little bit. I guess where I'm at is kind of the damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Like if you don't sign them, you give the kids there and everyone gets upset because you're not spending money. But at the same time, if you're not necessarily winning cups and you're just kind of where you're at, then you're talking about, oh crap, now you have a Ken Holland situation where you've got 3, 4, 5, 6 bad contracts where you overpaid. Now you got to find a way to send money out and draft picks, and now you're really putting yourself behind the 8 ball. So I'm just sitting here thinking in my head which way is better in my head to do this. I mean, at the end of the day, Patrick Kane was probably priority number 1, in my opinion, Mike, if I'm being honest with you. He was priority number 1. They got it done. I'm happy with it. I guess where I'm a little irritated with, I would have liked to have seen a guy on the blue line that wasn't Gustafsson or whatever, and it is what it is, but I'm not necessarily upset that he didn't go out and overpay for Reinhardt or go out and pay for Stamkos. Like, I'm not upset about that.
Yeah, no, I don't. It's a question. Yeah. I think it's disappointment and anger are 2 different emotions. I'm just disappointed because we waited so long for this bonanza. And yes, I Garrett, listen, I'm not telling you that Stamkos is a cure-all, but if you told me he was leaving Tampa, I thought he was coming here. Mm-hmm. And that guy is a winner.
I did too, Mike, but I guess the big question I have is, okay, so you go out and spend that money, but am I wrong in thinking that the minute things go south with this team and things go south and you don't hit those expectations and he does spend that money, that then people are starting to call him Ken Holland 2.0? Or you're spending, $2 to $3 million over cap or over the market expectations for these
Garrett,
guys?
I think there's a chance of that, but I would juxtapose it with, well, you know what? It's year 6 and we haven't made the playoffs.
Yeah, and
no matter what, if you don't have the result, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're going to get the backlash, and it seemed to me for the
and you're not wrong. Although I'd say, to be fair, I throw the first year and a half out of that of the management team anyways. I mean, that team was just hot garbage the first year and a half he was even out with the team in the first place. But no, I mean, you're right. I mean, you're right. I mean, you're coming up on year 6 without making the playoffs, and year 8 in general, just without making the playoffs. I mean, at some point you do have to make moves.
Right.
But it's a tricky spot, man. It's a tricky spot, and I'm not sure that I can understand how a lot of fans are very upset with. I can understand how a lot of fans are upset with where they didn't feel like there was a big, home run that was hit today.
Well, no, but I think the biggest thing is it's the difference between 3 years and reportedly 3 years and 4 years. It wasn't like 3 years and you're offering 6 years. Nashville's offering a ton. It's like, all right, I see that difference. It's like, really, 1 year, that was a difference? You couldn't make that up?
I just think it's term in general. That's all. I don't want to go like any singular one thing. It's just he has an aversion to term. And I don't know, because the sport seems to be going a different way. Now, you can be a lone wolf, but you got to be right.
You better be winning.
Because if you're not, then you're just operating in a marketplace that isn't real.
Because if you start winning, now other teams are going to copycat you. But yeah, at this point, you're kind of taking yourself out of the running for any significant players.
Go to Dave, 97.1. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I love your show, man. You guys do a great job.
Thanks, Dave. What's on your mind?
All right, so my feeling is this. The hockey draft and the baseball draft are kind of alike, just like the basketball draft and the football draft are kind of alike. Like, we're all going to watch Cooper Flag next year at Duke, right? And we don't watch any of these baseball or hockey players basically play unless they're in the College World Series. So the common denominator between those two sports is Chris Ilitch. He's the guy who we have, I believe, two really good GMs, the Tigers and Stevie. But I think Chris Ilitch is the common denominator why we don't have these long-term contracts, and we're just kind of nickel-diamond trying to just go through the draft. And I think it's just like, don't forget that Bill Davidson owned the Tampa Bay.
All right, Dave, let me say this, because it's going to take me a second. We're up against it. But, like, here's the issue I have. In baseball, when you are 50, 60, 70 million under league average, you have a more credible argument. In hockey, okay, the Wings last year had about, 8 in cap space in the year. And I am not minimizing what $8 million is. Or in this case, let's say you have an additional 10 to spend. But the number is so minuscule in the grand scheme of things. I cannot lob that accusation at ownership. Now, if the Wings were operating consistently $20 million under, it'd be different. I think baseball, you can make that claim. Hockey, look, the whole cap is $88 million? So I don't think it holds water. Just my personal opinion. No,
I get what you're saying.
248-539-9797. Being number one, it's not easy. Takes experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. 2 key pieces to the Wings that have left already have landing spots. David Perron was the first as he joined the Senators via a 2-year deal worth $8 million. Shane Gostisbehere is taking a pay cut and heading to the Carolina Hurricanes for a deal worth $3.2 million. He made close to $4.1 with the Wings. Gostisbehere had 29 points on the power play last season. Red Wings also announcing that their home opener will be October 10th versus the Penguins at Little Caesars Arena. They said the rest of the schedule will come soon. The Tigers had the day off. Here's the scheduled rotation for the Twins series. Tarek Skubal starts tomorrow. Jack Flaherty goes on Wednesday with Kenta Maeda running it out on Thursday. You can hear all 3 games right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And how about this stat? Today is the first time that $1 billion in NHL contract value has been signed in a single day. That via Cap Friendly. In comparison, the NBA, since free agency has begun, they doubled that, $2 billion. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta. There is still time this summer if you want to hit your weight loss goals like John Jansen did. If you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 50, 100, or anywhere in between, idealu.us right now. Don't wait. Work for John. It can work for you at idealu.us right now. They will get you on the pathway to success, the same one that John used to not only lose 63 pounds, but keep it off. 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. So start your summer the right way. Lose weight, get a $200 Visa gift card, whether it's 15, 20, even 30 pounds in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us right now. John did it, so can you. Idealu.us. Sorry about the delay there, guys. Rico slandered David during the break. I'm not going to repeat what he said.
Ask David.
Just told him to start a podcast about collecting things.
How was the
It
sphere?
a real cheap shot.
Apparently, I'm collecting vacation days.
I'm just saying, David's only going to grace us 3 more days this summer.
I like it. hey, that's exact. You know what I always say? People bitch and moan about, oh my God, how many days does Mike have off of the summer? You MFs don't say a damn thing when I'm here from mid-August through the Super Bowl and I might have 1 day off.
I was about to say, guess what I'll be? Every day in the fall.
That's right.
David, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Wah.
Wah. Wah. Just making a point. Oh, nobody says nothing then. So my point is I use every damn day in the summer.
Are you
Hell yeah.
Ronaldo crying?
Whoa. Hey, did they win?
They won.
Okay.
This is what people don't know.
Just call me Van.
Ronaldo was crying. Oh, Jesus. There you go. That's what I should have called you.
Just call me Van Jones.
Okay. Move on. David, a few ticket texts.
I'm 100% out with Steve. It's now year 6 of the rebuild. They were just outside the playoffs and had a ton of cap space, and Steve decides it's okay to just run it back.
It's not over yet, but it's going to have to be the trade market. I think that much is clear.
Someone wants to know, what was the longest contract Steve Eiserman has ever had or signed in his career? Wonder if that's impacting his strategy.
Here with the Wings, it would be Andrew Kopp, correct?
I believe so, right?
Which is a disaster.
If you want to count Larkin, I suppose that would
See,
count.
I don't. That's just he's your captain. He's here.
I do, because we're talking about bridge contracts with
No,
Seider
We're talking about free agency, and he won't do. Now, paying your own guys is different. I'm saying free agency, you're just not going to be in the running for these people.
Was it a deal in Tampa?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look, but I'm sure he signed an 8-year.
Maybe it was the Shane Druin era. All right.
We expected and deserve Amazon. Instead, we got Dollar General. I'm done with Eiserman. That is from Jason.
Let's bring Woj in on this. Woj is normally a very balanced, very, very team-friendly. Okay?
You leave Stevie alone. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, here I am.
Very
sorry about
cat-friendly.
that. Yeah.
I want you to bless us. Do fans have a right, not to be angry, to be disappointed day 1 of free agency with Steve Eiserman?
Oh, no, for sure they do. The problem is that they don't like the plan, even though they like the guy executing the plan, but they don't like the long-term, and he doesn't give long-term contracts. And you know how he kind of screwed it, too? He's drafted too well. Like, he has to pay these guys, Raymond and Seider and others soon. This is bouncing all over the place. He has to pay them a lot of money. Now, I'm joking about he's drafted too well, but that's...
Yeah, the problem is outside of the 2 guys he just mentioned, none of the other people are here.
And the thing is,
that's the other thing.
But he's not really willing to give those 2 guys long-term deals.
We don't know that yet. But
okay, according to our hockey insider, Kenny Cobb.
Well, I think he wants to. They just want too much money in his eyes.
And my answer? Wah! This is the question of, is he too smart for his own good?
Well, he has taken the best of what he learned from Ken Holland and the Wings, and also the worst of what he learned.
Aha!
Terrible long-term contracts. He just won't do it.
Even though he did do it with one, and that's a really bad one.
So can I ask
in Cop?
Okay, so let me ask a
but
question.
How long was that?
5-year deal, $5 million a year.
Okay, but here's the question, and it's how I phrased it to start the 5 o'clock. If you are operating in a marketplace that is not reality, then you're being too smart for your own good.
Now, I heard you say that, and I found that interesting because it's almost like, no, I know what works. I know how teams get ruined for years by giving out too many long-term It's almost like he's overthinking. I remember he once said on one of the Zooms, I have found when I've made rash decisions or bold decisions that I've made mistakes. And I think he's, I won't say gun shy, but a little gun shy.
Yeah, but that's a problem because look at a team like Nashville. Like, they go out and get the 2 big guns, right? Marchessault and Stamkos, and by a lot of people saying it, they spent way too much money. But is that going to help them win? Is that going to help them win a cup or get to the next level?
I think my fear is...
I think yes.
And I'm not going to do the wambulance like Rico accuses. I do think several teams in your division have gotten better.
Right. Eiserman is really, really focused on being good for a long time. He says it every single time.
Then give people a refund while you're wasting our time.
Everybody says that.
I mean,
it's like the breaking news. Hey, how do you want to run? I bet you Trajan Langdon will say that too.
No,
I just really want to build this for the long term.
Everybody doesn't say that. Lots of GMs say, win now. We need to get guys to win now. That is not what everybody says. I just think he's taking it to the extreme.
Okay. No, I wanted to ask. It's not, if I believe something is the way it is, I'll say it. That's not this. It's a question.
The one deal that you guys want, the deal that long-term was the one that was bad. Andrew Kopp.
No, I didn't want to sign a third-line center to a 5-year,
nobody wanted
$25 million deal.
Exactly.
I'm talking about Steve Stamkos, Hall of Famer, icon, unbelievable power play sniper. Like I'm talking like I'm willing to a 4-year, $8 million. I'll risk it for the biscuit. Or some of the guys Kenny wanted got a 7-year deal. These are frontline guys.
I was expecting more today because of the 1-year deal for Patrick Kane. It's like, okay, you're saving this. You got something planned. You talked him into taking a 1-year deal.
You got assurances exactly that this is going to be a great offseason.
Like, hey, Pat, trust me on this. We're going to make a big splash.
So don't you think it's weird? But don't you think it's weird that
you guys are good.
Tampa only offered Stamkos $3 million a year?
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong. Happens often.
It was 8 years.
Wasn't Tampa doing a Bobby Bonilla? They were going to give him the 3 a year, but it was for like 8 years.
8 years till he was 42. Here's the thing.
I don't think it was 8 years. I think it was 5 years.
But they're ready to move on. They don't want him there. I think it's that simple.
All right, everybody calm down.
Which ironically enough.
Why do you act like he's the most coveted player out there?
Because who do we have? What options do we have?
He'd be better for the Wings, but he's not the most coveted.
But in fairness, if you're limiting me to guys that weren't going to take 7 or 8 years of term, and it was 4, he was the best that was available. Fair? Pre-existing relationship to Eiserman?
3 or 4 years,
right.
yeah.
That's all. Believe me, I'm not turning him into Jerome McGinley in his prime.
No, I wanted him too, absolutely. And
you did.
And I would even go for Jacob Trouba, too, even though you and Birchie say he can't play anymore.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. Don't do that to me.
His playoffs were awful, though.
No, I just said when he got cooked, he's happy to break someone's jaw with a flyby.
We need that.
Fine. I'm not. Son of a. I'm not. I want people here.
Hey,
I can't do this anymore.
Very quickly, it's 5:55. They got to go. So quick, say something to make them uncomfortable so they leave.
Yeah.
That's like your new daily thing. Go ahead.
I was going to say, ironically enough, it is Bobby Bonilla Day.
It is Bobby Bonilla Day.
What the hell is that?
But you know who actually? You know who's having a better day than Bobby Bonilla? Max Scherzer. He got $15 million.
They went. You know who's still getting paid?
That Washington Nationals contract. Wow.
You know who's still getting
the final year of his contract? I think Ken Griffey Jr.
You know who's still getting paid by the Wings today, July 1st? Justin Abdelkader.
Oh, it's Justin Abdelkader Day. All right.
How many years does Bonilla have left?
Like 30.
2035, right?
Yeah. Like Griffey's
1.9 mil every year.
Griffey got his final check today. But Bonilla. $2 million, you just walk out to the mailbox. That's it.
Well, I think you probably direct deposit.
You know what? No, maybe not. I want. Not only do I want a check, but I probably would hire a local high school band to just march me out to the mailbox and back.
Right. I mean, that only cost you a couple grand.
That's what you guys want Stevie to give out now. I see.
See, don't do that. Come on, Bob.
I know. No. Listen, I totally get the disappointed. But I think that's because people create their own expectations. I never thought that expectation was real.
Like winning?
I think no, just for this period, this free agency. I thought bringing Kane back was maybe going to be a little unrealistic, and they pulled that off.
Wow.
God.
Hold on.
Oh my Lord.
Expectations bouncing all over the place.
They got an all-star goalie.
No. I deserve a yellow card in honor of the Euro 24.
No, you don't. Neither one of you do.
That was rude to Bob, and I'm sorry. I apologize.
Wait, which part was rude?
The part where I just went, wow.
Oh, yeah, that was rude.
That's my bad.
That was
I'm very
rude.
sorry.
I'm going to stand by winning.
Yeah, well, you're not winning like on free. I'm talking about today, this period.
Max Clark, 2028. All right,
Hello.
we're out of here.
How about that cycle?
How about
You see
Wyatt
Paredes
Langford?
yesterday?
He could never help us.
You see Chapman yesterday?
Leave it alone.
You're not bad about Tobias, are you?
As
No,
Kenny
I
said,
can't.
do your deal. I can't be.
Is he
It's an upgrade.
Castellanos yesterday? 4 for 5.
Okay, stop.
Hey, we're not done. Oh, wait,
David
Rico,
Button,
make Rico
Button,
walk.
Button.
Black job.